doing stuff. So, like, I just think that Job followed God in the midst of trials and tribulation.
Okay, but we're not. I don't think what we're talking about is the perspective of Job. I think what we're talking about is when people look at the book, right? Nobody really ever talks about the wife unless it's to say, like, oh, yeah, she said he'll curse God and die.
Hmm.
That's what we're talking about is she was ignored and demonized. Like nobody acknowledged her pain of losing her kids, trying to support a man who I believe it said he had a boil on his asshole or something like that. I think I heard that in
He
Jane.
had kidney failure.
Yeah, stuff like that. Nobody ever talks about her. And when they do, is to demonize her and say she said curse God and die.
Yeah, I just feel like, honestly, like, I feel like the man's supposed to lead his wife to God. And so, honestly, I don't think that what he did was wrong in worshiping God. And, like,
Hold on, before
Okay,
you answer,
pause.
before
Did
you
you
say
hear
this,
anything I just said?
yeah, but how much of this story have you actually read? Why, for you to say that? How
it's
much
been a
of the?
while, but I
No,
have
how
read
much
it
have you read
closely.
it? How much have you read it?
Entirely. Like, the
You've read it
entire book.
entire, and in during with reading this entirely, you heard Job say that your God was unjust. You read it and you said, "Yep, Job has faith." He's saying God is unjust.
I don't remember that part,
That yeah.
actually.
Do you remember the part where he said, uh, "Your God closes his eyes to injustices and looks the other way when wicked people do evil shit"?
I I
You don't remember
no
that part
idea.
either. Do you remember the part where he said, "Your God blesses the wicked and trods on the oppressed"? You remember that part?
Was
Oh
this
my
when he was
god.
speaking to his friends?
No, that he was. It's throughout. Some of it is when he's talking to his friends. Some of it when he's talking to God in his mind.
Oh, okay. No, I don't remember those parts, to be honest.
Okay, all
Maybe I
right. That
should
yeah.
refresh.
That's just tell me where you're who you're speaking for right now. Is it just answers that for me. Go ahead, Maddie. I can't hear you.
All right. Can everybody hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I don't think you like comprehended anything I had just said because you went right back to talking about Job ignoring her. And I'm pretty sure I clarified that we were talking about believers when they look at the book and how it's either she's ignored completely for the pain that she went through as well with Job, or she's demonized for saying curse Job and die. Like
But
I
also
think
the
that completely
God.
went over
The
your
God.
Sorry,
head.
I was just trying to focus
Hold on.
on, like,
Hello.
what I believe, like,
Hello.
the
Hello. Can
relationship
you hear me
between a
talking?
man and a wife.
Emmy, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. You cut
Hear
out
you.
like the
Emmy
first
just
time, but
talks.
we can heard you. We heard you.
But I was gonna say, Maddie, also the God. The God didn't think about Job, Job's wife when he decided to do this to Job,
Yeah.
right? Like believers ignore it, and so does the God. Go ahead, Emmy. Anytime a host talks, don't talk over them, and we can have a good conversation. Okay? Don't like that. I think the best way to do it is to not try to force your voice over a host, and then a host will not do it to you unless we're trying to get you back on topic or stop you from saying something harmful. Okay, that's how we're gonna have a civil conversation. Okay.
Oh, okay. I apologize. It kind of cut out, so I feel like I didn't really hear a lot, but
No, that's okay. I'm just saying, just to let you know, going forward, and it could have cut out. But just to let you know, going forward, if a host is speaking, just hold off because 9 times out of 10 they're trying to give information or ask you a question pertaining to the conversation, and it's the host's job to make sure the conversation stays on topic and that it goes to a deeper level for understanding for all involved. Okay, so don't don't try to fight a host voice, and it'll be a great conversation. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
okay.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Maddie. I'll be back.
Yeah, I had said my piece. I had just said that I feel like what I said went over her head. Amy, you can respond now.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to focus it. I wasn't trying to read. I guess I should have focused more on the wife's pain. But I mean, I was just trying to focus like when we're talking about how you talked about how Job like kind of left his wife alone and didn't care for her, right?
No, that's not what I said. I said that believers ignore the things that she went through. Like we don't know if Job was taking care of his wife or like helping his wife roam. We don't know that, so I'm not gonna say like that he did or did. I'm literally just talking about believers ignoring her or demonizing her, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I think I'm gonna go. Thanks. I'll listen. But
What what happened? Did
no, I'm good. I feel like I don't know. I think I need to be like more for. I want to come back one day when I'm like more formulated in my thoughts.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. It was nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too. Thanks.
Okay, bye bye. Damn, she dropped quick as hell.
She dipped fast.
That was the quickest drop I've ever seen. She said bye bye. It was literally
was
gone a
about to say,
millisecond later. Well,
like the butler on Mr. Deeds.
guys, did I scare her? I didn't even think I was like. I felt. I felt like we could have still had a conversation. She ain't want to talk. If y'all hear my cat meowing, just like ignore that.
No, she will not be ignored, or he will not be ignored.
No, Ping will be ignored because he's.
Oh,
Come here, Ping.
Ping.
Come here, Ping.
Oh,
Come here. Now I'm finna ignore him extra hard because I know he heard me telling him to come here. So
but you said no. You told them to ignore me, so
no, actually, y'all, he don't have no free will in this house. He ain't finna ignore me. Actually, now
no,
that I
that's
heard.
right. You better let them know.
Everyone, say hello to Deconstruction Kitty. Ping.
Hey, Ping.
Nothing.
Kitty.
You don't have nothing to say. No, he looks traumatized, y'all. I'm gonna put him down. He going through a lot right now. I'm just gonna let him out the room at this point. Come on, go outside with Dad. Scoot your boot.
All right, guys. In the meantime, go ahead and continue to tap the screen. Let's go ahead and do the things. We only have 560 of the little SpongeBob's. We would like to have a lot more, so let's go ahead and get those up. If you haven't already, grab your heart me's and get your points. Also, get those popular arrows going. Share it alive. Let's get up to 200 shares, and send this live out to a friend, a Christian friend, or a deconstructing friend, or an atheist friend. We just want to talk.
Also, the Gemini, I'm not your devil. The devil belongs to you, but I'm definitely your demon. So I just wanted to correct that.
G. Roy Ligney. I'm not a believer because I feel like it's a waste of time spending your whole life devoting yourself to something that you don't know is true. Now, it would be different if like we actually had substantial proof that these things were true. We are praying for a reason. We are not committing sin for a reason. Like that'd be different, right? But that's just not the case. And whenever I've called out to God or like anything, nothing has ever answered me. And I've been very willing to hear anything. I've never got an answer. And like, even if the God of Christianity was real, I wouldn't be a follower. But I like other religions. I think Hinduism is pretty cool. Yeah.
Deezier, you live in chaos. Like when you were on Jay's live, the things that you were saying it was very chaotic. Your whole foundation of your belief system is chaotic. You serve a war god who commands the raping of women, and you have to be okay with your God commanding we're not talking about whether you are in peace. You said you don't want to be around chaos. Your God is chaotic. And from what I've heard about you, you were chaotic in Jay's life. You were fighting the mute button. So you are chaotic. Your God is a war God who commands genocide. He commands the raping of women as punishment. He commands for his people to eat their own children, to kill their own children if they worship other gods. Your God condones owning other people. Come inform me. Come inform me. And then remember, Joe Barter, I'm going to take you down for just a second because
I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
fuck
I
you and
rebuke
your
you in
Oh,
room.
Jesus' name. You
This
need
is
to repent
John. This is
and
John.
stop doing this
This is
witchcraft
John.
nobody
Jezebel
told
stuff.
Hold on,
You need
hold
to
on,
get
hold on,
nobody.
Maddie. Hold on, Maddie. Hold on,
and you
hold on.
need to
Hold on.
repent.
Hold on. Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
Jezebel
Hey,
wasn't
hey,
innocent. Jezebel was
hey,
witchcraft.
hey, hey.
You
Hold on.
demon.
Deezier.
You
Is
need
this
to
peace?
repent.
Is this peace? Is this peace, Deezier? Or is this chaotic?
This
This
is
person up here,
this is
She agrees
conviction.
with
this
them.
person that's up here, Deezier, is doing this for your God. And you're gonna say he's not of God,
Yeah,
that he's of the devil.
the Bible
But
says call him.
a lot of times,
I'm
Deezier, the
calling.
devil. So is
I'm
this
calling you out.
chaotic? So is it chaotic?
Jojo, she agrees with him. She's saying he's right
No,
because
I'm
she.
asking her. Is it chaotic? So is it
I'm calling out
chaotic
your
or is it
witchcraft.
so? Okay, cool. Thank you. Called
I'm
out.
calling
Great.
out
Okay, it's called out, motherfucker, and it still ain't doing
your. It's
shit. Okay, you're
demonic.
good. Okay, cool. I told you, I am your
Repent.
demon. I am your demon.
Repent.
No, motherfucker. There you go. The answer is no. Tell Yahweh I said hell to the fucking no. Go back. Tell Yahweh in Jesus. The demon said fuck both of y'all.
I rebuke you in the name.
Go back and tell them that your
You need to
rebuke didn't
repent.
do shit. Okay, go back and tell them your rebuke
Stop.
didn't do shit, and that
Stop
he
trying to
had
come
you
against.
on this live begging. Go and
Stop
tell
trying to come
Yahweh.
against.
Hold on. Go and tell
Stop
Yahweh
trying to.
in Jesus that he had you
Stop trying to
begging
come.
for my forgiveness. Okay.
Stop trying to come against.
Now, Deezier, is this peaceful or is he chaotic?
I call.
Is it peaceful or chaotic?
We call it out.
Okay, cool. Keep calling it out. Great. Is it peaceful or chaotic, Deezier?
This is calling you out.
Okay,
Oh
great.
my
Dumb
And
gosh.
motherfucker. Cool.
that demon you're bad.
I love my demons. I'm in love with them.
I can tell. You
Right.
need
Period, sister.
deliverance.
Okay.
I'm
Well,
in
they
love
scare
Deliverance.
with my
your ass. They
demons,
scare
and
you
I
and your
I
God.
have no fear.
Yeah, you
I
sound
call
scared.
out falsehood.
You
I call.
sound scared than a motherfucker.
I
Your
call
voice
out
up here is
falsehood.
shaking, please.
Yeah.
You're literally shaking in your boots,
No,
and
I
your
call
God
out.
is not helping you. Your God is not helping you.
Imagine an all powerful God sending one of his people in here to rebuke a demon, and that demon pops out a banana and just sits back and chill.
I didn't say you were a demon. I said you're operating in a demonic.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're demonic. You
My
blatantly
Connor is actually scaring me.
blaspheme God. Blaspheme God.
Oh, I don't give a damn about your God.
You will if you don't repent, and your eternity is going
I
to be
don't
in
care.
hell.
I don't
Nobody
want to
cares.
go into eternity with you or your fucking
You need
sadistic
to
ass God.
repent.
No.
Yes, you
Wait.
need.
No, like the fact that you are begging me to do some shit.
I'm not
Like,
begging.
why you are? You're like,
I'm telling
repent.
you.
Yes. Why don't you? I mean, come on, friend. Come on,
We're
guys.
not friends.
Come
God,
on.
please, the demons from my soul, they have impacted me so much. And Joe Barter coming up here, oh Lord, oh Jesus, oh Christ above, he has
Oh, this
made me
is
realize that
John's
these
ass.
demons are inside of me.
This
And
is
please,
Psycho John.
Y'all are
just
insane.
cast these. Joe, can you
This is
please?
John's ass. This is not Joe. This is John. No, this is John.
Joe,
My name is.
Joe, can you please help me pray the demons out of me? I think I'm ready to come
You're
back
not
to
genuine.
Christ. You don't know if I'm genuine or
You're not.
not, and I think like you keep denying me, and now like I'm slowly not being genuine. Can you please help me
You're not.
pray to get these demons out of me, please?
I have
Please.
discernment.
You don't have discernment, or you
Yeah,
would have came your ass up here and looked like a fool.
yeah, I do.
Where's your discernment? Is it in
I
your
do have.
appendix? Is it in your appendix?
Look, there you go. I fucking love you. I swear I do. There you go.
Wait, Connor, can you work with me real quick with this one?
I got you.
Okay, wait, Thinker, do I have permission to do it?
To do what?
I'm gonna cast a spell and you know it's a you
No,
know
those don't work in Jesus' name. That's
what you call it
witchcraft.
spell. Do you get what I'm
No,
saying?
we have authority.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay, yeah. So Connor, when I cast it, can you please, click that little button to. All right, you ready,
All right.
Joe? Since you said I'm a witchcraft, you ready?
What?
You said we're doing witchcraft, right? I'm gonna cast a spell, and
No,
then
not you.
if it
This lady
works,
up top.
listen. If my spell works and you drop from the panel, that means your God isn't real. You ready?
That just means you click the
You
boot
ready?
button.
I
That
don't have the permission to drop you. So if you get dropped,
Yeah, that just means thinker
no,
drop me.
no.
Y'all
But
need to
listen, if you
repent.
get
Y'all
dropped,
need to
Hey,
repent.
hey,
All right, that
my
means
hands
one of
are
the
our
up.
hands
mods
are
did
up.
My
it.
Our
hands
hands
are
are
up.
up.
One of the
My
mods
hands
did it.
are up.
We
My
no, we
hands
Thinker,
don't
are up.
have
It's
we
thinker,
don't
my
have
repent.
I
mods
ain't
in this
doing
space.
shit.
We
Thinker,
don't
you
I'm
need
have
to
not
mods
doing
in
a
this
repent.
damn
space.
thing.
We
Like
don't
I ain't
have
thinker,
doing
mods in this
shit.
you need
space.
to
Okay,
you
you
need to
ready?
repent.
Joe, let me cast my wish spell. Calm down. Look, my hands
Repent
are
and
up.
believe in the
You ready?
gospel.
You ready?
Repent.
You ready? Joe.
Stop this witch.
Bippity boppity,
Believe
bippity
in
boo,
God. Y'all need to
obliviate.
thinker repent.
Obliviate.
Thinker
Obliviate.
repent.
There
My
you go,
phone in
guys.
the other
That's
room.
literally proof that the God didn't exist, because why didn't it protect him from my spell? Duh, like.
Like to have the come in here begging for motherfuckers to repent to your God. Like you are weak and so is your God. Like if your God had it was really had something, you wouldn't have to be begging motherfuckers to want it. Like y'all just be embarrassing the shit out yourselves.
He was crying as much as Jim was this morning.
And this the same motherfucking mind that Dizier's ass will agree with and say God told him to tell her that he had the right to fucking rape her ass.
They up in the comments. Well done, my brother in Christ. You did so good.
Yeah, I'm gonna show y'all Dizzier. I'm gonna show y'all just how well he did. Like he did really good. He called the demons out. I mean, gratefulness. What the hell is happening to my? I think this is the reason why it be going slow.
Desir, many blessings, and I hope one day you wake up and realizing that raping of women, no matter what side you're on, is very wrong. I hope you use the brain that you got up there, sister, because you ain't using that motherfucker right now. Thank you.
Dizzier is first off, she named herself Dizzier. Like she was trying to, I guess it like she was trying to spell desire, in a different way and trying to be exotic with how she spelled desire, but ended up making opportunity for people to use her name to fucking insult her. Like the way you spelled it looks like it could be any fucking thing. Like it wasn't smart, neither was it creative, because your creativity comes from the Holy Spirit, which is not as it's only as smart as your ass is. Like it's ignorant. The rapist desire to have you. You respect it because they desire to have you. Is that what you just typed?
What?
Is that what you just typed?
You're going to be a perfect slave to the Israelites, girl. They going to love you. They going to love you.
Oh, she said her parents named her that.
They say you're stupid,
Oh,
you're
okay.
delirious.
That's for you, Dizzier.
Cause you don't believe in Jesus.
And you, John.
You're a demon in the demon, you're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like, oh well. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And your Bible too. He's a good man, Savannah, that's what all of you say. Like, yeah, he lied, a lot of people died in the flood. They fucked up, but that's on us, at least he tried. You only see the bad, you never see the good. Go repent, don't dissent, I really think you should. I wish the fuck I would. They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Cause you don't believe in Jesus.
Yes, the fuck you did, motherfucker. You did say that shit when you was on stage. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And your Bible too.
Thinker's a witch with a B. True Jezebel snitch. Deconstructing the Bible with her demonic sales pitch.
The devil knows the scripture, that's what the Bible say. Teaching lies like the scribes, carrying lost souls away. You're going to hell.
I can tell you think it's swell, you're under us. Wait, did you just say, oh well? They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. You're a demon, you're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like, oh well. Fuck you,
Fuck you. Your rebuke didn't work.
fuck you. And your Bible too. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Watch your language, bitch, that's what you do. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Watch your mouth, but a Bible too. They say you're stupid, you're delirious. Cause you don't believe in Jesus. You're a demon, you're gonna burn in hell. But you said that last week, and I'm screaming like, oh well. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And your Bible too. Oh well, oh well. And your Bible too. Oh well, oh well. Fuck you and your Bible too.
There y'all go. I will fuck about your fucking rebukes. Is the thing freezing? No? It was freezing on my end. TikTok Studio is gonna get on my damn nerves. Selena, can you open the guest box? Cause I can't. It's the song is called
Yep.
"Watch Your Mouth." It's on Unholy Intelligence on the album that I dropped earlier 2 months ago on Apple Music. Dagny,
Yeah, Dagny, that's it.
how are you?
I'm fine. I just
How old are you? How old are you?
71.
Okay. Wait, like this is how the TikTok Studio is showing Dagny requesting right now and not on stage.
Oh no.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No,
Are you a believer? Because some of y'all can't see because we're behind because TikTok Studio for some reason my computer is like lagging. I don't know why. I think it's the frames per second the issue with TikTok Studio. But Dagny, are you a believer?
yes,
Are you
ma'am.
destructing? Or are you an atheist?
No,
Which one?
I'm a believer, but I'm not
Okay, which-
affiliated. I'm not affiliated with any
That's
church.
okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
All
Okay.
right.
And which topic did you come up to discuss? The topics are on the right hand side where it says God helped David get rid of his baby problem. Jezebel was innocent. What if Adam was abusive? Job's wife was ignored and demonized. And all of those topics are subtopics regarding the larger overall topic of women being gaslit by God in the church.
Well, I agree with you. The
Which topic do you want to talk about?
well,
Pick a
no.
topic first and then state.
Okay.
Pick a topic first and then state what you wanted to.
Job's wife.
Okay.
Excuse me.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I agree with you. The women in the Bible were treated really badly, and we have a patriotic, you know, society there with the Hebrews. So that, honey, that's not what I wanted to say. What I want
Well,
to say is
then you can't
what
say
I
what you want to
no.
say. Like, yeah,
Just let
no,
me
no,
finish,
no,
and I'll be
no,
out of here.
no,
Okay.
no, no. You cannot come up here and just say whatever you want to say. Okay, that's
Okay.
I'm trying to
All
explain
right.
to you how it works in here. I was trying to explain to you how it works in here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, the topic in this room is about women being gaslit and God and the church.
Mm-hmm.
And if you pick the
Mm-hmm.
topic of Job's wife being ignored, that's what we're going to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anything else that's on your mind,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking you to come up and share that with me.
Okay.
If you don't want to talk about the topics, I can have a mod drop you back down to the comments, okay?
Okay. Well, yeah, because I just wanted to say you're
No,
wonderful
don't say it
people.
anyway.
Yeah, you're
Don't
wonderful
say it
people,
anyway.
and
Don't
I
cross my
don't.
boundary. Hey, no. The
Sorry.
answer
Sorry.
is no. No, no, I'm glad you dropped her. If I tell you
Okay.
no, the answer is no. I don't give a damn how soft your voice is. Don't fucking cross my boundary. And then as we're talking about women being gaslit by God in the church, you do the thing that women have to fucking deal with on a daily basis when men don't respect their no. You are a prime example of that. I'm not going to let you cross my boundary. I don't give a fuck who you are. I don't care how old you are. Just because you are elderly does not give you the right to fucking cross my boundary. When I say no, that's what the fuck I mean. Can one of y'all bring up somebody? I mean, can you bring up somebody, Selena?
Did it come up?
Hold on,
Oh,
Shan,
they
because
dropped out.
Okay.
I want to get. Hold on, I want to get other thoughts on that because I think we've talked to you twice about this topic. So let me get because it's Maddie's hour and I want to give Maddie the opportunity to talk to people within her age group. So I'll bring
Okay.
you
I
up
do
just a
not
little bit
see
later,
them.
okay?
All right.
All
I do
right.
not see them. Uh,
It's three
are
people
you?
in the request. You can't see them.
No, I do not see the person that you're talking to. This is freaky. Okay, hold
Yeah, because
on.
TikTok is behind. Like the TikTok studio is behind. I can't control any of the screen. Um, it, the frames per second. Like if I up the frames per second, and like it'll put me on the FYP, but the equipment slows down. If I lower it, it'll say the quality is too low, and it won't put me on the FYP. So the only thing I know to do, Dagny, get the fuck out of my request box. Like you 71 years old acting like these fucking misogynistic ass men be acting in here. No. Jason. Okay. Can you drop Jason? He's not there. Yeah, I might have to restart because the TikTok studio is so far behind. They still talking about the song. The comments still talking about the song. Oh, who brought Dagny back up?
I didn't bring anybody up.
Yeah. Okay.
That's crazy.
I gotta restart.
Yeah, cause
'Cause
she
it
not up. I
shows
don't see her.
it shows that she's connecting. Hold on. Let me see if I can pause this. Like this is fucking crazy. I cannot
Yeah, this
pause
this
the
is
live.
stupid.
Let me see. Yeah, no, it is on my end. It's TikTok Studio. Hold on. It's because I increased the frames per second to try to fix the issue last night, and it's TikTok is my computer. Like TikTok is saying that the frames per second is too high, so I have to lower the frames per second. But once I do that, then it's not gonna put me on the algorithm because it's gonna say the frames per second is too fucking low. Yeah, I'll be back because I can't do anything. I'll be back.
Recevez la paix du Seigneur là où vous êtes, tous ceux qui ont entendu.
I was outside playing with my friend and my younger sister, and I went in to get something to drink. And he was sitting at the table with his mom, and I overheard him tell his mom that he had a crush on my younger sister. And his mom responded to him by saying, "You shouldn't like the light skinned one because she's light skinned and pretty. You should like the brown one because she's brown skinned and ugly girls treat you better." That devastated me. And I went into my friend's room, sat on her bottom bunk, and cried to myself. And I didn't tell anybody what I had heard. I internalized that. And from that, I grew and built this negative core value about myself and about life that because I was brown skinned, that meant that I was ugly and that. All right, let's see if this works. Uh, let's see. I can see the amount of followers are the same. Can somebody send a gift? And let me see if it updates in real time. Okay, yeah, it's updating in real time for now. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I apologize. I think I'm gonna have to get a supercomputer to just to fucking stream. Uh, I have an all-in-one um PC. Like I don't usually use PC. I usually use Mac. Like most of my devices in my house, not most, all but this one are Apple. And then I had to buy a PC in order to use TikTok Studio because they didn't have Studio on Mac. And I bought it all in one so I wouldn't have to like a lot of clutter around my desk. But like the all in one, like it's not powerful. Although it the specs on it was saying that it's one of the higher end ones. I don't too much like PC.
Hi, my name is Christina. I was wondering if anyone can help me. I'm a single mother here. I need some baby formula.
I bet you that motherfucker thought we were Christians. I guarantee you, they thought we were Christians. You said all in ones for that. It was saying that it was good for streaming. With the specs that I got because I checked that. Um, but it seems like the frames per second that it just doesn't work good with TikTok Studio. Y'all continue to share the live. I have not spoken to YouTube fam tonight. What's up, y'all over there? When I I wanted to wait to bring y'all on to see if the stream was gonna work tonight because we had a lot of technical issues last night. So I want to say what's up, Cleveland, Brian, tithing windmill said he was going to take withdrawals. Like I was feeling it too. Like yesterday was a motherfucker. What's up, Hillwood? Insult us. Like what you're doing, Kristen, like you're just tainting what that other woman already did. Like if you're trying to, raise awareness, what you're doing, it's not helping. You're making it into a fucking joke. And let her do what she's doing. Like stop trying to steal her shit.
And it didn't sound genuine. Like
He's
literally
trying to
nobody would believe that.
right. Like he's fucking turning it into a troll. Like you're not raising awareness about anything doing that shit. All right, y'all. We're at 24 shares. A 108 people. Let's see if we can get it built back up. Shandy, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
She said she in there on purpose.
Hey, Shandy, what's up?
Hey, Thinker.
Hey.
Hey, Miss Maddie.
Hi.
You don't have to smile. That wasn't a command. That was like a request.
I
Don't
will
ever
smile.
do what nobody tell you to do. Boundaries. Have you heard Boundaries by Thinker?
Yeah, I heard it.
That's my new life anthem. I wanted to say there was like 2 to 3 things I wanted to say. Miss Maddie, 19, right?
Your phone going in and out, Shandy.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Can
now.
you hear me okay now? Miss Maddie, are you 19, right?
Yes, now.
Okay. Oh God, she memeing me. God dog. I'm an old motherfucker. She already know. Okay, so basically I'm 49. I probably could have had you 1, maybe 2 times if I was, on that Israelite grape type of, bullshit we read about. So hold on. Okay, so basically, okay. Thanka, check me because you knew me. This after dark Shanny. Okay. Miss Maddie, I just got in like 20 minutes ago, 20, maybe 30. Okay. But Miss Maddie, I know you have seen me send you requests for lives when whatever. It don't matter. Anyway, I just wanted to give you your props. As a young Black woman, very young, with her due diligence to dissect, reflect on all the bullshits. Because I wish I had. I really do. Oh, she got pink. Pink in my happy color. Oh, she got the pink on top. Oh God, pink, and she got my happy color. My whole office is pink. Okay, sidebar. I'm sorry. Can you still hear me? Okay.
Yeah, y'all keep sharing the live. We're 8 minutes in. We're at 75 shares. Only 25 more to go to reach the 100 shares within the first 15 minutes. Appreciate y'all so much. Yeah, we can.
And if a punk ass Christian pop up, in a request box, feel free to mute me and handle what you got to handle. But I wanted to give Miss Maddie. I saw that she was up here, and I want to give Miss Maddie her props because I'm deconstructing this year, earlier part of this year. Thank her with her brilliance and the with a plus sign theology, with a plus sign oh so smart humor, plus sign everyone else that think it has commission in for our community. I've learned a lot. Okay, so I've been around these TikTok streets and boulevards. So Miss Maddie, you 1949. I got 30 years on you. Not to say as a flex. I'm just saying it as a way of letting you know. Taking a deep breath, I'm sorry. But deconstruction is hard. And I hope whenever I, go 6 feet under, I can at least leave a legacy of letting my children and grandchildren. I have 2 grown children, way over you, Miss Maddie, and I have 4 grandchildren. The oldest is 8. That little one, golly, that 8-year-old, like 38. She keep me on my toes. Okay, that's my personal. But with those 6 children of my own, from my bloodline or lineage, that David bullshit ass lineage, but a better lineage. I got 6 babies. I hope that I leave a mark of knowing your boundaries, of don't accept anything off no mofo, and continue to think, because through this destruction I have gotten to realize how stupid and fucked up I sounded as a Christian. I sound like I think I was close to them other motherfuckers, but I mean they crazy, the ones that
Hold on,
come up.
Shani.
I just want to give Maddie some props for doing it young.
I got you, friend. But I'm trying to figure out where you going with this. We Dipset?
Thank you, Shani.
Yeah.
You don't understand. As an older woman, I'm going through trauma at 49. I had a mental health session with my therapist today, and I finally accepted some help because some things I'm not happy with in my life today that stemmed from traumas that happened from age 4 to 15. And with that, I realized on this day, and I told my husband this. I've been with my husband over 30 years. We met when we were 17 in high school, English class, with a tall, um, like my husband, but him, that don't matter. But anyway, that's where we met, and we've been together ever since. Okay, but with that being said, I didn't realize how much things that can happen so young to a person can affect you so old as a person.
Yeah.
It really can distort your thought process, your reflexes, your even your morals, even some of the things you shouldn't take and may take, or think and not think without thinking, if that makes sense. And today I had a really powerful session. I had my first role play with my therapist, and I'm not going deep dive into that. I'm not going to do no trauma dump, but y'all know I've been through some stuff, and I recently had some traumatic issues. That's not the point. The point of it all is to say that, whew, with all this being said, I know if there is one person in this deconstruction process, we are not, no one I have ever even met on these TikTok streets are trying to convert. They just want to make you think. It's okay to think. It's okay to explore your thoughts. Okay. And Get your answers. If you can't find your answers, don't accept any bullshit ass answers. Just let it be known that it is unknown, and that's fine. Because I give credit to my progression my progression in my recovery from the trauma that I've been through. I'm not giving credit to the God. I'm giving credit to me. Guess who did the fucking footwork? Shani. Shani did it all by her damn self. When I had to look up at my first person that pinned me down in a bed to the point where I couldn't move to say, get off me, I looked to the right and I told God, I said, look, no one's ever going to believe me. This was age 15. I looked to the window to my right. I turned my head and I said, no one's ever going to believe me but me, him, and God. No one. And you know what I found out at age 49? And many years kind of throughout between there, I found out God didn't do it. I had to do it. So we have to dig in and give credit to ourselves. These are women, beautiful Black women. We have some white women. I'm not racist. I don't judge nobody. I'm a humanist. But if you have gone through something, please give yourself the credit instead of giving it to an invisible God that didn't do the work. Don't give it to a God that didn't do at least half the work that you have done to heal. I'm sorry if I went too deep, and I hope everybody understood.
Yeah, and I think what you're experiencing, it sounds like you had a breakthrough and you're processing that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I love that for you.
I
You
do.
sound happy and excited about what it is that you're learning about yourself and the healing that is in store for you through that. It is what it sounds like. You sound hopeful, even while you talk about this traumatic thing.
Mhm.
There is hope behind it. I can hear it. Does that make sense? Like you might not have, and I don't know if you have, but you might not have reached that. What it is, what I'm hearing, but I can hear it. Yeah, you sound empowered. You sound
I am.
grateful. You like I
This is the best
I love it.
empowerment I have. I'm sorry to. I don't mean to overtalk you while you're talking because I know that shit. I know the rules. Are you finished with
No,
what you
no,
were
no.
saying?
Go
Because if
ahead.
I
No, go ahead.
think will check my ass, she don't give a fuck who your ass is. Okay, but I don't want to impede on what you were trying to say. But from what you just said, yes, I do feel empowered today in the most way I've ever felt because I did the footwork. I dug in. I explored. And I'm giving myself the motherfucking credit.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm not
absolutely.
giving it to no one else. I'm not giving it to a guy in the sky. And I'm not trying to pass judgment on anyone or tell you what to do with in your life. But if there's anyone who's doubting themselves, give it to yourself. Ask yourself one question. Who is actually doing the work in caps? If it's you, if you're doing way more than him, give it to yourself. It's okay. It is okay to give yourself the credit for what you are trying to do for yourself. I'm healing. I think I'm healing. I'm not healed with ed. I'm healing with ing.
Mm-hmm.
But so Miss Maddie, I just want you to know you're 19. My oldest is 30. My youngest is 27. And the journey that you on and checking motherfuckers on that bullshit, I like it. Keep it going because your head is on straight. You know where you at. Even if you change your mind, it's okay. You can deconstruct, reconstruct, construct. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Do whatever you got to do to make it right just for you. And I just wanted to give you your flowers today because I haven't seen you on the stage and you cammed up. Go ahead with the pink hair, my happy girl. Oh, go ahead. She cocked it to the side. I wanted to give you your flowers because you are making an impact. I know you're young, but you're outspoken. You got questions, and you'll check a motherfucker just as quick as Thinker would. Okay, you don't hold back, and I like that. We need the realists in these streets. These some dumbass motherfuckers around here. Okay, um, so not to judge nobody, but sometimes you just gotta call a thing a thing. I don't want to take too much time. Thinker, she knows I'm going through some things. Okay, I'm healing. We're good, but I got me. I'm grabbing onto me and I'm gonna hold on to me as tight as I fucking can because there ain't no God in the sky that gonna do it better than me for me. The next thing, I think I go get some coffee or go to the bathroom? I got one sidebar question that's way off topic.
I think Thinker did go use the bathroom. Wasn't
Okay,
rolling my eyes at you.
say what now?
My I said I wasn't rolling my eyes at you. My partner was pissing me off. But yeah,
Oh, I didn't think I didn't catch it. I'm a little litty. I'm not lit. You know, I got 10 floors of elevation in my building that I made for myself.
it's okay.
So, and you know,
I know you be turned up off that drink sometimes, but you grown,
yeah,
so
I'm growing as hell and I'm in and I gotta get my ass up in about 3 to 4 hours and start all over again to, get my bag, grab that bag and whatever. But I'm not I'm not so wasted that I'm not coherent. And I hope people hear my message.
we got you.
I
I
really
understood your
I
message
really
perfectly fine.
I got you. And I know you do. I wanted to tell Thinker or not tell her, but ask her one question about that motherfucker, Dr. Paul, aka David.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about that motherfucker.
I know.
He,
Okay.
he's a non-factor.
I know, but
Mm-mm.
you do. I don't think you. Did you talk to Oso about him
Yeah, I did.
claiming you?
Yeah, I did. I don't want
That
to talk about that
was
motherfucker.
weird as fuck, and I didn't like it. I
Yeah,
was
I missed the
uncomfortable
chapter.
for you. You need to
yeah.
miss it.
I,
Don't
I don't.
even
I don't
check
want to
in.
talk about that.
Don't even check in. I'm just telling you. I saw him somewhere else on the TikTok street/boulevard, Tick
Shanny,
Street, Talk
Shanny.
Boulevard, and I didn't like it. And I would check a motherfucker real quick. I'm gonna leave it
Yeah,
there. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I know. Think about the check me. I know.
yeah,
I just wanted to make sure that you knew what we knew.
yeah. I do.
I didn't
I
like
do.
it. That nigga is.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Shanny. Yeah, no.
He crazy.
I'm gonna drop you. I know. I'm gonna put you back in the chat. Okay.
That is perfectly fine. I'm done with all my talking points.
All right.
Everybody else
Cool.
have a great night. Okay. Thank you
All
for your time.
right.
Shanny, thank you. I don't know. I be forgetting people be looking up to me for inspiration, even like people older than me. I always be thinking like maybe I'll be touching some kids my age. I don't really think I'd be touching y'all for real. No.
So rephrase that.
What?
Rephrase the way you said that.
Yeah, girl. Now you acting like
Girl.
you just be
Hey,
like,
motherfucker, this is
uh-uh.
TikTok, Maddie. Listen, this is TikTok.
Okay, I don't think I'd be impacting y'all for
Yeah,
real.
there you go.
I
Somebody
don't be
go.
giving y'all holy
You
back
be chopped and
shots.
screwed. You be chopped and screwed on some Christian's page. Maddie said she touched kids. Maddie touched kids. Maddie touched kids. Like, yeah. Watch how you say shit because they will edit the fuck out of it.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be touching people. I just feel like I'm me. I don't know. Like I feel like I deconstructed faster than a lot of people, but I've always been like it either it is or it ain't. So That's just always where I've been. And literally, once I started questioning, I think I was questioning for like a week. And then I wasn't questioning no more. I was like, literally, one day I was just in my room. I never even said my last prayer. Actually, I never said my last prayer. I never said like a goodbye. I'm not believing at you or anything like that. Like
Oh, did you
y'all, I
leave the
really
door?
didn't give a fuck.
Did you leave the door open?
I did. I did not say a last prayer because I felt like I saw some videos people saying talk about what their last prayer was, and I all I could think in my head is, why the fuck you praying to him and he don't exist? So maybe I was too hard.
No,
Maybe
you
I
did
went too hard.
I don't know. I just
Say
said fuck the
one.
motherfucker. Like once I realized what it was, I was like, oh no, fuck this shit. I was like, fuck this
Yeah.
motherfucker. Yeah.
I was just thinking in my head, like one day I just sat up on my bed and I was like, fuck
But you
God,
know
he
how
don't exist.
Rich, some people do that last prayer, and they'll say, God, if you're real, right? If you're real, I need you to show me. A lot of people do that right before they go into deconstruction. And we've had several people in here who've shared that last prayer. Like one person was they were in church, a prophet was there, and they asked the prophet to speak. They asked God if they basically told God they were on their last leg with them, and they asked the God to speak to them through the prophet, let the prophet point them out. And they said they sat there while the guest prophet was pointing people out, and the prophet never pointed them out. So they said they left and they went and got in the car and they cried the whole way home because they realized that two things: if the God was real and he heard that he was on his last and about to leave, the God didn't care enough to answer that prayer and have the prophet speak to him when the prophet was there, or that the God wasn't real. So they had to. It was hard for them to accept what they were feeling, but that was their last prayer to the God. And it's usually that if you're real, then you've got to do something now because I'm about to walk out. Kind of like an abusive relationship.
Yeah, I feel like I've been asking that my whole life though. Like, I don't know, when I was little and I used to like hear stories of like God coming and talking to people in their dreams. When I be having hard decisions, believe it or not, I was having some hard decisions. Maybe like not life altering hard, but for me at the time, they were hard decisions. I'm like, God, can you please come and like talk to me in my dream like you do everybody else and like give me some insight because I know you know everything. He ain't never come to me, so I was just like, maybe I ain't holy enough for him to be answering me. And then like right before I started talking to my now boyfriend, I dated this guy and his people didn't want me to talk to him because they were low key racist as fuck. But they just kept telling him like, oh well, she comes to our church. Like, we'll let you date her. Like, let her come to our church. Mind you, there's only one black family at this church, and it's non-dominational. They're like, oh yeah, just let her come to the church. And I think for about a week. Oh, they made us write letters back and forth, you guys. That's the crazy part. That's like he could not have a phone. They literally took his phone because he was talking to me, and I was a black girl. Also took his virginity, but we're gonna slide right past that because that was like he proposed it. I was just like, okay, cool. But yeah, they didn't like that. And they made us write notes back and forth. So in the notes, he was like, feel like they'll let me date you if you come to church. Like they just keep saying they want to meet you at church. They want to meet you at church. They want to meet you at church. So I think for two notes, I let in, I learned a little bit more about scripture. I think for that third letter back, I basically just told him like, I really like you, but I'm not coming to your fucking church. Well, three
Hold on,
this
you
bullshit.
going in and out. I can't hear you. Y'all keep feeding the beast. Let's see if we can get some people in here. Right now it's looking like it's just us again. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote him 3 long letter, like a 3-page letter about how I think his church is bullshit. They're a cult. I think it's silly that I have to come to his church when I was already Baptist. I have to come to his church and convert to non-denominational to talk to him. I basically told him it was fucking stupid. And when he wrote back, this was the last letter that he actually wrote me. He was like, I actually agree with you. I literally think there's no point of you coming to my church and converting to what I believe in. And I was like, so glad you agree. And he wrote like some other stuff, but that's like personal. And then his next letter was basically like a cease and desist on some shit. Like, I could tell it wasn't him writing it because it's not how he wrote. And it was just like, oh, I just feel like we're going down 2 different paths and we have 2 different outlooks on life.
Hold on.
I was
I don't
like,
know.
what?
Hold on. Official Don, I don't know who the fuck you are. So why should I already know that you're going to request up? Second, you're not in the request. Like so what? I don't know who the fuck you are. Maddie, when like why didn't it like did your parents say anything about you dating a guy whose parents was against your black skin and needed you
Oh,
to like come to church and oh that's pretty, thank you Joshua, they needed you to come to church, change, basically coming to church and joining their religion is washing you clean of your black skin.
yeah, my mom did actually. My mom is very against me dating outside of my race. She just agreed to it with my boyfriend Owen.
Well, that's
Actually,
not
she
what I'm
finally.
asking. Is Owen's
Yeah,
parents
I was saying,
racist?
yeah, she had a problem with it. Like, I talked to her about it, and she was like, "You should expect that." Like, they don't. She was like, "They don't like us. They don't like our skin. They don't like we're happy and comfortable in our skin." And their kids aren't the same way, but they're the same way. Like, they want you to renounce your blackness. They want you to hate your own skin if you want to date their kids. That's just who they are. No,
So
my
is
mom would
is,
say stuff
is
like that
his
all the
parents
time.
like that too?
Who?
Oh, your current boyfriend, is his parents against you being black too?
Not at all.
Oh,
Actually,
okay.
my parents
Yeah.
love
So
me.
yeah. So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about dating someone outside of your race whose family is against you being black. That's like
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about with my mom. She was like, "Yeah, you should expect that. Like, that's what they're gonna do. They want you to renounce your blackness. They want you to throw away your culture, and they want you to convert to them." Yes, I date black guys. I date anybody that I like. Actually, I just move where the wind takes me.
yeah, she just
But
she loves who she loves. But
right,
I and I get it. But like somebody can be fine as fuck, right? But if they're surrounded by racism, I'm not going to put myself in that situation because it's gonna bring stress on our relationship. We're gonna be fighting and arguing. I can't go with you with family. They can't come over. Like it's just not a good idea. I don't think.
yeah,
Like yeah, no, I would never date hell to the motherfucking no. I would not ever date a Christian. No, that to me, like there are some people, some atheists who can, not me.
yeah.
I would be too vocal. And we would have way too many arguments because a Christian male. I think a Christian male is different than a Christian female because we are more willing to be understanding of our counterparts and their right to autonomy. Christian men are not. So there is no fucking way in hell that I would ever date a Christian man, a spiritual man, a man who has a God. I would never date a man who has a God.
Yeah. I mean, he got into a big argument with his parents about me too. I I really think he tried to call me like right before they took his phone, and he was like, it was a voice message. He was like, "I need you to answer the phone. I just got into a really big fight with them about you." I'm
That
pretty sure that
hold on.
was exactly what it was.
Look how this is. I'm gonna tell y'all. This is one of the reasons why I would never date a man who has a God, because they're dumb. This dumb motherfucker gonna say we don't date, we marry.
You just marrying strangers.
They're too dumb to fuck with me, for one. They have a God and they have no mind. So there's no fucking way that I would ever date a man with a God. Well, you should have thought before you typed that shit. Y'all don't think. You do shit in defense of your God and your belief system. To me, it makes you weak. It makes you vulnerable. It makes you controllable. Hell no, I would never date y'all asses. You don't even have the fucking balls to drop your own motherfucking balls. You holding up another nigga balls. No. Then you scared of women like me because you think that we trying to flex bigger balls than you. No, I would never date an insecure ass man with a God. No.
But he's not a Christian anymore. I had talked to him recently, like I think last summer when I went home and we were talking. He was like, "Yeah, when he was like, the big fallout with you really just started at all. Like I don't even go to church anymore. I won't step foot in that church." And I'm like, whoa. Like I don't want to separate a family. Like when he was dead set on that, like he moved out of their house and went to go live with his sister. Cause they were like, we want you to go to church. And he was like, no. Like he's just been strictly against it ever since they made us stop talking. And like, he's a cool young man. He's pretty great. His parents suck, but he's great. But Owen's parents isn't like that. Actually, the only reason Owen is Christian is because his grandmother is Catholic. He told me his dad is an atheist, and his mom like never really talked about religion, and he will only go with his grandmother. So, and I'm pretty sure if me and his dad sit down, we'll go on a whole like Christianity is really stupid rant. That's basically what he told me. That if me and his dad ever sat down, we'll probably agree so much he'll have to separate us.
It's interesting that he took he chose his grandmother to please his grandmother, or chose his grandmother over, whatever his dad taught him about atheism growing up. And not saying that, he's wrong for choosing Christianity. It's just wondering what made him follow his grandmother and be a Christian and not necessarily his dad who is an atheist. Because normally children end up being whatever their parents are, just simply because it's all about you know what you're taught, like your upbringing, the information that you're receiving from the adults around you, like how your mind and your worldview is shaped when you're young. And so it's interesting that he did lean towards his grandmother's belief system instead of his dad.
I think they kind of stayed out of it. Like when he said grew up, they never really talked about Christianity or anything like that. Like they just left it up to their kids. And his grandmother would just always take him to church. So because he was raised in it, kind of stuck. But like, y'all, he low key deconstructing. Like we be talking about a lot of stuff, and he done said some questionable things when he'll hit me on the live. He'll be like, "They sound so fucking stupid. He don't exist," and I'm like, "Whoa, whoa, what are you? Oh, what is that? What was that? Oh, it's not on my head no more. I don't know. That just freaked me out. I don't know what that was. It looked like a roach or something. But he'll say some crazy stuff, and I'll just be like, "That's not your line. That's not on your script." But yeah, maybe he's probably deconstructing. Sorry, I screamed like that, Thinker. It actually did frighten me a little bit.
Was it a gift? I couldn't see anything.
I think it
Gift
was.
box was open.
I think it was. I just don't know what type of gift it was. It really freaked me out.
I can imagine. That's.
Hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Because I'm not gonna give nobody no fucking ideas. Official John, how are you? Who are you? Who are you?
My name is Don. I think I was on probably about a week ago. We was talking about Job's wife in the Old Testament.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you think that you're the only person that I talked about Job's wife to?
Oh, you probably talk about that often. It's on your prompts. But I felt like I had a pretty good argument for it. So, felt like that would have stuck a little bit.
Oh, you okay? So you felt like that I shouldn't remember you or know you because you had a really good argument.
I don't think you should
Let me
remember me
finish
at all.
talking. Let me finish
Oh,
talking.
go ahead.
Well, what you said in the chat was you should, right? Already know I'm going to request up. That's what you said. You should already know that I'm going to request up. And I like if I did talk to you a week ago, I honestly don't remember. But if I did talk to you a week ago, you wouldn't be the only person that I've talked to about Job, right? I've had so many conversations with people about Job's wife. I've heard all different arguments. Some, not necessarily. I don't know. I guess I'm confused on when you saying you had a pretty good argument. A pretty good argument to me would be someone presenting new information to me that would make me change my what I already know and what I already think about Job's wife situation in the story. And I don't think I've learned any new information from any of you believers who've joined the stage, and so it makes me wonder how you uh, assess your argument and your conversation. Is it based on you being proud of yourself, or based on you being able to provide a new information and a shift in understanding? What's success to you in these conversations?
Well, just effectively getting the correct statements from the Bible out. I don't like anything being. I'm someone that's very. I read the Bible from a legal and a legit literal standpoint. So just making sure that what was being stated was accurate. There was times that I remember in our conversation that it wasn't things weren't lining up with scripture. So to me,
Stop.
success is.
Hold on. Let's address that.
Okay.
All right. Specifically, what was not lining up with scripture? Specifically, what did you correct?
I remember you said something about God allowing Job, or God smiting Job instead of Satan doing it, and that just wasn't scripturally accurate.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you provide a scripture where it said, "And Satan did it"? It was Satan's fire from heaven.
Yes. Do you want me to pull it up?
Yeah. Show me where it said. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I got you. You're making me reach for my butt. Let me park real quick. Hold on. All right. I got you. All right. So I remember it was early. I believe it was Job 4. Sorry, I don't got it off the top of my head, but I'm working on that. So we'll go to Job. There it is. Right behind Psalms. All right. Hold on, I'm pulling in here right now. All right, cool. So I remember we were talking, it started, the conversation was, you said God brought Job to Satan, and he's like, look at my finest follower, right? He's like, look at how good Job is here. Why am I in the Psalms? He's like, look how good Job is, and then Satan goes, he's only good to you because you give him everything he wants. Let me at him, and we'll see what happens. But I'll give you the exact reading. All right, I'm gonna start from Job 1:8 here. All right, so then the Lord asked Satan, "Have you noticed my servant Job? He's the finest man in all the earth. He is blameless, a man of complete integrity. He fears God and stays away from evil." Satan replied to the Lord, "Yes, but Job has good reason to fear the Lord. You've always put a wall of protection around him and his home and his property. You've made him prosper in everything he does. Look how rich he is. But reach out and take away everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face." Whoa, bold came from Satan there. Then this is the Lord responding. "All right, you may test him." Did he say, I'm a test him, or did he say, you may test him? Okay, he says, all right, you may test him. The Lord said to Satan, "Do whatever you want with everything he possesses, but do not harm him physically." All right, so Satan left the Lord's presence. So that's my point there. I wanted to really just that's all I wanted to like that as far as that's concerned. It says, all right, you may test them. It didn't say I'm gonna test them. So
Yeah, that's interesting. Whose fire is that? In Job 1:18. I mean 16. Whose fire is that? The fire of who?
oh, he got it on the screen. Look at that. While he was speaking, another came and said, the fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheets and the servants and consumed them. Yeah. This is also, the Satan can't do that, right? Satan can't bring fire down from the sky.
He can't, can he?
No, not at
He
all.
can't.
Nope.
Who gave the Satan power to use his fire?
To burn down the sheet. Oh, it was God's fire. I mean, the fire.
Hey. Who handed the power to the Satan to use his fire and his wind?
Satan never
Who
used
gave
God's
him the
fire.
power?
He's got.
Hold on. If Satan never used your God's fire, I want you to listen to what the fuck's coming out your mouth.
Go ahead.
Okay? If Satan never used your God's fire, yet your God's fire came down and fucked up Job's house, fucked up his servants, fucked up his sheep, then that means your God did it and not Satan. Because Satan has never used your God's fire.
That's good. I'm glad you brought this up because I'm gonna use this in the Jezebel argument. I just want you to. I got you. I got you.
Who did it?
Let me read it. Can I read?
No. Who did it? You just said
All right.
Satan never used your God's fire. My stance is that your God gave Satan power to use his shit.
Mm-hmm.
But if your God didn't give Satan the power to do it, who used your God's fire to fuck up Job's life?
That verse that you got on the screen, that's Job 1:16. 1:16.
Who used whose fire fucked up Job's life?
The fire, let's see. The fire of God fell from heaven and burned up the sheep and the servants and consumed them. So it says the fire of God.
Did Satan have permission to use the fire of God, or did your God use the fire himself? Which one? I'm trying to figure out.
It's the God's fire. It didn't say he uses it.
So who sent his fire?
The fire belongs to God.
Who sent it?
The fire belongs to God.
So God sent it?
God, if he wanted to, yeah, he could.
Did he send it here?
It says it's God's fire. It never said.
So who
Hold on.
Who commanded the fire to do what God wanted it to do?
I'm trying to read
Satan. So in your hold on. In your stance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Satan wanted to fuck up Job's life. Satan wanted to
Yes.
burn up Job's sheep, right?
Yes.
These are Satan's desires. Satan wants to burn up Job's sheep. Satan wants to kill Job's servants, right? And he wants to use fire to do it. And for Satan to get what he wants, to get his desire, your God's fire is used to do it. How did your God's fire give Satan what he wanted in this situation?
That would be God allowing the fire on Satan's request.
How did he allow it? Did he tell the fire to do it, or did he give Satan access to the fire?
The same way he allows Satan to test him, right?
So he gave Satan access to the fire.
On his request.
Right. So he allowed Satan to use his power to fuck up Job's life.
It burned up his sheep and his servants. I don't think it fucked up his life. No.
Are you using fire right now? Is that God's fire?
Oh no, this is mine right here.
Yeah. So the same way you flipping that lighter right now.
Yeah.
I just need to know, did Satan have a God's power lighter and then he just lit Job's shit on fire?
Well, from what the passage says, I would assume Satan goes, let me bring the fire down on him, and God would have allowed that.
Mm-hmm. And so this conversation where your God is they're at the angel conference and the Satan is walking up and your God goes, hey, homie, come here for a second. He's like, where you been, bro? Just walking, chilling, trying to see what the fuck's going on up in this motherfucker. And he's like, "Oh, hey, have you seen my boy Job?
Yeah.
Like he a good one. He followed the law. Blah blah blah." He's like, "Man, I ain't studying Job. You got a hedge around old boy. Like that's a waste of motherfucking time. Like what I'm gonna be fucking with Job for?"
Mm-hmm.
And then the Satan says, "But hey, if you want to test them, like if you stretch out your hand and it's like stop giving them shit, take away everything that you've done, and like he'll probably fucking curse you to your face." And then the God goes, "You know what? Better yet, you do it. I'm gonna let you do it. I'm gonna allow you to do it."
Yeah.
That's your God.
Mm.
The Satan never asked for Job. Your God brought Job to Satan. Satan never said, "Give me the power." Your God offered the power to Satan. If it's your God's fire, he gave Satan access to it.
Okay.
This is your God, and you didn't prove shit. And this is most likely why I don't remember who the fuck you are.
Okay.
This is a waste of a fucking conversation. And then
respond?
the topic is about Job's wife. The topic is about her being ignored. And if you came up here and changed the fucking topic to talk about the fucking man again, this again would be why I don't fucking remember who the hell you are.
I talk about Job's wife, right? We were talking about, I agree with you. She was emotionally afflicted the same way Job was, right? With the law, because y'all remember I remember you brought up that Job's children, same thing. Hey, Job can't have kids by himself, so obviously it's him and his wife's children. You brought up that she resided in the house as well, so it was also it was her house as well. And both of those things, definitely hit the can there. So I would agree with you that she was emotionally afflicted. I wouldn't even argue that, not at all.
She was more than emotionally afflicted, nitwit.
Oh man, no, she wasn't. All right, go ahead.
You sound dumb as fuck.
Okay, how was she?
Like, are you fucking married?
I'm 22, man.
What the fuck does that mean?
You're not getting married at 22?
So motherfuckers don't get married at 22?
I'm not saying they do, but I don't.
So what the fuck does your age have to do with anything?
You asked me a question, I answered no about marriage.
And then the answer is no, I'm not married. I don't give a fuck about your age. You being 22 does not stop you from being able to get married. This motherfucker's married at 18. Do you fucking have kids?
Oh, no. Nope.
So you talking about some shit that you've never even experienced. You've never had a spouse. You've never had to share a home with another person. You've never had to share children with another person. You've never had to share a life with another person. And so you are talking about something that you've never ever experienced.
Isn't that the most important thing to talk about? Before I do it, let me talk about it so I don't jump in I'm
not talking about marriage, dumb fuck. I'm talking about losing.
So clarify.
I'm talking about sharing a life. You can't talk about whether the other half of a marriage experiences the same things as the other half if you've never fucking lived it. You've never had to share a home with somebody. You've never had to have children and share those children with another human. You've never had to share a life. Shut the fuck up, I'm talking. You've never had to share a life with another human being day after day after day after day and make a covenant with that person for you to think that you have the experience or the audacity or the authority to dismiss whether what she experienced was more than emotional. You don't know what that is. You don't know what that feels like.
Was her kidneys pulled out?
You're inexperienced, and you're talking about something that you have no experience to talk about.
Was her kidneys pulled out? Did she get leprosy?
He didn't fucking get leprosy. He did not get leprosy, dumb fuck. He got kidney failure. She had to take care of his ass. She had to wipe his ass. She had to wash his fucking boils. She had to smell that shit.
So did she get kidney failure?
Yes,
doesn't matter. She's seeing her partner.
Yes, she did get it. She did get it. Bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh, motherfucker. Now, this is the crazy thing. Y'all want to go to the fucking garden and claim bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh until it no longer fucking serves you. Because either the two become one, and you are one motherfucking flesh in your God when you marry somebody, and what he go through, you go through, and what she go through, he go through, then or you're fucking not. Because if he got kidney failure, and that means that and they are together, that means she got that shit too. She experiences him being sick. She experiences the nights that he is in pain and can't lay on his ass because he got balls all on the motherfuckers. Him not being able to walk. She literally says in the Septuagint that he has to sleep in his dung and she has to wipe this shit. She has to get a job and go become a servant and go door to door and does not get to sleep until the sun goes down. So everything his motherfucking ass could no longer do because your God decided to fucking play Russian roulette with his life, she had to pick up and do. And take care of herself while taking care of him and making sure they eat and rebuilding back what the fuck they lost. But nobody want to talk about that. You want to say, oh, her feelings was just hurt, motherfucker. You done lost your goddamn mind. And this is why I go hard on this shit. You women in the comments talking about why she's so angry, because there'll be 22 dumb fucks like this that will try to dismiss the shit that women go through on a daily basis when these motherfuckers ain't nothing but a fucking drop in the bucket. What they provide, what they bring to the whole motherfucking story is a fucking pole. They're the fucking hose. They're a spray can. Even when they spray that shit, we gotta carry it. The bullshit baggage that they bring, we gotta fucking carry it, and we gotta build through that shit. And then you motherfuckers want to come in and eat off our shit when we still build any fucking way. Y'all got the game fucked up, and I will never approach this bullshit with kindness.
That was good. I think Job's wife was tremendous.
Before you start, you're just being fucking insensitive. Like, it's kind of like saying her husband died, but she didn't die, so there's nothing wrong with her.
Okay, that's
fucking
not what
insensitive.
I said.
That's damn near what you said, though. You asked, did she have it? But doesn't matter. It's her husband. She has to watch her husband go through that shit. Mm-hmm. And then she has to pick up the fucking slack.
I think Job's wife is a tremendous woman.
Insensitive. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
It's being insensitive. It's being insensitive because you're saying because she didn't go through it, literally it's dismissing her again. But like Thinker said, she has to pick up his slack. She has to take care of him.
She lost her home. He said he claims the only thing she experienced was emotional. She fucking lost her home. She lost her income. She had to work. She had to carry everything on her fucking back because your God put him on his ass. This is how ignorant y'all are. And this is exactly why I say I would never date a man with a God, because you are told how to think. I mean, you are told what to think and not how.
Respectfully, we wouldn't date you, but
good motherfucker. Tell everybody don't fucking
amazing.
Date. Hold on. Look at my motherfucking face. Go tell every motherfucker with a God don't like this bitch here. I want y'all motherfuckers to scream it from the rooftops. Get a megaphone and tell every last one of them, don't fucking date Thinker.
Do not date anybody unequally yoked. That's biblical.
Oh, you're tell them motherfuckers don't date Thinker's ass. Get t-shirts.
Who the fuck would want to date a Christian man like you and you don't even have empathy? I do. You don't even have the emotional intelligence to talk about this shit. Who the fuck want to date you? And I feel bad for your girlfriend, dead ass. Oh. If you get sick and she crying because you sick, you're gonna be like, well, what are you crying for? You aren't sick.
She's so sweet about it. Look, I'll tell you right now though. Hey, like I said, I think Job's wife is a tremendous woman. That being said, I told you I read the book. I read the Bible literally, right?
I don't care.
I'm just trying to explain my position. Can you let me do that?
But you're trying to explain it while I was talking, so I don't care.
Okay, go ahead.
Dead ass. Just shut up. Like, what? Because I know everybody else heard me talking, right? And then he just started trying to diverge on whatever fuck he wants to talk about. You saying, oh, we wouldn't date you. Thank fucking God. If that motherfucker did exist, that's the correct thing he did. Don't nobody want to date you emotionally ignorant motherfuckers. Like, who would want to date you?
Why do you think I'm void of emotions, dude?
You damn sure don't understand them. If they ain't dead themselves or if they ain't sick themselves, you don't understand it. I mean, you might as well literally using your logic. A mother whose child has cancer is only going through it emotionally. Only emotionally. Cause she doesn't have the cancer, right? So it's only affecting her emotionally. Like she's just sad. Like there's nothing else wrong with her though. That's your fucking logic. You aren't intelligent when it comes to talking about shit like this. You literally suck. You're ignorant. And it's not that hard to understand. Like, I hope you don't have kids, because they're gonna be just like you. And that's fucking sad. Nobody wants to date a Christian man like you. Hate to break it to you. Now you can talk though.
Damn, I ain't even peep. I was muted, bro.
Yeah, because you were talking too much.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about Jezebel. Do you want to talk about Jezebel?
No, you only get one topic. If you're done, you can get done.
All right, we'll stay. I'm gonna head out here in a minute, but I just want to get a couple more points off of the Job thing. Yes, I do think that I honestly would argue this right here, that her emotional trauma was greater than Job's emotional trauma. What do you like? I would agree with you guys on that, because as far as I'm concerned, Job had a direct type of emotional trauma. To Job's wife, everything was falling, right? And she necessarily didn't even know why. So she's sitting, like I said, I'll give it that her emotional trauma was greater than Job's emotional trauma. But Job was physically afflicted.
No one said anybody's emotional trauma was greater. We didn't say that shit. You're the only one competing for that shit.
You guys said her emotional trauma wasn't valid to me.
I'm gonna say again, we did not say her emotional trauma was greater than Job's. You are the only one competing.
Competing with what? For what?
You're comparing the two. You're saying like, oh, well, she didn't go through it.
Okay.
No, that's it's not about comparing. And the fact that he don't understand it, the fact that he don't fucking understand it, is exactly why I say he has no right to even discuss this shit.
If I'm missing something, please educate me.
No.
I don't know. When we try, you don't really be too accepting of it.
I'm saying that Job was physically. Can we agree? There's a difference between emotional afflictions and then actual then there's physical afflictions. Can we agree? There's a
right, but you were trying to downplay what she was going through because Job is going through it physically, and that's like the whole point.
She went through it physically. That Job got sick. When Job got sick, she had to take care of his ass. She went through it physically. When Job lost her house, so the fuck did she? That's physical.
You're
when
saying
Job
in the
lost
beginning,
his money, when Job lost his money, she did too. That's physical.
Who got
sick? She went through it physically too.
Look, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. At the beginning
of her sentence,
she was fucking sick as well. I bet she was tired as fuck working all of that to take care of her husband and then coming home and have to wipe his goddamn ass. She was sick too. You're literally doing it again. It's exactly what the fuck I just said. You only care about, who was sick. So what she's going through, therefore, doesn't matter because she's not sick.
Can you just
That's literally what you're saying.
Can you pull from the Bible a verse that says that Job's wife got sick? That's all I'm asking.
Bitch, I said she was sick of working.
Okay, if she's exhausted,
and you
I'll
just
accept
proved
that. That's why her emotional suffering is a little worse.
I'm fucking talking, motherfucker.
Oh my god, then.
My voice is always gonna trump yours in this.
She can't go if you're talking, bitch. The fuck?
You
just tell her to go.
You just proved our fucking point. The fact that her story was stripped down to one fucking line, and you all make all of these assumptions about this one woman, this one character from one fucking line, and you ignore the other half of the couple going through that very same struggle. You and your fucking God did. And the fact that the Septuagint has a longer version of her story. It was intentionally stripped down to one fucking line so your ass would be unempathetic towards women.
I actually appreciate you for bringing that up. I do disagree with the stripping down of the story of Job's wife. We need more information like that. So
I mean, you wouldn't be accepting to it because she's not sick. I mean, if it says she's not sick, why does it matter? You wouldn't even be accepting to it.
I'm just saying that there was a feature added to Job's suffering that was not added to hers. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that it trumps anything. I'm just stating
Nothing was
facts.
added to hers except for a fucking line.
I just addressed that. What are you? Okay. Oh, okay.
But you're just repeating the same shit that we're saying. You're not making any new points. Like,
I'm defending what I like I said last time. Like, would you agree that because Job had a physical, actual sickness, illness, that it's different from what Job's wife went through?
The fact that you just asked that dumbass question tells us again that you have no authority, no experience, and you should not be discussing this shit, because I'm not going to repeat myself.
You said because she was, she got, she was overworking, having to take care of Job, which this is why I say I think she's a great woman, but because she was overexerting, taking care of Job, right? That caused a physical affliction as far as like exhaustion and so on. Because I mean, I would agree. That's why I said her emotional trauma.
Ladies, just listen to this shit.
Large. I'm asking. You don't have to answer.
Ladies, this is exactly why you should not date a man with a God. Just listen to this shit, because they have to be spoon-fed. It's not natural. Just listen. And he's only 22.
All right. Yeah. She never got, kidney failure. But it doesn't change the fact that she suffered more because of the circumstances that God allowed Satan to test Job on. But I will say.
Then why do you keep bringing it up? Why do you keep bringing it up? Like, you keep saying it. She never got sick. She never got sick. She never got sick. It's literally dismissing her. You keep doing it.
The prompt, can you bring the prompt up? You said that she was demonized, and what? She was demonized in what?
And what? Ignored. When you're saying she didn't get sick, you're ignoring her. And I keep telling you that. You keep saying, oh, but she didn't get sick. It's ignoring and it's dismissing her. She wasn't sick.
I never said the trauma she went through wasn't great.
I mean, motherfucker, you just changed it.
I even said it was greater than Job.
You just said she was only going through it emotionally, like, what, 2 minutes ago? You just changed it.
I said it was greater than what she was going through emotionally was greater than Job's.
You just said that. That was not your original point.
Okay, and even if I were to give you that she was physically affected,
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna give it to you.
My voice is I know you hear my voice.
You were talking from far away.
I know you hear my voice. It's very interesting how you keep slipping in that your God allows Satan to do. This text explicitly says your God sent the fire. Your God sent the storm. He showed up in the same fucking storm that destroyed Job's house. He wrapped himself in that same fucking storm when he showed up to talk to Job.
In the hurricane, yeah.
It wasn't a hurricane. It says storm. And Job says that the arrows in his body are from your God. Not one time does Job or your God say Satan did any of this shit in this story. It was all your God's idea. And just like your God, who felt that he could just fuck Job up and it not affect Job's wife, you are doing the same thing because you are the image of your God.
You are too. Because you want me to prove that? Go to Genesis 1:26, but it's all right. So, but
you thought you ate?
Yeah, I did. You could check.
He
thought he ate you up, thinker. He thought he ate that up. It's definitely a.
Let us create mankind.
I know you are, but what am I?
That's good. No, that's fine. Hey, but I'm just asking. So it's fine. Let me just try to get the baseline here. All right. I just want to get the baseline. I'm gonna head out, and I'm gonna let you bring others up. All right. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what I'm gonna just tell you what I believe about Job and his wife. I believe that Job tested, even though it's called the book of, it should be Job and Job's wife. That's how deep this is. But I will tell you this. I think the afflictions that you see in Job highlight a broader image of the Bible here. I think that this is more of a showcase of how our God is, and a showcase of how the devil is as well. And eventually the devil does lose. So this is just one big court case, and this is a key part of the case here. So yes, God allowed Satan to do this because Satan is evil, right? and evil is going to do what evil's going to do, but God is greater, and he's jealous, right? So eventually Satan loses. Oh, okay, it's a good song so far.
They never asked if I was okay. They never cared to teach about my pain. I had to turn a stone to rock that couldn't break and carry everything he didn't take. You only cared about what he
Hey, you know what? This is good. Hey, I appreciate the conversation, and I wish y'all the best. I'm gonna pray for y'all. So I can get.
Cause when you're the one they depend on breaking, it's supposed to be impossible. I'm no one wonders it's okay. You call me the devil without ever learning my name. They were my children too. I buried every face I ever kissed. I grieve for their childhood memories and the future events who will miss. The servants who were like family gone at the same damn time. Can you imagine carrying all of this tragedy combined? Our income vanished, the laughter in our home turned cold. I watched our whole life crumble faster than either of us could hold. And when he got sick, I became his nurse. Watching him praying silently, wondering if it could get worse. Yeah, did you ever wondered if I had questions? Because I knew he was good. Was it so wrong to want answers like anyone who was hurting would? Where was the sympathy for the nights I fell asleep crying? Where was the comfort for the wife desperate for a reason why? They twisted my words, they preached a lie. I didn't curse God, I told him bless God and die. They never asked if I was okay. They never cared to teach about me. Had to turn the stone to rock that couldn't break and carry everything he didn't take. You only cared about what he went through, so you were trained to ignore that I was hurting too. Support for me is optional. Cause when you're the one that depend on breaking, it's supposed to be impossible. I'm the one no wonders it's okay. You call me the devil without ever learning my name. They love to judge the strong ones, cause they only watch from the outside and hear a whisper wrong with the story. I swear they know how it ends. They point at me in sermons, say don't be like her right to your face. But the truth is, they could never be like me, they don't have what it takes to carry strength while everyone lies on you, to hold the house together while your whole world falls through. She's so good at being strong, a phrase that shouldn't be accepted. She's just good at surviving in a world where she's allowed to be neglected. I'm misunderstood because of your assumptions and misinterpretations, making decisions about me built on nothing but a lack of information. All I ever wanted was someone to speak up on my stand and tell those lying men that's not what Job's wife said. I'm a mess, you turned into a mess, misquoted, miseducated, misread, a whole woman reduced to a mistranslation. You repeated till the lie replaced what I actually said. You built a doctrine off your misinterpretations, turned my grief into your moral foundation, and never once asked for clarification. You weaponized my story while I carried all the devastation. I am the rest with no name, but you gave me every misrepresented nickname. They never asked if I was okay. They never cared to teach about my pain. They had to turn the stone to rock that couldn't break and carry everything he didn't take. You only cared about what he went through, so you were trained to ignore that I was hurting too. Support from me is optional. Cause when you're the one they be depending on breaking, it's supposed to be impossible. I'm the one no wonders it's okay. You call me the devil without ever learning my name. I was more than a liar we wrote. I was a woman in pain who broke. My name was never cursed, I was never a devil. It was you who made my story worse. You remembered his faithfulness, praise his double for his trouble, and let him hide the other half of the couple going through the struggle. And after all your sermons, all your
love it when I see misogyny in the comments. Whenever I play that song, I love to fucking see y'all just squirm. Like, I love it that the shit makes you uncomfortable. It makes me smile. Yep, it's very telling. This person isn't connecting. King Bright, if you're still there, you're gonna have to request again. Um, Jens? Jens Tumblr Maker? It, like the way they be arguing for this, Kappa, the way they argue for it as if the God did something good. And then him saying that, yeah, she experienced some emotional pain, but she didn't go through it like Job did. Like th- they tell me every time they argue that what Job went through was worse, or it didn't affect Job's wife. They are making a declaration that it's a bullshit ass lie. Genesis 2:24 is a bullshit ass lie. The two shall become one, bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. It's a bullshit ass lie. This is exactly why. And Adam, the Ache had a name. The song about Adam being abusive, and I say Eve knew it was a lie. What if Eve knew it was a lie? And the stories that he told her robbed her of the truth she had inside. That bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh is bullshit. It's bullshit. First off, a motherfucking woman ain't never came from a man, ever. It's bullshit. And y'all young ladies, like they're aiming for y'all. They're aiming for y'all because y'all don't know better. Y'all don't ask questions like Desiree's asked, who think it's okay for rape to be a punishment, for a woman to be raped to punish a man. Your body is used as a punishment for the man. And then it's used to protect the man, to keep the man from being harmed. You have agreed to be the sacrifice for motherfucking dick. And they know that you're young as fuck. And because you've been taught that your value lies in whether a fucking man wants you, you're going to accept bullshit. And they fucking know it. Divinely?
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Can I ask a question before I say something?
Because you're not a nerd, I don't allow people to go off topic. Is the question within topic?
That's exactly what I'm asking. What is the topic?
It's on the board. It's all. You see
Sorry,
the.
I can't
You
read
see
it. I'm
the.
visually impaired.
Oh, okay. No worries. Um, it says so. The overall topic is women have been gaslit by God and the church. That's the overall topic of the room, and then
Okay.
there are 4 subtopics. Um, Number 1 is God helped David get rid of his baby problem. Number 2 is Jezebel was innocent. Number 3 is what if Adam was abusive, and number 4 is Job's wife was ignored and demonized.
Okay. I just want to say this. I do love your music. I've been listening since you first started. But I also do want to say this.
Can you pick a topic?
Oh, I'm going to do the Job one because that's what I came in on. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So, number one,
Sorry. Hold on. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay. Go ahead.
I used to be in a healthcare field, taking care of elderly people, wiping their butts, all that. And it's very deteriorating to the body. So he said that she didn't physically go through it, but helping someone, wiping their butt, cleaning them, washing them up, all that stuff, that is hard on the body. Like the back starts hurting, the legs hurt, everything hurts. And then you go home and you got to take a damn ice bath as if you ran track or played in a football field. And then I was dating someone who like went through like depression and stuff like that. And it was like a very hard situation. And then because I'm jumping to the part to where the dude said she emotionally went through it. But it I so what I'm gonna say is those were her children. That was her house. Those were her crops. When the devil, which I don't understand why, because I am a believer of the Most High. I do believe the Most High. I also believe that I am a God myself. And I believe that, first of all, like you said, the flesh of my flesh, and I don't know what else you said because I don't really know the Bible like that. Because I believe in the Most High, but I don't believe in the God of the church. I don't, there's so many types out there. There's just a difference. Like, I don't know why you would send the devil to attack your people just to test and see, is he really as loyal to you as you think he is? And then people not think that she didn't go through it too. And like your song said, y'all don't even know my name. Like he said, yeah, the chapter should be called Job and Job's wife. No, it should be called Job and his wife's real fucking name. Like, are you crazy? Y'all couldn't even name her. Y'all couldn't even give her a fucking name. That is so ignorant. And being
It's
called,
Stidis, by the way.
I'm sorry.
Her name is Stidis, by the way, just to let you know.
Oh, it's
It's
status.
yeah, Stitis.
How'd you
Stidis.
find that out?
It's in a apocryphal Job's testament. There's an apocryphal text that
Apocryphal.
expands on the story. His other kids were with Jacob's daughter Dinah, so she didn't get any. She didn't have his additional kids. He had kids with Dinah, the one that was raped by the king of Shechem, Jacob's daughter. So yeah,
I'm gonna
that's her
have
name,
to
Stidis.
read into that because they put the women down in the Bible just as if like men put us down nowadays. We're supposed to be their sex slave or F me when I say F me and then go cook my fucking dinner. That's how men think of us. They be like, what do you bring to the table? Motherfucker, I am the table. Like, stop playing. I don't get the men of this generation and they act just like the men in the Bible. Like they're very ignorant towards us. They don't care for us. They're just, oh, arm candy on my arm, or it's just ignorant. Anyways, that's all I had to say. I'm sorry.
Well, I agree with you. Thank you so much for coming up. Um, and if you want to check it out, it's called Job's Testament. That's
Job's Testament.
hmm that's the apocryphal text. And then also there's more about a man named Job from Uz and the book of Jasher as well. So if you want to kind of stitch the pieces together, They're all written at different times. The story of Job is folklore. It's not based on a real person. So it's influenced by a Babylonian folk tale called the Righteous Sufferer, and where a man in the Babylonian tale goes through the same thing, except he's questioning all of the gods, the sorcerers, witches. He's questioning everything in his tale. There is no devil involved. There's no bet, no conversation about him. But he just knows in the Babylonian folktale, he just knows that it's divine power that's causing the things in his life, and then he ends up praising them. He doesn't curse them. And so the righteous sufferer is about, I'm gonna say, 1,000 years older than the
I was
story of
just about to
Job.
ask you that.
Yeah, yeah. So it's influenced off of that folklore.
That makes me
Um,
wonder how many other books have been influenced.
a lot, a lot of them, a lot.
And they live their life by this book that's been influenced by other books
Yeah.
that has been rewritten and rewritten over again to not even have been translated into the right words and stuff taken out. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Oddly enough, Miss Protagonist, it's a great number of them that's influenced. But oddly enough, the Tower of Babel is not. I thought the Tower of Babel would be. That's unique. That's unique to the Hebrews. That one is. But a lot of them were influenced by Babylon, by Syria, by Canaan, by Egypt, by Cush. Not too many of them are unique to the Hebrews, but the Tower of Babel is.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I actually really like that book. About that, basically stating that that's how we all started speaking different languages. They all started speaking different languages, built a tower up, and then basically became babble to each other, like babble talk.
It's
That's
actually a story about the God intentionally stopping the progress of humanity from reaching their true potential, right? Um, it- the the God in this story is a jealous God. He does not want mankind to reach God level, which is intellect and knowledge, right? And power through that, and community, because there's power in humans working together in a community. And in the story of the Tower of Babel, the God recognizes that the humans have built community and they're all on one level. They're all speaking the same language, the language of community, right? And he feels threatened by that. And he says, if they continue this way, then they will be unstoppable. So he decides to create division by changing their language so that they cannot understand each other. And if we look at society today, those that are in power do that on a regular. In 2020, Clarence Thompson's wife paid a PR company over $20,000 to intentionally sow discord into the public so that we would fight each other about abortion rights, about immigration, about LGBTQ rights, about DEI. So that they could have the conversations they needed to have without watching what we're doing. They intentionally made us fight each other, kept us busy. That's what the Tower of Babel is about, so that you don't reach, did I say his name right? Clarence Thomas, thank you. So that you don't reach, we don't reach our true potential, because then they can no longer control us, right? They're no longer seen as the powerful ones to us. They can no longer exploit us. The God is the same way. If you gain the knowledge of good and evil, right, you become like the God. You're no longer useful to the God, because he can no longer influence your mind, can no longer tell you what to do, right? You're going to buck the system, and you no longer actually need a God if you are like the God. There is another story in Babylonian folk tales that is older than the Adam and Eve story, called Ea and Adapa. And in this story, Ea is a Babylonian god. Adapa is the human. He's the Adam version, and Adapa, uh, Anu, which is the big god, wanted to reward. At first, he was going to punish him because he accidentally killed like a demigod, which was the storm. He put a storm out, and he was going to get in trouble for that. So Anu tells Ea to bring the human to him so he can punish him. When Anu learns that the human is knowledgeable, that the human has intellect, Anu says, "Well, I can't leave him with the other humans. I have to make him a god now because he has the intellect of a god." So,
Knowledge is power.
yeah, and Anu tells Ea, "Tell bring him here so I can give him the water and the food of eternal life." Well, when Ea goes back to Adapa, he tells Adapa, Anu is going to offer you water and food. Don't drink it because it's gonna make it's the water and food of death. It's gonna make you die. So he lies to the human to keep the human from obtaining eternal life. In the Adam and Eve story, the God lies to Adam to keep Adam from gaining knowledge. He says, "Hey, if you eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you're gonna die the same day immediately." So he lies to him. And so both stories leave it open for interpretation for you to decide if having the knowledge of good and evil, like, did the God lie to protect the human from having the burden of deciding morality for himself, or is it good, like, did the God lie because the God wanted to control? Is it good to have a moral conscience and decide morality for humanity to be the ones to decide what's moral or what's immoral? That's left up to you, right? On what was the intention of the God's lie. And Ea and Adapa is left that open that same way. Is eternal life a gift, or is eternal life a curse? Was Ea trying to protect Adapa from eternal life, or was he did was he jealous and did not want Adapa to become a god and live forever? And it's really up to us to decide whether those things would be considered gifts or curses. Does that make sense? That's what
I'm
the
gonna have
stories
to
are
read
for.
that. You said it's called the Babylonian.
I, Divine,
Yes.
Divine, you gotta stop cutting her off. She was in
Oh,
the middle of a sentence,
Oh
and
no,
your mic is
I
very
was
loud.
done.
So you
I
okay?
was done.
Because
Yeah.
I was loving it, but she was cutting you off, and the mic is loud. And I can't hear you.
Oh, I didn't notice it.
Yeah.
But it's called AI. AI is spelled EA, and Adapa. Adapa is Adapa. But Babylon, the Mesopotamian uh, mythologies are pretty interesting, and when you read them, even some the Persian ones are as well. When you read them, you will see the influence in the Hebrew scriptures, and then Egyptian tales as well.
okay. Can I ask you a question before I go?
Yeah.
Do you believe in like a divine power?
I actually don't talk about my beliefs. I don't believe in a God. I don't I don't have a God. But I also keep my personal beliefs to myself. I think people should keep their beliefs to themselves.
Okay, that makes sense. That's all that I wanted to say. I love your music. Your music is awesome. I'm gonna keep listening. Anything you drop, I'm gonna listen. Um, because it's very interesting to see the woman thought of in that way, in a way that we're not made to be thought of. I
Well,
love to
thank you so
listen. I
much.
love to hear it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. The volume one with 10 of the retellings drops on Sunday night at midnight, December 21st.
Okay,
Yeah,
December
and keep looking
21st.
out because I'm dropping it in different volumes, but the intro and the outro is also going to tell a story that'll come together in the last volume.
Mm. I can't wait. I can't wait. But y'all can drop me.
All right. Thank you for coming up, Divine. Have a good one, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
How many volumes we getting?
So far it's 3. There's a lot of women in the Bible. There's a
Yeah, I
lot
know.
of stories. Yeah.
Is Mr.
There's
Michael in
Nelly
the...
Nell. Huh? Hey, Nelly.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing? You must have came on late.
Yeah, I overslept.
I figured something was going on because I stayed up to almost 12. I said, well, she must not going on tonight. So I fell asleep, woke back up and seen you on. I said, well, dang. But hey, I did
Hello?
have something. If he can hold on a second, I did have something. When you said that, this is true, then I'm going to have to go back and change some stuff. But the story of a Bible that's in the Bible, you saying that it's not influenced by anything?
The Tower of Babel?
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's unique to the Hebrews.
Okay, so have you ever heard of the some 'cause I had to go and pull it up in my book. It's a Sumerian mythology. That's called and I might be pronouncing this wrong. The story is called the Amerkar and the Lord of Arata.
No, what does it say?
That story is much older
Are you
than
talking about the Merkabah?
the who?
The Merkabah? The
It's
Merkabah is a the Merkabah is like like a ziggurat, like a pyramid that where the gods will come and live whenever they visit the earth. Is that what you're talking
no.
about?
This one is it's spelled Enmerkar, and that's the name of the story. It's called the Enmerka and the Lord of Arata, Aratta. That story is a much older story than the biblical one, and in that plot, digging my information, I put on here the plot. Okay, that's a king. He's a king. Is King America, and Europe is a building. Okay, and there was a great temple they was building, and then that also describes that uh, uh, the people spoke all one language, but the god Enki is the one that confused the speech so they could no longer understand each other. And that's a story that's older.
Yeah, but in the Tower of Babel story, they're building a tower to heaven, right? And the people have created brick and mortar. Is that in that story that you're talking about?
I'm trying to go in it because I'm pulling up. Let's see. Uh, Hold on there. Okay. Uh, I don't. Let's see. I put the purpose. Okay. Why the Bible views this punishment for a. You got to forgive me on these words, man. I put words in here I can't even pronounce. Um, so there's a punishment for hubris, Hubris. Am I pronouncing that right? That's the Sumerian version. Is often interpreted by a divine. It was interpreted by a divine prank or a strategic move to disturb humanity. Um, what else? Biblical. Let's see. Techno. Let's see. They said to each other, "Come and let us." That goes into something else. Um, well, most ancient structures. You could probably pull it up if you type in in Merca and the Lord of Arata?
Hold on, spell it for me again.
It's spelled Enmerkar and the Lord of Arata, which is Aratta. And to my understanding, that story is much older than that, but is a similar story to the Tower of Babel in the Bible.
Well, when you
It's a
say similar, when you say, so when I say influenced by, right? In the Job, the righteous suffer, it has the same exact plot, right?
right.
The only thing added to it was the conversation between the God and the devil, and it wasn't the gods. The instead of the Hebrews making it the God, uh, well, it's still the God is doing it, but there's a devil that actually goes and does it. So it's the exact same plot. What I'm asking, is it the exact same plot
My
in
understanding
in
it
the
is.
America?
Mm-hmm. From my
All
understanding, the
right.
plot's the same. The King of
So
Merca,
they were building a tower in there,
they
the
were
people.
building. Actually, this was a they were building a great temple, and that
Hmm.
text out describes that people spoke one language, but the god Enki confused it, confused their language so that they could no longer understand one another in that story. So, yeah, because if that's not right, or if that story, my understanding and research is saying that story is way older. And I thought that story was from the research. It looks like they got that story, the Tower of Babel story, from that story, which is a
Let me see.
yeah. Read it, see what you think.
Mhm.
Yeah, I actually got this information uh, um, from Dr. Hagen, and
Yeah, I can definitely see the influence with the language and the gods, but like I think it does, like they're not building a tower. Like they're them building the tower in the story isn't what's making the people confused. The language, uh, it I
but
think
they
the
went, but
gods are battling with each other here. Hold on.
well, they were building a great temple.
Right, but I don't.
Mhm.
Hold on. Let me. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so in this story, the God wants the resources of the land, right? The people have built a great city,
Mm-hmm.
and the God wants their resources, and I can definitely see the influence. I think what the Hebrews did is they framed a theological. They wrote a theological doctrine focused on the sovereignty of the God. I
Mm-hmm.
think, um, because it looks like from what I'm getting from summaries, uh, the God wanted the resources that the people had developed, right, in the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't remember. I'm trying to remember the whole story because I got bits and pieces of the story. I don't have the whole entire story in the book.
Mm-hmm.
Now I do know that I do have it broke down like the techno, excuse my language, the technological innovation in it was the same as the Bible. For as I believe let's see, in the biblical, let's see, they use kin-fired bricks and but how you pronounce that? Bitumen. Bit.
Betulium.
Yeah, bitumen for mortar. Okay, now in this story, they said their slogan in that story was they said to each other, "Come, let us make brick and bake them thoroughly." That was their uh, uh, little slogan, I guess you want to call that. And they used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar, which is the exact same, really, is that's in the Bible. That's in the story of Babel uh, when they was
It's not
building.
the exact same story though. I'm not saying the exact same story. I do see the influence. I do see where the God wants the resources of the city, right?
Mhm.
And the God is motivated by that, right? So he confuses the language and he uses it as a way to control, not as a punishment, right? So I do see that
Right.
influence, but it's not the exact same narrative. Does that make sense? I don't see the same narrative, but I definitely see it influenced off of this story.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because I have this in my book and I want to make sure that I'm giving accurate information because I'm not saying that the story is exact same, but I am saying when it gets to the influence part of my book, the Tower of Babel, uh, to my understanding, was influenced by this story, which is a much older
I,
story.
yeah, I definitely see the influence
Okay.
with the God disrupting the languages. The motives are different. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
The
the
reason,
motive is
yeah,
a little different. Yes.
yeah. Well, it's a lot. It's a lot different because the God is doing it as a punishment in the um in the Hebrew version, right? It's deemed as uh uh, this as a like a theological message of don't do this. You don't try to be like God or um, don't try to
Mhm.
reach heaven. It's deemed as a punishment. The uh, division that the God creates. It looks like in this story, just from reading the snippets on Scribed, the God is doing it to take advantage of the humans. He wants what the humans have, right? So
Mhm.
the gods creating the division of language, it's definitely there, and I would say that you can see the influence off of it, but the narratives are different.
Okay. So,
Yeah, so I think you're spot on with saying that it's influenced by this story, um, but I wouldn't say it's a direct copy of it. Like
right. No.
it's not like you. I don't see where you can lay it on top of it and say, "See, this is this story." Does that make sense?
Right. No,
Yeah.
and I'm
Mhm.
definitely not saying that. I just said that I believe that the story was influenced. Now I'm thinking maybe they could have took this story and then added and created their own version of a story
No, they
similar.
took they took an idea from it and wrote their own story. So, but
Mm-hmm.
in the righteous sufferer, they just took that story and made their own characters, right? So
Right.
the right, and they did the same thing with Joseph and Potiphar's wife, right? With the Egyptian tale. Um, I forgot the name of the two gods where one of the gods was accused of trying to rape his brother's wife. Like they just took that Egyptian story and
Mm-hmm.
pasted Joseph and Potiphar's wife in it. So when I um, so there's a difference between being influenced by
Mm-hmm.
and actually taking the whole story and just changing the characters.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
So
reading it
I
now just to
yeah,
make
it's
sure I didn't say that in there, or that's not insinuating that it's the same story. And I have nowhere in here where I'm saying it's the same story. I just said that based on research, I believe that the Tower of Babel story was influenced by this story. Um,
yeah,
so I just want to make sure, because if I do, I'm gonna have to go back and change a bunch of shit. So
yeah, yeah.
so I wondered, had you ever even heard of that story?
No, I've never heard of this story.
Yeah. So
Even when I was researching the Tower of Babel, um, this story didn't come up.
yeah, Dr. Ray Hagan, you know, had this information, and because I was, I said it's got to be some type of influence somewhere. They just didn't make this whole damn thing up. There's no way, you know. And he told me about this story, and I started researching that story, and I come to find out a plot, a purpose, and this, that, and the third. And I said, okay, this is good information. So, but anyway, I thought I'd share that with you, if to see it, one, to see if I'm wrong, because you know me, I don't have no shame in being wrong, because nobody has seen this book but me.
Yeah. Like I let's see the differences between the Emerka and Arata storyline. Uh, see the in the Babylonian tale, there's multiple gods. Um, it says the gods are competing and negotiating. Um, the language shifts are an administrative shift,
Hmm.
and the humans are pawns and the divine rival. So the gods are rivaling with each other, and that's why they confuse the languages. It's not because of what humans did. Um, in the Hebrew one, it's about one God, and the decision is intentional, and that's listed as a punishment. Um, in the Mesopotamia one, the kings are acting, the cities are competing with each other, and it's about the elites of the city. And then
Hmm.
the regular humans aren't even a focus in the Mesopotamian one. It says in the Hebrew one, it's about humanity as a whole. It's about every human, not the elites or anything. It's about humans trying to be like God or coming up against the one God. Um,
Hmm.
there is no tower in the Mesopotamian one. And the ziggurats, what I was telling you about.
Hmm.
It says it mentions the ziggurats, but they're not seen as rebellion. In the Hebrew one, the tower is symbolic for the ziggurat, for the Babylonian ziggurats,
Hmm.
and for a humans to try to create one is humans trying to be like God, and it's seen as rebellion. Um, it's a language in the Mesopotamian one. One language is the ideal order for the gods. So the gods would prefer the humans to have one language. So that's the difference there. Um, and the it says many languages is a logistical complexity. Many languages is a logistical complexity. I don't know. Language is managed and not moralized.
Hmm.
I don't know what that means. And the Hebrew one language is dangerous. So okay, so in the Mesopotamian the Mesopotamian gods would prefer the people to speak one language. But I guess the having the multiple language was seen as a necessity since the gods were battling each other for resources. So it was seen as a necessity for the gods, although they preferred one language. The Hebrew God is scared of one language.
Hmm.
The Hebrew God sees one language as dangerous. Um,
I noticed too.
Diversity prevents domination.
Okay.
Yeah, it says diversity prevents domination. That is a motherfucking. That makes sense why they are trying to stump out DEI. This is why I say this book is like a fucking business plan. Like like if we even like just talking about the Tower of Babel right now, and that just that line, diversity prevents domination. It
Hmm.
makes sense why they're trying to stump out DEI. They're following the fucking business plan. But
Right.
it says uh in the Mesopotamian one, cities prove divine favor. So empires equal that the god, like if your city is an empire, that means that the gods favor you. And the Hebrew one, cities threaten justice, and empire brings oppression.
Right.
Um, yeah. I guess what like I'm saying, I can see the influence where they're basically saying, okay, God changed the languages. Like all the people were one. It was a divine force that changed the languages, but they wrote their own version of that teaching, right? So it could be that the Hebrews, because we know the Hebrews lived amongst the Babylonians. It could be
Right.
that they were taught this story, and then they go and write their own. It's like, nope, our God said this is how it happened. You're wrong. You see what I'm saying? So they wrote their own version of the myth that it was that the reason people speak different languages is because of the divine order. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes
Yeah.
all the sense in the world. I'm looking at what I put in here too for its purpose too. Um, the the Bible views this as a punishment of hubris. I can't pronounce that word. I might be pronouncing it right or not.
Hubris.
Hubris,
Hubris. Yeah.
hubris. But the Sumerian version, most scholars believe that was interpreted as a divine prank or a strategic move to disturb humanity.
What? So I'm not saying that it was to disturb humanity. I'm saying that it's written that the gods were fighting each other over resources, and that the only humans that matter in the Mesopotamian one are the elite, because they're the ones that makes decisions, right? And they in the Mesopotamian tales, the gods chose kings to
Hmm.
manage the humans for them. So they a lot of times the gods aren't even talking to the humans; they're talking to the elite that they set up. So in the Mesopotamian one, the humans aren't a factor, but in the Hebrew one, the humanity as a whole is a factor because nobody can come against the god. In the
Hmm.
Mesopotamian one, the gods are negotiating with the humans, with the elite of like the ones chosen to rule over the humans. The gods are negotiating with them. That's not We don't see that in the Hebrew one.
Yeah, I'm looking. 'Cause I got the story printed. I'm trying to pull it. I found it. Okay, okay. Because I'm trying to refresh my memory on it. It's just you when you said that, it struck my mind. I said, wait a minute. I hope I didn't do nothing right. Because I'm always second and third and fourth guessing myself when it comes to this. Because like I said, I don't want to put nothing out there that you know can just be totally debunked. Um, let's see. Epic declares the Tower of Babel. Passage known as the rest. But yeah, okay. So I see yeah, what you've read definitely is there. Um, uh, how you describing it? Once it was like people. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back. I want to go back. I want to read. I'm gonna have to read this all over again just to make sure, because I don't remember saying none of that. I just only thing I just it's just in the I have a section of my book that is titled "Influences," and it's stories of the biblical text, and this is one of the stories that I put in there that I felt just based on research that it was the entire Bible was just influenced from this story. Now, whether um, I know that they changed a lot of stuff. The plot. They even changed the plot and it kind of circled the plot around too as well.
Yeah. So
Uh,
when you write that, I would think of, like, be preemptive and think about what type of responses you would get for this story alone, because they took the, I would say, byline. God changed the languages, right? And that's a teaching that one could say is the same as saying, um, uh, Jesus wept, right? And so when we have conversations with believers today, the reason Jesus wept is interpreted differently because they believe the God is, and this is just an example, their God is giving them insight and saying, no, that person has it wrong. Here's why Jesus wept, right? And so
mhm,
what the Hebrews did is said, yeah, a God did change the languages. Y'all are trying to say it was your gods, and you're trying to say that it's because of this. Here's the truth, right?
mhm,
That's what the Hebrews are doing, and that's most likely the arguments that you would get back by saying this story is influenced by this story,
mhm.
because it doesn't have a lot of this. It's not a layover. Does that make sense? It's a
Right.
yeah. It's kind of like a story written about the same topic, and so because it is, I just want you to think about what type of responses you would get so that you can answer those types of responses in your book already. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
yeah, uh be prepared for that type of response and that type of thinking, because one of the things they always say when we even talk about the righteous sufferer, Job's story being influenced by the righteous sufferer, is uh causation doesn't bring about correlation, right? So
Mhm.
just be ready for that, to be able to respond to that type of response.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing that I found, the similarity that I found was the language barrier thing, where they struck where they couldn't understand each other, and like I said, in the Tower about it, that was trying to build a tower. Well, according to the teachings of it, the Bible doesn't specifically say that. It just said they was building a tower. But I was taught that they was trying to build a tower to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Um, and I make sure I put that in there as well too. And then on the Sumerian side, they were building a great temple or a shrine. Is what they were building. Uh,
The humans were not like that, like the gods were not upset about the humans building that. You see what I'm saying? That's not the focus of it. You see what I'm saying?
let's see what I put
The
it
god
now.
is upset about the humans building a temple in the Tower of Babel.
Let's see. Foreign famous claiming in the right doing exchange. Where is that at? Um, Tower Babel. Let me ask you this: what about the uh, timeline? I have the timeline for that around 2100 BCE for that story.
I think that's what it said. Let me go back. I think it was 2100 BCE. The errata. Um, mm, Yeah, 2100 to 1800 BCE. So, uh, it's around about between sometime between that time. So they don't have a definite date. So circa 2100 to 1800 BCE.
Okay. And uh, I also have in here, uh, I put in there the unnamed Lord of Arata. Now, my uh, deal says, let's see, I put that in there as a wealthy city. Now, that's located to the Far East. Um, and I just put because I wasn't too sure, but it just seemed that way, just basically trying to map that out. It's the modern day Iran, is what it is. Um, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and touch bases on this, and I might, like I said, I might hit you up time to time because I'm gonna have to go back. Because when you said that kind of scared me. I said, "Damn, I didn't change so much stuff. Now I gotta tell me I gotta go back and change it." So I'm gonna read this. I'm probably gonna read half of it tonight and read the other half tomorrow, just to make sure that I did not say that, because I don't see it nowhere where I said that in the influence part of the book. I didn't say that. I just said that I believe that this story, which I know this story is much older. I do know that. Uh, and I believe that the story was influenced by this story. I also said that they also, it looks like that, that the Hebrews basically took that influence and created a whole new story around that influence. Because
Well, yeah, because think about it. If you're taught something for so many years, right?
mhm.
And then you claim that you have access to a God that nobody else has access to. And then that God says, nope, they're wrong. They're serving demon gods.
Right.
That's not why I changed the languages. Here's why I changed the languages. That's 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 more so how I see this story, because I don't necessarily see that they took the whole story and just made it about Hebrews. They took a teaching and said, "Nope, that's wrong. Here's the right reason."
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see. I
Mm-hmm.
definitely would still say that it's influenced by that teaching, right? It's influenced by that story and that teaching, but it's
Okay.
not a copy of their story.
Right. And that's what I want to make sure. And so far, what I've read and what I've kind of overlooked, I've never said it was a carbon copy. I never said none of that. I just said it was influenced. That's all. That's one of the stories I have um, that I thought it was interesting, because I knew nothing about this, but I knew it had to be something. I just said there's got to be something where they started with this somewhere, and
Yeah.
and I got this, so I was thankful for that. But anyway, yeah, but I'm glad. I mean, that's I don't know if that helps you or anything, but hey,
No, it does. Thank you for showing me that. I didn't know about this story.
okay. All right, that's it. I'm waiting for the next guest. I guess we had a guest. I guess he took off. He got tired of me running my mouth.
AG, are you in the box on purpose? Okay, y'all. Maddie is gone for the night, so we're back to 21 and up. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. I know those of you are probably wondering, the the research is prioritized in here because this is a research based live. So any nerds, anybody with a nerd badge, when they come up with a research question, that always will take precedent over. Yeah, you can come back up, Maddie. Um, that will always take precedent over the discussions that we have in here, because the purpose of the live is for us to research these texts, the history of the nations in the text, the people in the text, the claims in the text, and using data to do that over dogma. Um, so I know there are some people that was wondering about that in the chat. AG, I'm gonna guess AG is in the box on accident because I don't see a response from him. And don't let it get quiet, y'all. I know that probably brought the momentum down a little bit, but we're still here. If you want to have conversations, come on back up.
Yeah, y'all. I apologize.
You don't have to apologize because that's why I go live.
Yeah.
That's the whole purpose of this live. It's a research based live, so you don't ever have to apologize for that. I mean, the conversations are fun. It's fun to. I know people like the crash outs, but I'm here to learn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of people look at this as boring, but to me, it's exciting.
Yeah. I definitely didn't know about that story, and just reading some snippets of it, like it does remind me of like it's in Mesopotamia. The gods, um, they all but one didn't really give a damn about the humans like that. The humans were created to serve the gods, right, in Mesopotamia.
Right.
But when I say they didn't give a damn about them, they were just workhorses, right? They were created for labor to do the things that the demigods didn't want to do. So
Right.
the demigods were created to do the labor by the big god.
Mm-hmm.
They were the big god sons. They got tired of having to do all the hard work, so they created humans to do to cipher gold and all that stuff for them,
Mm-hmm.
like resources from the earth. So the humans were a means to an end to the gods. And then what they did whenever they left Earth, they put humans in charge, and they built these kingdoms and created a line of elite, right, who will always rule the humans out of the humans. So in Mesopotamia, the gods only communicated with the kings and the queens.
Okay.
That they didn't communicate with, like, just the everyday humans. And so I can see that in this story.
Okay. All right. Well, that's kind of what I saw too. It's just been we're talking shit, not shit 6 years ago, so I can't remember everything about it, and I didn't put the whole story. I just put a breakdown of the story in comparison. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting. 'Cause like I said, couldn't find anything when I was on that section of the book. I could not find anything, just like you said, that even remotely tied or somehow of an influence, for this story of Babylon. And I was like, I said, there's gotta be something, gotta be something. So who did I do? Dr. Ray Hagan. I said, if anybody know, he would know something, you know. So yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah. And that story's hard to find if you don't know what to look for. It'll never just pop up.
Yeah. Like I said, I researched the Tower of Babel, and it never popped up as a like a one that's heavily influenced by Babylonian folktale. And I can see why, because it's kind of like um how Islam has their own versions of these stories. Like,
Hmm.
yeah, I can kind of see why it didn't pop up, but I do see the influence though.
Uh,
And of course, because the Hebrews did live amongst the Babylonians, so they were taught a lot of the Babylonian myths. In fact, like in the Bible, when they come back into the Levant area, and a lot of their stuff had to be rewritten because it was destroyed when Nebuchadnezzar came in to Jerusalem. He he destroyed a lot of their original text and burned them. and when he took over 100,000 people back to Babylon to have them work on their agriculture because their land was like salt marshes, and they couldn't get it to grow agriculture. So he took 100,000 people back to Babylon, including some Africans, and which are still there to this day, fighting for rights. Um, but when King Cyrus demanded that Babylon release all of their slaves, including the Hebrews, and they went back into the Levant area, they had to rebuild their culture because when they came back, they brought Babylonian culture with them, Babylonian folk tales. You know, they had been worshiping Babylonian gods, a lot of them, while they were there, which is why a lot of their narratives that we have today are heavily influenced by Babylonian folktales. And so what they just did is to kind of mixed a bit of it together, to rewrite what Nebuchadnezzar um, had destroyed.
I'm real quiet because I'm writing. When you talk, I do a lot of writing, thank God. So that's why I be real quiet because I'm writing and jotting down different things that you say in notes and stuff to make notes of it. But yeah, but yeah, and I really didn't even when I was researching the God
Who?
Inky.
Hold on for a second, Gretchen. Who the fuck is y'all? I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in this shit, and I don't believe in your book either. What I'm your book is filled with mythologies, right? The Hebrew scriptures is filled with mythologies that belong to other nations. There is some history in the book, but it's written into historical fiction. Like, who the fuck is y'all?
Wow. Well, I tell you, they get offended, don't they? Just
Um,
to
so
go ahead.
buddy, there are some people who say that, and there are some people who say that Moses' story is a mixture, right, of Aten, um, which is Amenhotep the fourth, um, when he changed his name to Akhenaten, and Asher is the god Aten. Uh, there is some thought around that. Moses being a composite character, the same way Jesus is thought to be a composite character.
Let
Yeah.
me ask let me ask you this. Um, and just to pick your brain just a little bit. Do you feel that because I know the Jesus story was influenced by different things, but for the most part, would you say that Jesus' story is influenced by the horse story?
I don't see that. I hear a lot of I hear a lot of people say that. Like, can you tell me why you see that?
Well,
Like, is it?
because one, he was born
Uh,
of a virgin. Horse was born of a virgin. Horse father was a god. Um, let's see. I have to go in my book and try to remember everything. Um, uh, let's see. Horse also. Uh, let's see. On version. I'm trying to. I gotta pull it up. Um, Horse was also. He left the house. Well, left in search of about his father's work. at the age of
Okay.
12.
Okay, hold on. When
Uh,
you say Horus was born of a virgin, what do you mean?
um, um, his father was a god. So his father supposedly impregnated Isis, his
Hold
mother.
on, let me see. No, it says she took his penis, right?
Uh, Let me see. I have to go back. This is all old stuff.
Horus was born of Isis and Osiris after Osiris was murdered by. Yeah, she took it. She used magic to resurrect Osiris temporarily and conceived Horus. Right? Like
Hmm.
it doesn't
Yeah.
say she was a virgin.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Let me see. I got this at the book of. Have you ever? It's called Osiris and the Egyptian Resurrection.
Right?
You ever read
She
that?
resurrected Osiris. That where are you
Hold on.
getting that she was a virgin though?
Hold on. I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see. Give me one sec. Let me see if I can pull this up. I had to notate. Hold on.
No, he's writing a book. Nelly is writing a book. He's not writing a he's not switching theology. Y'all, the guest box is open. Um, keep in mind if I go too long without a guest, then we're gonna shut down because y'all are telling me that y'all are done for the night. So this is just side conversation until somebody hops in the box, just to let y'all know.
Okay, let's see here. Virgin is there. Okay. The virgin birth myth. Let's see. Uh, claim that North was the son of Osiris, born of the popular talking point, and I'm trying to. That's that's the research part of it. The traditional myth after Osiris is dismembered by the brother said his wife.
Rakia, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
And
Did you know that there were multiple Horuses though?
mm-hmm.
Okay, and
I didn't.
so when you say that Jesus' story is influenced by Horus, which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about the horse um, that is born of Isis, because that horse
Okay.
is the other horse is not born of Isis. Um,
Okay.
let's see.
And and so
Virgin of
in
Myers.
that story, right, it doesn't say that Isis was a virgin.
Uh, let's see here. Okay, so like I said, this has been so long ago. I have to go back. Let's see. Let's see. No, the book doesn't say that. It just like I said, that is
Like, in fact, she has
a myth.
sex with his resurrected body, right?
Let me see here. Physical. Well, let's see. According to the study, say, um, Egyptian mythology stories is different. Breakdown. Okay. The physical yeah, accents like those. I'm trying to get past all the bullshit. Uh, for it's because okay. In the pyramid text, it describes this as a sexual or magical union between Isis and the resurrected Osiris.
Right. I think that word
And then
sexual there should be an indicator. Right. With Jesus, there is no sex.
right. Therefore, so I did put in here that um, um, Isis was not considered a virgin in the modern sense when Horus was conceived. Did put that in there. Let's see here. What else? Because I had this is one of the biggest stories I had to break down. Uh, I'm trying to get to the part of Horse's actual story. Uh, but I do know that Horse has a similar story to Jesus. Let's see. He, his virgin name, Isis Murder, had 12. Okay, so Isis Murder, I cannot pronounce it right. Isis in Meri. Is that Mary? Uh,
I don't know.
the virgin name Isis. Let's see. Okay, let's see. The religious Zeus and uh,
ISIS wasn't a virgin though. What
okay.
virgin are you referring to?
Let let me let's see here. The religious, or help me with this word, Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist?
Zeitgeist. Okay, so the religious or the zeitgeist influence. Uh, these documentaries popularized the idea that Horus was born on December 25th to a virgin named Isis and Merer.
Except
Had
ISIS
12,
wasn't a virgin though. That's
right.
why. Where are you getting that from?
This is from different um, scholars. They're not saying this that she was a virgin. They're saying this is how the story has changed over the years. That's basically what they're saying. So I put this in here.
Yeah, I'm asking like
Um,
which version of the story has ISIS as a virgin is what I'm asking.
none of the in the book it does not have that. In the actual book itself, it doesn't have that her being a virgin. I'm saying that over the years it changed. It
When you say hold on, when you say over the years it changed,
yeah,
I'm
what
asking
people were
where is
starting to
that?
say. People were starting to say it. It's like a myth. You know how
Yeah,
stories change by people talking about the
yeah,
story.
yeah. I'm asking where is it written down over the years when it changed? Where is it written down that she was? Are you talking about in modern times? You talking about us? We changed it, not in ancient times. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, like as time went on, people would hear the story, but then they start adding to the story. And the virgin
Right. That would
birth,
be
that's why it's called the virgin birth myth.
that. Okay. What I'm yeah.
Mhm.
What I'm asking is, did this change occur before our age of people?
Um, I have to go back. Let me see. I'm not even sure if I even put that in there. The claim of Horus, the son of Osiris, born of a virgin, is a popular talking point in some modern internet documentaries, but it doesn't align with the ancient Egyptian text. Okay. Uh, so yeah, definitely, just based on just putting that in there, that's definitely saying that it's in our times that we was saying that the
Yeah.
traditional
So
myth. Mhm. Go ahead.
okay. So so yeah, basically it's just saying that eh, people today tell the story as if Isis was a virgin, but it's not true because it doesn't align with what's actually written about Isis. So that would mean that the story of Jesus is not based on the virgin part is not based on Horus
Mm-mm.
because that's incorrect information.
Right.
Okay.
Um. Let's see. The falcon and the horse is almost accepted. The falcon. Uh. So horse was considered, depicted as a falcon or a man with the head of a falcon. Let's see. Trying to get to the part. There's no the ancient Egyptian. His name. was Hura or Hor, uh, which translates roughly to the distant one or the one on high. That's the breakdown of his name, of the name. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to go back. Man, this story, this is one of the longest ones in there. Um, trying to think. I know that. Uh, yeah, let me get back to you on this because I do know that I put that in there. Uh, I see where I put that in there that that was a myth because I actually named it the Virgin Myth that people have did that, uh, changed that, saying that, but it's not in the book. And I did read the book, uh, and that's how I found out that that definitely wasn't true. Um, but they did. I'm trying to find the part about him having 12 disciples.
Horace didn't have 12 disciples though.
Let's see. No, okay, so what I'm doing is I'm breaking down the documentaries that are put out there that are not in the actual book. So in some of these documentaries, when they talk about this particular story, they try to say, well, he had 12 disciples or he had disciples. Uh, um, they also said in some documentaries that uh, Horace died and was um, rose. Believe it, his was 2 days or 3 days too.
That's not true either.
Right, it's not
Like
in the
so,
book.
yeah, like he wasn't born of a virgin. He didn't die and rise again. He wasn't sacrificed. He didn't have 12 disciples. Um, like there, none of that is true. In the ancient Near East, the way they kind of all shared this archetype. Um, when they wrote about the origination of their gods, especially if a human became a god. They all kind of
Mhm.
wrote using the same archetype, right? They're divine. They humans need them for miracles. They bless humans who, uh, you know, um, uh, help them get what they need on earth. Like, are their dominion, like allow them to exercise dominion, use their vessels to exercise dominion. Um,
Mhm.
but I don't necessarily I can't see Horace uh as a an influence for the Jesus narrative outside of the ancient Near East uh God archetype narrative. So if anything, I would focus on that, on how a lot of these myths use the same foundation for the origination story for their gods.
Mhm.
Um but Apollonius would probably be closer, and Dionysus and Pan would probably be closer to Jesus.
I think Buddha's
Uh,
closer.
how?
Well, especially you start with the mothers. Buddha's mother was named Maya. Maya, I think it's pronounced Maya, Maya, and Jesus' mother was named Mary. Um, let's see. I'm gonna pull that one up. That's number one. Uh, both of them were recognized as extraordinary at the age of 12. Uh, let's see. Jesus. Let's see. Jesus amazed the elders in the temple, similar to Young, who said, okay, so
Hold on,
um,
Nelly. Hold on,
go ahead.
Kimberly. So, like, if Eve was never born of Adam's rib, there would still be an Eve. But let me ask you this: if Eve never gave birth to another motherfucking Adam, would there be one? Could Adam give birth, Kimberly? And where would the baby come from? Exactly. Exactly. Question the lie, Kimberly. Question the lie. Go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, so at the age of 12, Jesus amazed the elders in the temples, similar to young Buddha, who is said to have outperformed his teachers in all subjects and displayed the wisdom, of course. Um, I'm just going in points. Uh, the temptation in the wilderness, that was a good point. Jesus fasted for 40 days in the desert, with Satan, Buddha meditated under Buddha tree and was tempted by Mara, the demon of desire, death, who sent his daughters to seduce him. So that was a big similarity um, in the
What?
actual story of Jesus. Huh?
What? Who was seduced in Jesus' story?
No, in Jesus' story, Jesus went in the wilderness for 40 days and was tempted by Satan, who offered him worldly power. We know that. In the Buddha story, he went under the Bodhi, I think it's called Bodhi. I could be pronouncing this wrong. It's Bodhi, tree, and was tempted by Mara, which was the demon of desire and who sent the daughters to seduce him in the armory and in the aims to frighten him. Let's see. Uh,
What did he fast for 40 days and 40 nights or something?
no, it doesn't say nothing about him fasting. It just says meditating. It- it's
What you're
just
saying because both stories have them being tempted. Jesus' story is based off of Buddha.
no. I'm just saying the similarities. I'm just bringing similarities into this.
What's the similarity though? That they were both tempted.
That they were both tempted. That's number one. Uh, like I said, Jesus went in the wilderness and fasted, while Buddha went in under a tree and was meditating for this time period. Let's see.
What was the time period?
That's what I'm trying to look. It wasn't 40 days, though. I know that. Let's see. How to seduce him in the army. They both defeated their temperers through mental and spiritual discipline and emerged ready to
What was
teach.
Buddha tempted with?
Buddha was tempted with um let's see, go back here. Was tempted by Mara, the demon of desire and death, who who sent his daughters to seduce him in the aims to frighten him. So he was tempted, I guess, with sex or whatever the thing is. I guess seduce him in that way. I don't know why that would frighten him though, but that's what the story says. Uh, but it says it aims to frighten him. But they both overcame that. Let's see, the core teaching and ethic. Let's see, social. Both both challenged religious elite. The Pharisees for Jesus, the Brahmins for Buddha. I'm making sure I pronounce that right. Brahmins, and taught the spiritual status was based on character, not uh, birth or wealth. Let's see. Uh, Nonviolence, they both, let's see, it looks like, which I didn't too much agree with that, but it says they shared nearly the same views on retaliation. Um, Jesus said, if anyone strikes you on the cheek, offer, what did he say? What did Jesus say? Offer the other also, or something like that to that effect. Buddha says, if anyone should give you a blow, you should abandon any desire to utter no evil words. That's Buddha's teaching. Let's see. Miracles and disciples. walking on water. Both traditions feature stories of walking on water in Buddhism. A disciple, Sariputta, Sariputta, uh, is said to have walked across the river while in a meditative state, uh, feeding people in multitude. There was a Buddhist tale of the miracle of the cakes, uh, where a small amount of food feeds hundreds, similar to Jesus feeding 5,000 with loaves of bread and fish. So those are just some of the similarities in the story that I found. Um,
Uh, I, mm, I
uh,
don't know.
the plots are a little different, though. The
I,
plots, let's see, plots.
I
Let's see.
I wouldn't say that Jesus is based off Buddha. I don't see it. Like if anything, I think the founder, the myth written about the founder of Rome, Romulus, uh, and Apollonius are the closest to me. Um, Romulus was a mortal born of a god, a mortal woman. Apollonius, and I might not be saying his name right. Um, is born of divine birth. His and Apollonius's mom gets a vision from a god before the baby is conceived. And Apollonius is said to be divinely birthed. Like he's a divine human, right? Like Jesus, and he has wisdom, right? He could do miracles like Jesus. Uh, the Romulus was born immortal, but he ended up, not Osiris, Quinn. I thought you wrote the name that I'm thinking of. I think it's Quinn. He became the god Quirinius or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like he transitions to a god. Um, uh, um, like if I would say look into the myth of Romulus, Apollonius, and then compare it with Jesus. And then there are also other Jesuses in Josephus's writings of antiquities of the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if you there's about I think 11, 12 or 11 different Jesuses that Josephus writes about, and they all have different fathers. Like is Jesus son of such, Ananias, um, Jesus son of Sapat. So there's different Jesuses, and if you read their stories and the speeches that they give, you'll see uh, the the influence or some of the same events in some of Jesus's narrative, like going into the temple and destroying the temple because the people had turned the temple into a marketplace. In Josephus's one of Josephus's histories, there's a Jesus whose father is named Ananias, who they go after the Sakari, and the
Mm-hmm.
Sakari was a sect of Jews who carried knives, they carried daggers, and they were almost like a Hamas, because the Jews were under occupation at that time, and they were against Rome, and they wanted to to end the occupation, and so they would go into the temple and they would rob the rabbis of the offerings, like the tithes, and that caused rabbis to die of starvation because they were robbing them. They would take their bread and their money. And so this Jesus partners with another man and his father Ananias, and they go after the Sakari and they beat the Sakari. They go in the temple and they tear that shit up, and they end up
Mm-hmm.
beating the Sakari. And then the Idumeans come and they go to Rome and uh, decide to like hold them up on charges for what they did to the Sakari without
Mm-hmm.
Rome's permission, and because they held a they held a trial for this Jesus
Mm-hmm.
without Rome's permission. The Idumeans go to Rome and kind of snitch on them, and then they make a deal with Rome to have this Jesus killed during a Jewish festival. During one of the festivals like Yom Kippur. I don't know which holiday it was.
Mm-hmm.
And they end up killing him. They killed 3,000 Jewish people during this time, and they kill Jesus and his father, and they leave him in the street for 3 days so that people can walk over their bodies. And so you see that influence also in the narrative of Jesus. So the reason why I say I think Jesus is a composite character is that I don't think that you're going to be able to find one specific myth that
Right.
just says, you know, I think and this is just my opinion. This is not fact. I think they
Hmm.
pulled from some histories about real people
Hmm.
uh, and different myths. Romulus would have been written way before Jesus to write about the origination of Rome.
Hmm.
um, Apollonius was written during the same time Jesus' stories were being written um, by his followers. And Bart Ehrman actually talks about kind of like the war off between the followers of Apollonius and the followers of Jesus. Like a new myth would drop, and then they would go, "Oh, so you want to one up me?" And then they'll go and write about that. They'll write the same narrative and kind of do it bigger and better, and they just kept doing that
Right.
back and forth for a while. So I would say, like, if anything, um those three and Josephus is, I would say, look there, if anything, because because Jesus' stories
Hmm.
are really Greek and Roman influenced, because the Roman Empire, like, they were in a Roman province, right? And I yeah, I
What do
mean,
you
it
think
could, like,
about
it
the
could be.
birth? Uh, Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to ask you, what do you think about the birth between Jesus and the birth of Buddha? Of course, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, um, bullshit, and the Buddha's whole bullshit is the um, what is the dream of the, what is it? I have to go back and oh, she dreamed that uh, a white elephant holding a white lotus flower. Uh, this is how she supposedly got impregnated in her dream. Was holding away. It circled her 3 times and entered her right side.
Yeah, but that's not the story of Jesus. Like, an angel comes to her and tells her before she conceives that she will
Right.
conceive. Well, what I think I hear you saying is Buddha's mama was conceived in her dream by an elephant.
Yeah, by this white circle. I mean, this elephant circling her in the dream. Um, um,
Yeah, in the story, Mary doesn't get pregnant in the dream.
no,
She and it doesn't say, like she the the angel comes to her and tells her that she's been chosen to carry the son of God. And she asks, "Well, how is that even possible if I've never even, you know, had sex? Like, I've never even known a man." Right? So she doesn't get pregnant during that encounter, like in a dream in the Mary story. But again, like, we're
mhm,
talking structure or archetype here, right?
mhm.
Like, because to say that it's based off of Buddha and ignore the fact that Romulus and Apollonius had, uh, miraculous births that was announced by a god.
Yeah,
You would have to
like
explain
I said,
that.
I believe that's part, like you said before, and I've always said it. Jesus, the whole composite of Jesus comes from so much shit. You'll never be able to get it all in there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, because Romulus and Apollonius is, the angel tells her, "You will carry the Son of God," right?
Hmm.
That is that is dead on what is done with Jesus. Buddha's is not. Buddha's is structural, right? An archetype. It's not a one-to-one like Romulus and Apollonius. So,
Mm-hmm.
so what I'm saying is, like, in the ancient Near East, the majority of these mythologies use the same archetype, right? If it's a god, their birth has to be divine, right? It can't. They
Mm-hmm.
can't be born just the same way humans are born, right? So the archetype is of what divine is. But when you get to Romulus and Apollonius, it's undeniable that they're damn near telling the same story. You don't necessarily see that with the Buddhas. You see the structure and the story and Buddha's story, the same structure that you see in explaining, letting the reader know that this is divine. You're going to see in other narratives too. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I don't think it's a strong argument that Jesus is written based off Buddha.
Right.
The I
And like I
the
said, I
idea
just
of
said,
divine.
that's why I broke down points in there of similar or influence. Uh, like I said, the walking on water part, the feeding of multitude. Uh, uh, Jesus did it with the bread thing. He did it with the miracle of cakes. Uh, those are the similarities that I saw for as Jesus's story, of the shit he did, you know. Uh, uh, and then of course,
Because
that's just
okay,
two
so
that I
so
found.
so here's an example. Vespasian Flavian, in his um uh chronicles, his I think it's Serapion who was the historian, or Suetonius. Suetonius, one of the, I think it's Suetonius, was the historian during that time, and he writes that Vespasian healed the blind man. He spit on the ground, got the dirt, made it into clay, put it on the eyes of the blind man, and the blind man could see.
Mhm.
Right,
Right.
um, and that was written prior to Jesus' story being written about Jesus healing somebody um, with who was blind the exact same way. You also have Vespasian healing a lame man, right? The
Okay,
same way
that I'm
Jesus
familiar
healed.
with because I have that in here.
Right. So, but I wouldn't say Jesus is written based off of Vespasian Flavian. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Just different
Because of these
story.
narratives.
Mhm.
Well, in order to deify a king, they would write these types of narratives about these kings to to give uh, the influence or the idea that they were divine from birth. So they would write
Mhm.
these narratives, and the narratives all had to have like miracles in them, right?
Mhm.
It's an archetype, right? But that doesn't mean that Jesus' story is based off of Vespasian Flavian. So the things that you've pointed out with the uh, the with Buddha, that's why I'm saying I think it's structure and cultural, and not necessarily that Jesus is based off Buddha. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree. I agree with you on that, definitely. You know, that's why I said when I say influences in that chapter, I'm basically just saying comparing, this story versus this story versus this story, and different things that they may have done in their lives. Uh, According to biblical texts, according to the Buddha story, um, just little small similarities. Like I said, which you know, um, it's so many. I just there was no way, and I did put that in there because I said that there's so many. Because there's no way we can actually come to a 100% conclusion and say it's not just one thing. It's several stories to make this Jesus composite. Several different things that happen in different other cultures or their gods that
was put into this Jesus. Uh, the Egyptian wall writing where it says, uh, so I can't remember, early dawn, something like that, early dawn something. The sun appears to be walking on the water, which they was talking about the rising of the sun across the water. It looked like it was walking on the water with the water moving, um, which that's in an Egyptian text. That's where you hear people saying that for as Jesus walking on water, uh, they changed it, from the SON to the SUN. You've heard that before, um, in that
No, but
particular
a lot of this is
saying.
circumstantial, right? A lot of it is
Hmm.
circumstantial, and like I get it, it makes sense, but can you prove it? Like especially like with you writing a book, right?
Hmm.
Um, you just want to be very careful with making definitive claims in the book, and the points
Right.
that you bring up, um, like making sure that you identify that it is circumstantial, right?
Well, yeah,
There
it
is
is in
no.
there. It's in there circumstantial. Uh, it's basically what that chapter of the book is basically trying to do is how you say it. I should have named it Mythbusters, but I didn't. But that's basically what that is. It's Mythbusters. It's basically taking some of the sayings that people are saying today, even the ones that are non-believers. They're saying stuff that is just not actual and factual. They're saying repeated stuff, kind of like Christians do. They say what they hear in church from the pastor, and it's not even in the Bible. They were just repeating. So uh, that's basically what that is when I say influences. I give a breakdown of it, saying what is myth, what is factual. For the story, not saying that it happened, not saying that it's real. I make that very clear because I don't believe in Buddha, Jesus, or none of this shit. They're just stories to me. So I
No,
break
I'm
down
not saying that.
the
I'm
story.
not saying that you're saying that the stories are real. I'm
Mhm.
saying the claim that Jesus walking on water came from the Egyptian story about the sun rising and the sun look like it's walking on water. That's circumstantial.
Right,
That
it
like
is.
unless you can prove that's what the author intended. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Just being careful not to make definitive claims about that. And that's one of the things why I'm so excited for Dr. B's textual criticism class,
Hmm.
because one thing that I had a phone call with him last week, about an hour and a half phone call, and he was getting on to me about making definitive claims about what I think the author intended. And so he was saying like we will never really know what the authors intended when they were writing um, this stuff.
Right.
Even when we can prove that they pulled it from something else, we don't know what their intention was or what their agenda was, and we'll never know,
Yeah, we'll
right?
never know it.
And so,
I agree.
yeah,
Yeah. I just, like I said, I make sure that they know this is just hearsay. News travels from mouth to mouth and changes. My mother used to say, "You're lying 100 people up, and you start the line out saying no. By the time you get to the end of the line, they're saying yes." So um, that's how I look at it in there when I'm talking about the influences in different stories. I'm only breaking down what is myth and then what is factual in the story. Um, like I said, the virgin birth of horse, that's a myth. That's just some people were saying. It's not in the book. It's not in the story of Osiris and the Egyptian resurrection. It's not nowhere in there. Um, but you have people that are saying that. And documentaries, they actually got documentaries on YouTube, and you go and look up documentaries on YouTube about uh, Cyrus Horse and Isis. You're gonna hear some of them say that, and it's not in the story. So that's what I'm trying to do, and I'm not going to be able to do it all because I mean I'm not, you know, shit. It's not going to be a freaking novel type deal, you know. But yeah, you know, I just think I agree with you 100% when you said that the composites of Jesus. I mean, it's just too much. You know, that's one character that I can actually, I can definitively say this. That's one character of the Bible that comes from so much different cultures and so many different myths and so many different stories. You can't, you'll never be able to put it all together. You'll never be able to put it all together. I can't, you know, at least I can't.
Yeah, and I think it's also important to say that and I can only speak for myself that just because uh I'm able to recognize that there are similarities uh in the stories of Romulus, Apollonius, um and other like kings in Rome and deities in Rome and Jesus' story. That's not me saying that Jesus was not a real human, that Jesus did not exist as a real
Oh
human,
yeah.
because again, he could have been a real human. I don't know, but I also cannot prove that he was not. Just like I cannot prove that he was. So he could
Right.
have been a real human,
Hmm.
but the claims that I focus on is, was he a god? Did he die and arise again from the dead? Did he do these miracles? Was he the Jewish Messiah? Because he could have been a human who built a cult and, you know, believed or lied that he was this Messiah in the Hebrew scriptures, the same way we see people today claiming to be Jesus returned.
Right.
So, yeah. And he his followers wrote stories about him to exaggerate the claim so that people would see him as divine, the same way the Roman Senate wrote stories about their emperors in order to deify them, right? So it's
Right.
not impossible that a human built a cult and that cult did the same thing that other nations did, or groups of people did, to deify a human as a god.
Yeah, I make sure that when I'm at the end of that conclusion and the summary part of it, I did make sure I said that, you know, there's no way, you know, for is Jesus being a God, you know, I'm trying to remember exactly what I said, but for is Jesus being a God, uh, at the end of the conclusion, I would have to say no, you know, to Jesus being a God. Jesus being a person, well, at that time, only knew of four Yeshuas that truly existed, and some of them did. Um, were leaders and like a cult following, had a cult following, and stuff like that. Before as the you know, rising in 3 days and walking on the water and raising the dead, you know, that is definitely mythology, definitely bullshit.
Um,
You know,
good person to say that he was a good person if he existed. Uh, I I don't know if you mean like in fairness. I'm interested in knowing like why you say that, because the stories that we have written about him doesn't necessarily spell out good person existing in fairness, because the stories we have written about him shows that he prioritized his group of people over other humans on earth. This the same way that we see white supremacy.
exactly.
So so if he had that same cultural mindset, and we see what kind type of harm that mindset caused in our age, in our society, why would you consider him a good person? Good morning, Fee. Lily Orchid, are you up here on purpose, or okay? because I said she sat there for so long without muting. I figured that she was up here on accident. Sorry, Fee. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Hey,
I'm
Fee.
good.
Hey, Miss Nelly. Y'all have good conversations last night?
We actually did, and then I had to reset. So this is actually a reset, and we haven't had a. Well, we had one. Do we have one guest since the reset?
Mm,
Uh,
not with me up here. You had, yeah, yes, you did. You had one,
oh,
uh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey,
Who?
Selena.
the young lady.
Hey.
No, wasn't the guy the reset?
Which guy?
Wasn't that guy the one who was flicking the lighter? Wasn't he on the reset, or was he on the one before the reset?
Oh, shoot. They run together.
The one that came up here about Job, and I played.
Oh, that. Oh, my
Was that
gosh.
before the reset or after? I don't remember, but we did have some good conversations, but I had to reset, and so we've been here without a guest for probably an hour and a half now.
Well, damn.
Yep.
It's
But
400
I
people
also
in
think
here.
it's because we've been talking about research.
Oh, yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, that and it's my fault. Definitely my fault. I guess while we're waiting on the guests, I had one more thing. The Jesus, the Yeshua's, I would like to say, that you found, were they between uh sixth and eighth century
6th and 8th century, what?
BCE?
Well, they're all throughout the Hebrew history. So they're in the antiquities, the historical chronicles of the Hebrews. So they're not from just one specific
Well,
time.
it was one particular one, but well, um, I guess what I'm trying to articulate here is look at me using big words there. Um, what I'm trying to say is that these stories um, of these different Jesuses were way after the supposedly Jesus of God existed.
Mm-mm.
These stories.
No, no, they were written by Josephus.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to go in and look at this. I want to make sure what I'm saying is right. Um, okay, I'm talking about uh, the one that let's see. Uh,
Are you
Man, I have to.
asking? Like, are you asking if their stories happened after Jesus died?
Yeah, I'm talking about the actual writing of the story, the actual of of these cult leaders. Um,
What cult leaders are you talking about?
well, there was one in particular that was actually let's see, and it's not Jesus. It's how you pronounce it, Yeshua. Let's see,
Yeshua.
Yeshua. Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh, damn, I got. Boy, I'm trying to find all this on my tablet. This is ridiculous. I don't have my computer in front of me. Um, this particular one though, I believe they didn't they have the grave site for this person, the bones of this person.
I don't know which person. Like, there's multiple Yeshuas in the antiquities of the Jews, like throughout.
This
Like,
was
so Josephus tells the whole history of the Jews, not just a specific time period.
right.
Yeah.
Um,
So, and there's multiple Yeshuas throughout that he's talking about. And so when you say this person, I don't know which Yeshua you're referring to. In the you're talking about in the histories, uh, the chronicles that Josephus writes regarding the occupation, or are you talking about just history, uh, uh, like complete history of the Jews? Which are you talking about?
I would have to
Pray.
lean more
Hold
toward.
on. Hold on. Pray for your motherfucking self. Like the fact that you think that you can pray for me means that you think that you have arrived. Like don't waste your fucking 10 minutes with your Jesus on me cuz I don't fucking want to. Use it for yourself. I'm sure you have shit that you need to ask Jesus to fix in you. Why the fuck would you waste that shit on me? Like, do y'all realize that when y'all say I'll pray for you, it means you think that you are perfect and you have arrived?
Also,
So
reading
I'm pretty
and
sure your Holy Spirit doesn't give you the critical thought to think past that stupid ass statement. I'm sorry, Fee. Go ahead.
no, I was just gonna say, like, reading without understanding implies that you read, but you don't comprehend something that's in the text. That's not what's happening here. We're reading and accepting the words for what they mean. You're reading it and then adding some shit that's not there. So it's not
But
understanding,
what
that's
are we?
imagination.
But what are we reading? We ain't even reading the text. We're not
They
even
just say
reading the
shit.
Bible. We're talking about Roman history and Jewish history.
Right.
Like we're not even reading the text. So that
They
like they're them saying you read without understanding, I'll pray for you. Like this is why I say they turn their God into a fucking curse, into a curse word. They use him that way. When they say shit like that, they really want to say I don't believe anything that y'all are making me feel uncomfortable. I'm sitting here listening to some shit that I probably shouldn't be listening to, and I don't know how to respond. So fuck all of y'all. But instead of them saying that because they don't have the balls to say it, they say you read without understanding. I'll pray for you when we're
oh,
not even reading the Bible. They haven't heard us say shit about what's in the Bible, and we haven't read a scripture. There was
yeah.
absolutely no reason for them to say that.
And I don't even know what they think should be understood. Like I think you're absolutely right. Like, it's ultimately if you are discussing things that they don't agree with, then you don't understand, and that's ultimately where they start and stop with all of these conversations.
Which is what Jesus does. Now I'm about to bring your Jesus text in. This is what Jesus does in the Bible. When people don't understand, when people reject his teachings, he tells them they don't understand and that they can't understand because they're rejecting it. And the crazy thing about it is if you all don't even pay attention to this, if he's God and he tells them this shit and they reject it, then he goes, you reject it because you can't understand. Why the fuck did you tell it to me in the first place then? If
That
you're
part.
God, you knew I wouldn't understand it. Why the hell are you telling it to me then? That's why the religious professor that I told you I was listening to his lecture, he says that the Jesus's early uh teachings, his early movement was called narcissism because you basically have to uh reframe, or what do they call it? You have to shift the blame shifting onto the person that you're trying to convince of these narratives or of a specific idea. If they reject it, they're rejecting it not because what I'm saying isn't true, not because what I'm saying is illogical. You're rejecting it because you are the problem. You're not divine enough. You don't have enough faith. You're sinful. You don't understand. That's what Jesus does that throughout this whole damn text.
Not even realizing that just means that you're building in unfalsifiability. Like, if ultimately what you're saying is anybody that doesn't believe this, then there's something wrong with them, how could you ever test that claim to see if it's true or not? They're gaslighting themselves out the gate and don't even realize it.
Yep, exactly. That's kind of like what we was talking about yesterday on Crystal's live about faith being the evidence. That
Exactly.
yeah, it's built in. It's like don't go looking for it. Kind of like what Josephus says in Antiquities when he's talking about Noah and how long Noah lived and all the patriarchs lived. He says, "Don't go looking for their birth records, though."
Right.
that's what faith is. Don't go looking for evidence because let your faith be the evidence, because they knew that when you all went looking for the evidence of these claims, you would find none. And so because there is this big ass gap with no evidence, your faith has to be the evidence. It's a built-in retention plan.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean, you have to think
Yeah.
about, like, that's how faith is built. The more you don't see what you are supposed to see and continue to believe in it, that's what increases your faith. So it's almost, to me, I can't see the difference between in a person's ability to lie to themselves or delude themselves with the application of faith. Because if you tell me a thing and the more strongly I buy into that delusion without evidence of what you've told me, if that's strengthening my faith, then what does that say about what you're saying and how I'm using my mind? If you tell me a thing, I should be able to verify that thing. But if faith only comes with me accepting it with no evidence, that could be true of absolutely anything. That's why, like you were saying, this is about narcissism. It's about being right. It's about holding the answers and sticking to that no matter what the evidence in the world around you says.
To the person in the comment, my live doesn't work that way. I don't let people up just to state their opinions. I honestly don't care about your opinion. We deal with facts and logic and data and what can be proven in here. If you want to, and when you come up, you do have to address one of the topics on the post. My live isn't set up like for a free forum, but you can say what you want to say in the comments. And if it's adding value to the conversation, then we may read your comment out or address it, or if not, you can have that conversation with the people in the comments. But if you want to come up and address one of the topics, you're more than welcome to do that. Yala, the answer to your question is in the Bible, faith is the evidence. Faith is the substance. It's the product of the things that you hope for, and it's the evidence of what you do not see of that thing, right? And so faith isn't an action word in the Bible that we today have given it that context. But biblically, faith is your evidence of this claim. The fact that you have faith in it means that it's real, which is why we see a lot of apologists say if Jesus wasn't real, if this never happened, why would people be willing to die for it? Right? The fact that they had enough faith in it to die for it means it's real. That's the evidence. That's what they say. And real enough to me, that's enough. It is if you are not trying to indoctrinate other people into it. Like if you try to come to people like me or Nelly or Selena or Fee, it's not enough. I don't care about anecdotes that of experiences that only you have access to.
And I think that person's also admitting that they don't care that what they believe is true. Like, it's comfortable for me, so it's classic head in the sand where, it's enough for me, so that makes it true. No, like that. If you care that what you believe is true, also you got to care about how your beliefs impact other people. So to me, that statement is extremely selfish and myopic because you're only looking at how your belief systems, which inform your actions, impact you when you don't live in a silo. And that's why the narcissism thing makes so much sense to me, because salvation and even proselytizing in this belief system is supposed to be about other people, but it's a way to guarantee your salvation. It makes people so very selfish, but yet seem holy, self-certified holy themselves, but only looking at what they believe and how it impacts their lives.
And then like I don't know, are you freaking out over books? Like you saying that Lord knows no ego or pride, that's a damn lie. Your God is all ego. Your God is all pride, and he will tell you that. The very fact that you believe you were created for the sole purposes of worshiping it is all ego. The very fact that it says without faith you can't please the God, all ego. The fact that if you even give yourself credit, the God has a hissy fit. It is seen as demonic for you to give yourself credit. Somebody said that in Crystal's live yesterday. Faith in God is good. Faith in self is satanic. Just listen to that statement. Faith in yourself is considered to be satanic or demonic in your belief system.
I found it. It was Manny. You ever heard of Mani? Third through fourth century. Now, this guy right here truly existed, and he was a Persian prophet in the third and fourth century, and he founded a global cult that rivaled against Christianity for over 1,000 years. He in his um story, um his Jesus, this is how he looks shit. He said, let's say his Jesus. I cannot say this word. Paraclete.
Paracletus.
Paraclete. There you go.
Is that
Thank
is
you
that what
so
you
much.
said?
Yes. Paraclete.
Paraclete.
Paraclete. Okay. So his Jesus, the man, he claimed to be a paraclete, which is a helper promised by Jesus. Uh, he taught a radical, how you say, dual, du- light versus dark, and he claimed that Jesus was purely spiritual, purely a spiritual being who didn't actually have a physical body or suffer on the cross. Uh, that was in his story, Um and Saint Augustine.
It sounds like I think it's called diocese or something like that. There were the group of people that
I thought he
believed that
said
he wasn't.
dualism.
But
No, it's just
it's called
dualism.
there hold on. I, Dios let's see. Hold on. It's talked about in that book.
Mhm.
There's a group of believers. Oh God, hold on. Well, I'm sorry. What? While I look at what was the purpose of bringing up this person? What were we talking about? With him?
Uh, um, he's another word. Manichaeism.
Yeah, I'm saying what relevancy does he have?
Okay, this Manny character, he's the founder of that word. I can't say the word, and I don't like trying to say it. My tongue twist up trying to say it, but he's actually the founder of Money. Can somebody help me, please, with that word?
Spell it again, Millie.
It's Manchaesm.
Your phone broke up. I don't know if it was only for me. I
Oh,
didn't
I'm
get the
sorry.
last 2 letters. MAN what?
Manchaesm.
Are y'all getting all the
What?
letters?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what was the reason that we are talking about him?
Well, remember when I was saying um, I was talking about like a so-called Jesus back in the day? This one considered uh, was teaching that he was chosen by the Spirit of Jesus to be the physical body as a helper, and he was
But
promised
he's
by
not claiming
Jesus.
to be Jesus, though.
Well, in his story,
It sounds
well,
like Docetism. That's the word I was looking for. Docetism. The people who believe in Docetism believe that Jesus was not he didn't have a physical body, that he was all spiritual, and that he didn't suffer on the cross spiritually, physically. It was
mhm,
all spiritual. So
right,
that's it. Sounds like he was a follower of Docetism, but I
he
don't think he's
was.
claiming. It doesn't sound like he's claiming to be Jesus.
Yeah, and Saint Augustine was also a member of that cult at one point for I think for 9 or 10 years before uh, converting to mainstream Christianity too as well. I just thought that was interesting. A lot of people have never even heard of Manny, but uh, I cannot say that word. But uh, scholars believe that he's the founder of Monte. I cannot say that word for shit. Man, that's where they got the word from, basically from his name, because his name is Mani, and the word is Maniche. I mean Heesm.
It looks like Monte Chaism or Monte Chiism or something like that. I've never heard of this
Yes.
before.
Yeah. I
But
mean,
it just sounds like a cult. Like I don't see what relevancy he has.
well,
What's his relevancy?
I just thought his story was interesting because he claimed he was chosen by Jesus. Um, but he
Like
taught that
Paul.
Jesus, yeah, yes, he's one of the people that claim, but this guy actually existed, you know. Uh, he claimed to be promised by Jesus, and he's the
Hold on,
one.
hold on for a second. So, just want to show y'all like what's happening right now. So, when we talked about how Jesus used narcissistic tactics when people didn't agree with him or accept his claim of being the Son of God or the teachings, um, the Kiera person in the comments is doing the same thing right now by calling us like angry people, right? And then they don't like that we don't agree with what they're saying. um Now it's we care too much, right? We're angry people who care too much. You shouldn't be asking all these questions. Yeah, this is exactly what Jesus does in the text. This is how Christianity is formed. When you start asking questions, you become the problem, right? You care too much, you think too much, you read too much, you question too much, then you become angry, you become sinful, even ignorant, incapable. This is how Jesus's theology is carried out or executed, even in the book, and why you see believers behaving or responding that way and today, and it why the saying there's no hate like Christian love, because they only know how to defend their belief system using narcissistic strategies. They can't go to evidence, they can't go to logic, they can't go to explanations. They use these preemptive narcissistic, psychological warfare type strategies to defend their belief system. I just wanted to point that out because he's actually doing it in real time right now. Sorry, go ahead, Nelly.
Yeah, I just thought that, like I said, I thought that was an interesting story because there was two people that I found in history that uh, 'cause I was looking for, you know, info. Let me damn, I hate when my mouth twists up. Influential rivals. The two biggest ones I found was Manny. And he, for over 1,000 years, did. I mean, he was a bad boy. Now he was an actual cult leader, but Arius, who was not a cult leader, damn near took Christianity out of main. I mean, he damn near replaced mainstream Christianity. But of course, they ended up. That was the whole meaning for the Council of Nicaea because of what Arius was actually doing. Uh, Arius was teaching and
I
had.
just feel like it's changing the topic though, because I don't see the
Mhm.
relevancy. I don't see the relevancy of this person when talking about the archetype of Jesus, or like, and the history of the text.
Well, the relevancy to me is that the stuff that they say about Jesus and um, that is basically is not true. But these are people that actually existed that fought against Christianity and was saying, like Arius was had a big enough following, and he was saying that Jesus was not a god. Jesus, there was a time when he was not. Now, if you, and the reason why I say that is because in the Council of Nicaea, that was put in their what do you call it? Their script, their law, or whatever. That uh, there was a time. I mean, there was no time that he was not. You know, so I just thought those two people were very interested in history because, like I said, these two people damn near nearly took Christianity out.
No, no, I get it. It is a interesting uh history. I just don't see the relevancy in what we were discussing because um like you're talking about a human who believed. I find it interesting that she left. Like I really wanted to talk to her, considering all the shit she's been commenting on my page.
Mhm.
They never stick around long enough to, back up the shit they say. But I just like you're talking about a human who believed in Jesus and how that human believed in Jesus.
Mhm.
Um, and the code. I don't see the relevancy and it just feels like a different topic to me, if that makes sense.
I understand. I understand. When we was talking about, it said Yeshua, but it was actually what I was remembering was this Manny character uh, who was supposedly chosen by, was teaching and saying he was chosen by Jesus and da 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 da. It was a big deal, uh, rivaled against Christianity for 1,000 years, over 1,000 years, I know. And I just thought that was interesting. But it wasn't Yeshua that I was thinking about. It was actually Manny I was thinking about,
Okay.
and who existed.
Lozart, are you saying that abusive men don't fast? Are you're saying because a man chooses to fast, that means he's incapable of being abusive? Is that the claim you're making?
I think he
Well, I
also
mean that
said,
you realize that that is the logical entailment of what you're saying. You literally said, okay, I doubt, right? That means that you're saying it. No, like it's impossible for Adam to have been abusive. Then you give the reason why. And you say when he wanted to fast 40 days after the fall. So you say Adam could not have been abusive because he wanted to fast for 40 days after the fall. Why where are you getting that Adam was the purest of all men when you believe that Adam did something to make your ass wicked and sinful? Like how does he still hold this purity when you believe he committed a sin that now makes you born in sin?
Being the purest and responsible for the fall of man at the same time is fucking wild. He also earlier in the comments said that Jezebel did witchcraft on Ahaz. Where, friend? Like they just say shit and never back it up.
I think like they're when they say stuff like this, to me it just shows how men in society have been trained to not take accountability for their actions and to always seek to shift the blame.
Yep. Every single time. Because that's what this religion allows them to do. I keep saying that when you are the owner of when you have a scapegoat for your accountability and your responsibility, and you are the owner of your own forgiveness, like Christianity sets up for every single person that buys into it, then you don't have to be better. You don't have to grow. You don't have to ask questions because you've already insulated yourself. You have created your own barrier of protection by these belief systems that are unsubstantiated and absolutely false in most cases. But they don't give a shit. They just want to say something. And then the moment that you push back, oh, well, you don't have enough faith. Well, of course I don't have enough faith. This doesn't make any fucking sense.
Even following the way, Lozart, means you are a Christian. A Christian is just someone who believes that Jesus is God, that Jesus was sent from God, and that he died for your sins. Like the way was just the name of the cult, the early follow one of them, because there were many. One of the early cults that was created from the teachings of this Jesus. You are a Christian. That was the name. That's what they called themselves in the Bible. The early followers of Jesus called themselves the way. Um, and Lozart thinks that not identifying as a Christian means he's not a Christian when all a Christian is someone who believes in Jesus. That's all a Christian is. So he's a Christian.
It's like saying, nope, I'm not a fireman. I'm a person who puts out fires. Like, it's the same thing.
Yep.
Like, it's the same thing, pumpkin.
And the fact that they don't know that or think that, it's, I don't know, it's hilarious. They have like I say, they have an interesting relationship with words.
Yeah, I mean, if ultimately the only symmetry breaker is what your title is, you're doing the same thing. You're moving in the same way. You have the same beliefs. You worship the same deity. You're just calling yourself something different.
They just thinkers. What is it that you think we're claiming to be? Like, all we're doing is thinking. Yeah, I don't know. Y'all say some of the weirdest shit as believers. And then y'all be thinking y'all eating when y'all say that shit too. And I think like maybe if you were a thinker, right, then you wouldn't say the shit that you say. Sonny, so I gave you the breakdown of how the room works, and you still requested up. So I assume that you
Oh,
came up
you know what?
to.
I'm sorry, I forgot to cancel my request when you had said something about yeah, it's not it's a little bit more than what
Okay.
I was offering as far as my opinion was concerned. I didn't really want
Okay.
anything. I was enjoying the conversation and listening, but I
Okay.
was just saying that everyone's entitled to however they
No,
believe.
no, 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 no,
And
no, Sony, no, no, no. This isn't an invitation for you to say what you were going to say anyway. So if you're not going
Oh,
to
okay. Well, then, if
choose
that's
a
the
topic,
case,
I'm gonna drop you down.
yeah, that's
Okay,
okay.
I
Yeah,
hope you.
put me down. I'll get down
All right,
myself.
have
Thank
a
you,
good
though,
one.
really.
Okay.
You
All right.
too.
Goodness, that's like the third person tonight that have come up, and I'm telling them how the room works, and then they decide that they're gonna bogart and still say what they want to say.
Boundaries are new, I think, for a lot of believers. Like even when we talk about the prayer boundary that a lot of people put up, the fact that they push back against that, the fact that they feel as though that their intentions or their desires supersede any rules or boundaries that's established is typical of this belief system. That's how they move, and that's how they are authorized to move by this God.
You did bogart, Sonny. You literally said, but I was just coming up to say you can, and just proceeded to say what you wanted to say. Yes, you did. Like, did you just forget what you just did when you were on stage? You didn't hear yourself start to say what you wanted to say, regardless. What? I don't know. Do I need to fucking play it back? Does Jesus need to command y'all when y'all can use your ears? I know y'all say y'all gotta have spiritual eyes and spiritual ears. Like, are they like only in use when Jesus says you can use them?
And even if the statement that she was about to make about everybody, having a right to believe what they want to believe wasn't the original point she wanted to come up and make, that's still the same thing. That's still you coming up to state an opinion, which Thinker already told you was not how this live is ran. So, that doesn't even absolve you. Just sit in it, right? Like, this was our experience. Even if that wasn't what you intended, just respect and acknowledge that that's how it landed with us. I don't think that that's just a reality.
And honestly, she's been saying that in the comments
Mm-hmm.
the whole time. So that definitely is what she wanted to say. I didn't give an opinion. I gave no opinion. I recounted events as they happened. And you can go and watch yourself on YouTube. Go to Arch Thinker, time stamped 3:30, hour 3, 30 minutes, and listen to yourself. You even said, but I just want to say. You even started it with that. That's how I knew to cut you off. It don't fucking matter, Sean. It didn't have shit to do with the topic of this room. Y'all think that y'all are entitled to do whatever the fuck you want to do to other people and in other people's space, and you're not. I did not. I while you were on stage, you stopped me and said that after you saw my comment, you forgot to remove your request, which told me that you after you I told you that you cannot come up and say what you want to say. That if you come up, you have to pick a topic. And then when I say, well, since you requested anyway, that means that you understood. And then you stopped me and you said, no, I forgot. After that, I forgot to remove my request. That means you understood that you could not come up here and say what you wanted to say. Like, stop fucking playing with me.
And then she just type that she thought you invited her up?
Right after she sat there and said, I forgot to remove my request.
Yeah, which
Now,
one is it?
now I invited you up. Y'all lie so fucking fast. It's ridiculous.
Wow, serving a God of truth. That is wild.
And then, like, it didn't even have to go through all of this. I just made a statement that you were the third person who did that tonight. That's all I said. You were the third person who did that tonight. Now you got to get fucking muted because, as I've stated several times throughout the live, don't type in all caps. And no, I'm not fucking kidding you. I said what I said, and I told you that in the comments. No, you cannot come up and just say what you want to say. I explained to you, my live is not formatted that way. And then after I responded to you in the comments, I said it verbally to everybody. To everybody after I responded to you. And then you came on stage, acknowledged that you understood, acknowledged that you forgot to remove your request, proceeded to say what you wanted to say anyway. And then you get in the comments and gaslight. I don't even think that's not going to work, Yella. Because in order for them to understand the books about comprehension, they have to be able to read or want to. Most of them have spiritual eyes and spiritual ears, and reading text isn't a part of that. We would have to figure out some way to put the shit in their dreams or in their coffee or at a red light, because that's where they get the majority of their information. While they sleep or driving or from a some whipped cream looking like Jesus in a frappe.
No whipped cream, Jesus.
Did you see that?
No. What the hell? Where did that come from?
Somebody got a frappe and the whipped cream was reminding them of Jesus. So Jesus was talking to them through the frappe.
Wow. Through frappe whipped cream. Could be a message from God. So you made the universe. Like you created the code for DNA, but you can only establish your presence through an impression in whipped cream on a frappe. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool Whip for Christ is crazy.
I don't know that they, like, when I say they don't hear themselves, I really don't think they hear themselves. And I really don't think that they have a very close and personal relationship with truth either, in addition to this God. Because the moment we start recounting the facts that happen, the verifiable facts, like you can roll back YouTube and listen to that conversation. The fact that we talk about it, because it didn't go that way in her mind, then it didn't happen. And I don't know that being able to highlight these things and point them out in real time actually even helps them, because they double down on the deception, the self-deception at this point. Despite the hundreds of people that are in here verifying that this is exactly how the conversation went, we can listen to it, they don't care. It's about comfort for them, not about truth.
They don't even like realize that even after like all of these deconstruction lives have popped up, something that they've never seen before. Like they've never seen people as vocal against the things that they do and the things that they say, or their belief system at this manner, right? There's always been people who didn't want to believe in the God, but vocal at this level and so open about it and so confident about it, they've not really experienced it, but they're refusing to listen to what's being said. And what's being said is y'all are harmful people in society. The people in your lives are being harmed by you. The people in your neighborhood are being harmed by you and your belief system, the things that you say, how you disrespect boundaries, right? How intrusive you are. Y'all aren't listening to that. And the fact that y'all aren't listening to it and taking it to yourself as a believer and saying, well, how can I be a better believer so that people don't see us this way, you get defensive and you double down on the bad behavior. And you exaggerate it even more. Like, it's very human for you to be claiming that you have access to a God that has died for you and saved your soul and given you power to be a better human than the rest of us. Y'all's reactions be very human like.
So is their God. I mean, you serve
Yeah.
a God that can get jealous. What the fuck for? Like, if I'm going to think about a person who has a role model, right? That role model models for them ways of behavior. It sets the standards for, okay, this is how I want to be. This is how I want to, this person exhibits characteristics that I admire. I see that it's effective. I understand why they work. They're able to explain their methodology, why it works, all of those things. Like, if a God is going to be lauded in that way, that God should be behaving in a way that I want to. This God tells you he's jealous. This God tells you he's wrathful. This God does some shit that the vast majority of even the folks that follow him won't do. Like, I am not sacrificing my child. I'm not. I'm not going to tell you to kill somebody's baby because of what they believe. I'm not going to punish people for things they can't control. I am absolutely I have no control over what I believe. Things make sense to my mind or they don't make sense to my mind. So worshiping a deity that will punish you for something, punish you eternally, by the way, for temporarily not believing something which is completely outside of your control is insane. But you've set this character up as your goal. You've set this character up to be worshiped. And when we say to you how believing in something that you don't understand is very harmful. Following things blindly is harmful. Authoritarian leadership styles are harmful. When we say this and we show you why, we build the connecting bridges for you to see how one thing correlates or even causes another, you still deny it. But Jesus, they don't give a shit about what's true. They just give a shit about what's comfortable for them. It's selfishness.
Yeah, Stevie Wonder said it best in his song. Superstitious.
Yep.
He said it best.
Believing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Believing in things you don't understand.
You suffer.
And that's ultimately, I think, what most religions are. They're just, very well-funded, politicized superstitions. Because you think, oh, if I do this, this is going to happen. You can't show me a causal connection between those things. You can't even point to the God.
No.
We never hear from this God when y'all stop speaking. So it is deified and glorified superstition that has political purpose and has been useful in our society, and it just continues to perpetuate because people don't read, and it's easier to not think. You let other people think for you and then vilify those of us who choose to think for ourselves.
I believe superstitious is isn't that a mention in the Bible as well? I can't remember where it was. But I know it's mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
The crazy thing is the explanation on this God's jealousy is that it's a divine jealousy.
What the fuck does that mean? Does it just mean a God is jealous? Because like, how does
They
the
say it's not the
definition?
same as human jealousy.
In what way though? Is there an explanation as to how it's different?
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. Uh, okay, it says God's divine jealousy is a holy, self-centered, in a good way, passion for his people's devotion, protecting his rightful glory and their well being, rooted in love and covenant, where human jealousy is sinful, rooted in insecurity, selfishness, and envy. seeking to control or possess what isn't theirs, leading to division and destruction. Divine jealousy preserves a sacred relationship while human jealousy corrupts it.
I mean, I don't see the symmetry breaker
It's
because
basically it's God and he can be jealous and you can't. And you have to see his jealousy as good and that he'll kill a motherfucker because he loves you so much.
so it's basically the same feeling, it's the same emotion. It's just coming from a different being, but it's the same fucking thing. It's kind of like when they talk about the idea of oh goodness, God's
It can be.
hello.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Fee.
Yeah, like it's ultimately the might makes right again, just when we're talking about jealousy, because jealousy, whether whatever the object is or the catalyst for it, it's still jealousy. Like the emotion doesn't change just because the actor is different. And I don't know what they think this separation is when they say, when they put divine in front of a verb or divine in front of some sort of action. It's still the same action. Just because you have a special place carved out for God and you can special plead for God doesn't mean that all of us are willing to do that. It's the same fucking thing. And it's also
Yeah.
incompatible with divine perfection, because jealousy does, there's a component of comparison, there's a component of loss and rivalry with jealousy. Just by definition, you can't pull those components out of the word just because you slap God in front of it or divine in front of it. It doesn't work that way.
To a believer's mind, all they gotta hear is God. Rape is good. God. There was a young lady on Jay's live. She was in the comments earlier tonight. She didn't come up. Um, Maddie said that she was a crash out, like an immediate crash out. But before I fell asleep, I heard her on Jay's live, and she was okay with the God commanding the raping of women, and she was okay with it because she said she would be not be one of the women that would have to experience it because she would be in heaven.
Wow, selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. All a man has to do is say, God said. All right, y'all. We've been without a guest for 2 hours. So I'm going to give it to 5:30. If you are a believer, there's over 540 people watching the live right now on TikTok and another 100 on YouTube. So there's almost 700 people listening to us talk right now. And the guest box has been open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing your belief, and that means you're questioning it, analyzing it, researching it, doing away with what doesn't serve you or serve others, or doing away with it altogether, or reconstructing it into a more healthier place. Or if you are an atheist, you could be agnostic atheist, um, but not agnostic deists. We're not looking to talk to people who have a belief in some God. This isn't a place to come debate. We're not debating, although the discussions can get pretty uh, passionate and chaotic because when believers talk to people who have a difference in belief, they tend to get really defensive and do fuck shit, and so we have to go to hell with them often. That's not the goal of the live. The goal is not to have a crash out conversation. The goal is to have respectful conversations. The goal is not to talk over each other. And as host on the stage, our job is to make sure that the conversations that we have in here are curated in a way that people get value from them, that we are learning, that we're not just up here talking. We have things that we want to understand. So our goal is to seek that. I don't know what your intentions are or your goals are from participating in the conversations, but our goal as hosts is to make sure you get what you're looking for. by participating in the conversation. That means if you trail off and you go to a different topic, we're going to put you back on topic, because just jumping from place to place, you can't get understanding that way. Okay. And so I'm not going to allow it in here. I am very strict. And I have boundaries and I enforce them motherfuckers. You won't be able to cross them. And you can think that's rude. Uh, I don't give a damn. Um, you don't have permission to cross my boundaries. But if you do come on stage, I'm gonna respect you until you teach me not to. So as long as you are respectful and you show that you can have a civil conversation, the conversation will remain civil until you decide that you no longer want to have a civil conversation. So there's no need for you to be afraid to come up. Um, you set the tone. That's about the only power you have in here, is to set the tone of the type of conversation you want to have. Clee. Okay, I assume that you came up on accident. It sounded like they were snoring as soon as I brought them up anyway. I wonder, like, my alarm went off silently in my ear. I woke up and it was going off, but no noise.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's odd. Even when I have my phone on vibrate, my alarm will still sound. So I wonder why I did that.
I don't know. It's never done that before. I don't know if it's because I fell asleep with the AirPod in, and the alarm sound doesn't translate to the AirPod. I guess I don't know. Um, is the asking if there is a topic already up in the air? Unless you're visually impaired, um, are you? Before I say what I'm going to say, like I don't want to assume. I did that with Divine, and I felt horrible. I assumed that, and turned out she was. You're okay. Then I do apologize. There is a topic. The overall topic in the room is women have been gaslit by God and the church, and then there are 4 subtopics that you can choose from. Um, the first one is God help David get rid of his baby problem. It's a joke. Yeah, you gotta go. I don't fucking like that shit. I don't even want you in my room. That wasn't even nothing to fucking joke about. Yeah, that was fucking stupid. Who the fuck jokes about being blind? It's fucking dumb.
Especially when you straight up asked if they had a vision impairment. Like, I don't know what's wrong with people these days.
Like I'm telling you, like if there was a God, he don't like this motherfucking planet. There's no
Mm-mm.
fucking way. Like the humans on this planet are like, we are rotten to the fucking core. There's no fucking way there is an all loving God watching over this motherfucker here.
Mm-mm.
Like if anything, he has got to be frustrated as fuck. If he's all good and all loving, he is fucking frustrated as hell with this place. There's no fucking way.
If he's all good and all loving, then he's definitely not all powerful. Because anything all good and all loving wouldn't let this shit just continue to play out. Like, and if he's all powerful, then he's definitely not all loving and all good. Like, you got to pick one of the omnis. But he's either in purgatory somewhere, like gnashing his spiritual teeth at how fucked up everything is on this planet, or he's sitting back chilling because he doesn't give a shit. But there's no way all of those omni properties could be assigned to anything that's responsible for the oversight of this rock.
Yeah, and I'm talking about just like not even liking the humans, period.
Mm-hmm.
Like just think about, we are mortals, right? Like we're humans, and we're not all good, but we're pretty decent humans.
Right.
And being around other humans who don't care about other humans, who do dumb shit that can harm other humans or offend other humans just for the fucking sake of it, it frustrates the living shit out of us. Most
Mm-hmm.
of us are introverts. We don't even go out because we don't want to be around humans.
Yep.
And we feel like humans drain a lot of our energy. It feels gross. Like we're humans and we don't want to be around humans. Ain't no fucking way in all good God wants to. There's no fucking way. There's no way in all good God is not fucking frustrated with our asses. Cause we don't care about other humans. We're selfish as fuck as a humanity.
And it seems to be like ramping up. Like people are so disconnected and like, just unplugged from just basic human decency. I can imagine like maybe we look like roaches to this god, like, and in the same way like when a bug or an ant crawls into their and granted, like they have a system of organization, like they have their homes and everything are intricate and large and expansive. Like they have a whole network and a system of functioning in the same way humans do. Maybe that's how God sees us, because there's no way. Like I get it, right? If I were to look at the way most humans behave and the way people treat each other. Like the other day I was coming off the highway and I was making a left off this exit, and I didn't even realize I must have veered into the lane of to the right of me. And the guy blew the horn. And when he blew the horn, of course, I corrected. And so I tossed my hand up. I was like, I'm so sorry, because I literally didn't see him. This dude laid on his horn right in front of me, slammed on his brakes, rolled his window down, stuck his hand out, giving me the bird, shaking it in the air. And I'm sitting up, I'm like, dude, it was literally a mistake. Like, I didn't wake up this morning and think, you know what? When I get off exit 211, I'm going to veer into the right lane and just fuck up this random dude's day in a blue car. It was a mistake. But I think people are so self-absorbed and so disconnected from the fact that every single human being on this planet is dealing with something. And they're dealing with a lot of some things at the same time, probably just as many as you are. Family issues, job issues, financial issues, all of these issues. We know this, yet we still treat each other like shit. We still don't give a shit about the safety and the security of the next human being. If it's not me, I don't give a shit. And I could absolutely see why this guy, if this guy was looking on, how he wouldn't give a shit about us. Because it's disgusting.
Yeah, like when I took my son to get fitted for his braces, he when we were leaving, he opened the back door of the car to get in, and he hit the door touched. It didn't even hit or ding. It just touched the car next to us. That man got out, and like he was just so, and I'm looking at him like, what the fuck you doing all that for? And I'm looking at the car. I'm like, there's no ding. It did it scrape it. And my son kept saying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He never acknowledged my son's apology, not once. But he was looking for a reason to go off.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, I think people be mad about other shit. They look for reasons to take that shit out on other people, because we as a society, our emotional intelligence is fucking non-existent. We aren't taught about emotional intelligence. We're taught to demonize our emotions, which is why so many Christians come in here and they don't know how to respond to me cussing a motherfucker out for disrespecting me.
Yep. Yeah. And then they don't care to learn emotional intelligence, because that's been vilified as well. Oh, you being soft. That's not what it is. I mean, you just suck it up and keep it moving. No, like your brain is communicating to you. Your emotions are communicating messages to you. Like learn them. Learn your mind. They don't want to do any of these things because it requires work. And it's just easier to say because God or the devil made me do it and keep it moving. But then what does that benefit? Like, who wants to go around with that amount of tension and frustration in their bodies at all the time? Because there are different ways of addressing things. Like there are systems and methods that actually work, and there's more than one. So if one approach to emotional regulation or self-awareness doesn't work for you, try another one, because the alternative is not helping anybody, including you.
I don't know if TikTok is writing these comments for y'all, but thank y'all for the milestones that TikTok is showing. Um, I saw someone had reached 400 hours of watching the live. I mean, 400 minutes of watching the live. Somebody, Sean, at 500 comments. Okay, TikTok is writing. So yeah, I appreciate y'all for supporting the live, for being here and participating. I wish someone would participate and so we don't, because we're down to 13 minutes um to see if we get a conversation going. Um so somebody, and again, it doesn't have to be a Christian. Don't sit back and wait on a Christian to come up, because my live is not centered around just talking to Christians. And normally we're live till 10 a.m. So we would be ending 5 hours early because y'all don't want to come up and talk to us. Yesterday when you talked to Luke on uh uh Crystal's live, you said something to Luke that I had said to him on my live last night. It doesn't make sense to posit something that you cannot back up. Don't say it unless you can back it up. And I tried to point that out to Luke yesterday, because he said he even, you know, realized that about the claims that he was making yesterday himself. I never pointed it out to him. He realized himself that he shouldn't say things that he couldn't back up. And he said that's what he learned in our conversation. But then he went and did it again. He repeated his original stance as the response to the prompt. And when I asked him, how does he know that? He couldn't back it up. And I said, well, I thought you said you learned not to do that. And here you are doing it again. And he kept trying to say, I guess you didn't hear me. This is my original stance. But the fact that so I end up dropping him because he kept talking over me. I end up dropping him. So he gets in the comments the whole time and starts whining, doing the whole Darvo shit. She's angry. She's aggressive. But yesterday, when I intentionally asked him to come up and talk to you and Crystal, and I left to go and play with my grandkids for a second, I came back. It was probably like 5 minutes. Luke had been dropped. He had been dropped for doing the exact same shit that he did on my live. And then when Crystal brought him back up, the conversation that y'all had mirrored the conversation that he had with me, and you were saying the same things to him that I was saying to him. And I intentionally did not talk to Luke while he was on Crystal's live, because I didn't want anything that I say to be the reason Luke responded the way he responded, or to be the reason that he got dropped.
So what was his so the pattern of saying shit that he can't substantiate, was the subject the same too? Was he making the same point?
No, it was a different subject.
Or a different unsubstantiated point?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are the common denominator. Like, right, if everywhere I go, I experience, a certain type of dynamic when conversing with people, or everywhere I go, it ends up being some sort of rah rah, or everywhere I go, I am the common denominator. At what point do you look at yourself and realize that you're bringing that energy, you're bringing that experience with you? Like, all of us do that. But if we aren't willing to sit with that and acknowledge it, then you just continue to regurgitate the same thing. And it's like, rewind the tape and play it over again. Because if that's the same thing that happened, I didn't even hear his conversation with you. It must have been before I woke up and joined. But if that's the same thing, then he brought that experience. That wasn't an experience he walked into. He brought it with him.
Yep, that was my whole point of not saying anything. I wanted to see if he was going to have the same exact, if he was going to do the same exact thing. And he did just that. And I wasn't even in the room when he did it. And people would try to put their shortcomings on you, and like Jesus did, and tell you that you are the reason they're treating you the way they're treating you. Hey
Right.
Sean, what's up? I'm a Fee. I'm a be right back. I'm gonna go fix me some coffee right quick.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing, ladies?
Just fine.
Um, I'm a deconstructioner. And I'm nervous still. Um, and you said that we could ask questions that it depends on my tier. That's outside of what's on the panel.
So Thinker walked away to get coffee, but I think if you are a dragon, and Selena, tell me if I'm wrong, because y'all know I can't remember shit. I think if you're a dragon, you can go off topic.
Okay. Okay. Um, then I'll save my question then. I'm sorry. I want to follow the rules. I just didn't know. Alrighty. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't want to tell if you wanted to wait until Thinker comes back because I don't have access to the subscriber status. That's something that she has, but and I could even have the levels wrong. If one of the mods knows, y'all know better than me. I just be up here running my mouth.
Yeah, I see the comments that say a dragon. Okay. Alrighty. Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful night. I've been enjoying it. Everything.
You too, Sean. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
I think it's two more folks in the guest. Let's see. That person dropped out. T-Sim. Is that T-Sim? Oh, no worries, Rebecca. All right, I will drop you down. And let's see if William's gonna connect.
Can help them because food is a human right. Everyone just wants a good, healthy lifestyle. I know how hard it can be for people to like.
It looks like William requested on accident, so I'm gonna drop him down. All right, the guest box is open again if anybody wants to come up. And Sean, if you wanted to come back until Thinker pops back, you can, because I know sometimes when the queue is not full and we're at risk of ending early, she'll let some folks, especially if she knows them, ask questions. But you can see when she comes back. And y'all share the live, see if we can get it out to some more folks.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So I had a question about the Valley of the Shadow of Death. That's a real place, right?
Oh, that's a Thinker question. Look, she be in them scriptures, not me.
Because whenever you guys aren't on live, I'm on YouTube. I'm just rewatching. And she was going in one night on, some Christian. And she briefly mentioned it. And I was like, what? It's a real place. And the fact that Jesus had prayed that prayer, it kind of blew my mind because if I'm not mistaken, Thinker was saying that the Valley of the Shadow of Death was where the firstborn went to die, where they sacrificed their firstborn to God. And Jesus was praying that prayer, knowing if Jesus was all knowing, he prayed that. It's hard for me to say it out loud, Well, mainly because it's my first time saying it out loud, but it just kind of rattled my brain, and I was just trying to make sense of it. But
Yeah, I don't know if it's a real place. I know it's been. Are you talking about the one that's referenced in Psalm?
mhm.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's
It
in
is.
Jerusalem. It's called the Valley of Ben Hinnom. It's a real place. It still exists today. Today, it's a area where you can go and tour and have picnics and stuff like that.
And so when Jesus prayed that prayer, um, he knew that it was a place where the firstborn um, kids were being sacrificed.
Well, by that time, it wasn't used for that anymore. By that time, it was used for where they would take people who had been sentenced to death. They would take foreigners there, like enemy captives, and it was a place of judgment by that time, which is why they call it like hell. It was a place where they sent the condemned, and it was where they dumped their trash.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alrighty.
It was two other people in the request that brought them up, and they one didn't say anything, and the other ones had the TV blasting. So I guess they were accidental requests.
Okay. It does look depressing. And then Babylon was rebuilt. It's an amusement park now. Like there's an amusement park.
What?
The way they're yeah, Babylon has an amusement park. There's another the Mary's Nazareth. There's one called Mary's Cabin or something like that, where you can tour. It's a reconstruction of what they think Mary's home would have looked like in Nazareth. Um, like they're making so much money off this shit. It's ridiculous. It's interesting.
Babylonian Busch Gardens is wild though. Like, how do you get a music park out of Jesus? What? You have a walking on the water ride? What the hell?
Yep. But I don't think it was rebuilt for the Christians though. I think it was done by the Iraqis. I don't think it. I don't think it has anything to do with Jesus, the rebuilding of that. But that is, it's crazy. Oh, okay. Like the this is why I think like some archaeologists I question, especially the ones that um these tourist organizations back, because I think there is a agenda to keep the story, like to provide this evidence so that believers can pay to come and see it, and then they buy souvenirs and stuff. It's a way to keep the cash cow circulating.
Yeah, and then they have to get creative with it too. Like, make some sort of they've already got the lore around it, but then they get creative with how to sell it, specifically when people stop going to church and stop tithing and things like that. So when you mentioned that, was it you that mentioned that phone the other day?
Hmm. Can
The
you
Christian
imagine what we're
mobile
gonna?
phone?
Yeah. Can you imagine what we're gonna be dealing with? They already come on stage and have bad Wi-Fi. Like, can you imagine if they switched to Jesus Mobile? Like, it was a joke for us now, but now it's gonna be real. Can you imagine the bad reception it's gonna have?
Right?
That's crazy. Who started the Jesus Wi-Fi? Was that Lord's Jesus Wi-Fi Jesus or something like that? It started off as a joke. Now it's a real thing. Heretic, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? What is your definition of working out, Luke? What does the conversation working out mean? Explain that for me. I do think that that is an interesting choice of words, and it kind of speaks to your agenda. Beneficial. What do you mean? Mutually beneficial. What are you looking to get from the conversation, Luke, for it to work out for you? Knowledge. So, Luke, are you saying that when you told me yesterday that you learned from the conversation you lied, are you now admitting that you lied yesterday, Luke? And when you talked with Crystal and Fee yesterday, you said you learned some things. Did you lie about that too? I mean, you said several times yesterday, Luke, in the conversation that you did gain a new perspective, that you realized that you should not make claims about things that you cannot back up. You said that multiple times yesterday. The different perspectives on the stories that we talked about. You said that you learned that you had a different perspective. So did you lie yesterday, Luke? Or are you just talking again and making yourself a victim?
I think that this crossroads of holding on to belief systems that he cognitively knows and exact that he's been in
Your phone going in and out, Fee.
that you know or
I hate that this is happening after we just joked about Jesus Wi-Fi. Fee, Fee, you there? This motherfucker gonna say, "Did I lie? Not intentional." Like only you, Luke, know whether you actually gained perspective yesterday. You actually gained knowledge from the conversations yesterday, Luke. What we do know is that you said those words. Now only you, Luke, know whether you lied intentionally yesterday or not. I don't know why the hell you're asking us that question. You were unprepared to know whether or not you actually gained knowledge. So that means you did lie. That means you lied intentionally. Hey, heretic.
Uh, Luke seems to be having a, a little bit of a fit over there. Um, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, good. I'm just recovering from surgery. But yeah, I'm good.
Oh no, you had surgery. What type of
Uh,
surgery did you have?
3 months, no, not 3 months ago, 2 months ago, but I'm still recovering. It was a small kind of thing, that was affecting my hormonal balance, something. And yeah, it was an outpatient procedure, but the day that Oso and I think it was Bash had to go through the what you call that? The first time they had to do the cramp thing, the where it stimulates the menstrual cramps.
Really?
That same day, I was in the exact same pain, but the pain was
Oh my
lasting.
gosh.
Yeah.
Damn.
But yeah, it's all good now. The recovery is going quite well. The pain is almost gone, so that's pretty it's a good sign. Um yeah, and I wanted to ask your advice, but before that, there's something that I wanted to say about your song Boundaries. I know I said that in the comments, but like it really spoke to me in such a way because I'm so strict with my boundaries that like I've always been sort of like vilified or seen as antisocial for having strong boundaries. And that like makes me it tears every time I hear it, I tear up a little bit because it just speaks to my childhood and just my current life. So thank you so much for that one.
Oh, you're so welcome. I'm glad that you're feeling on the way to recovery and starting to feel better. I hate that
Yeah.
we didn't know.
I think I mentioned in the comments, but it's the comments, so
Yeah, I didn't see it. But you're on the Discord though, right?
I am on the Discord. I just don't post
Okay.
that much. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
In the future, if you ever get sick like that, the Discord is going to be the best place to let me know. I would like to know in case you need something,
oh,
right?
thank you so
Or
much.
in case anything happened, like that way we know what's going on with you.
Right,
My,
yeah, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, y'all. My phone died. What did I miss?
Uh, Heretic had surgery 2 months ago, and the same day that Oso and Bash and Mac was doing the first tens and men's and
Mm,
tens thing, he was actually having those pains,
mm.
and he had to have surgery.
Oh wow. Are you feeling better? Are
Oh yeah,
on?
yeah.
Okay,
I
good.
am. Thank you so much. Thank you. I am. I
Yeah,
have
definitely
my
keep us
next.
posted.
I will. My next follow up appointment is on January 10th, so it's all looking good so far. So thank you so much. It means a lot.
Diabiblical is having a BBL surgery
I
next week. No, I'm joking.
also want to
Yeah,
say
I'm glad you're feeling better.
thank you so
Happy
much. I
twerking
want
to you, Diabiblical.
Sorry, I didn't mean to overtalk. I want to say thank you to Diabiblical. Was it Diabiblical who came up with evangelical?
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much because I'm gonna keep that name forever.
Did you hear
um.
the new one?
No.
Uh, uh, Entupendix.
Oh.
Entupendix. There was a guy on Crystal's live yesterday who said that intuition is an organ in the body,
Oh
and
gosh,
yeah, yeah.
that's brilliant.
And Regal named it Entupendix.
Independent.
And
That's pretty cool.
yeah, he was saying that it was because of faith. Like your faith allows you to have this organ in your body, so that you can get intuition from the Holy Spirit, and that's how the Holy Spirit talks to you through this Entupendix.
That's pretty interesting. That's a very smart way to look at things. This is why I love this community. Because people are really smart.
Yeah, it reminds me of the appendix. Like faith is unnecessary, right? People who have faith in this God can't do anything extra that people who don't have faith in this God can do. Um, the Without faith in this God, we still have intuition, right?
Right.
So like the appendix, nobody knows what it's for. Like your body is fine without it. The thing is that the appendix can get infected and it is very poisonous and it can kill you,
Right.
right? If it gets into your bloodstream. And oddly enough,
Mhm.
faith
Oh my
tends
god.
to act the same fucking way.
Oh my god, that is so true.
Hmm.
That's some layered like bars right there. That's some deep shit.
Yeah.
And also like then that reminds me of the phrase where people say like faith over fear, when actually they're saying no, it's because I'm scared that I have faith. At
Yeah.
least that's the way that I see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because
like
if you
fear of
weren't
God.
scared, you wouldn't need to believe in God.
Right.
Um, but I actually wanted to talk a little bit about the blue topic, the thing that says God helps David get rid of his baby problem. It's not quite about David, but like the fact that God impregnated Mary, like sans consent, and then like dipped out. And it's like, Mary, you raise him. Like it's your responsibility now. And like to be a godly man is kind of like to be a deadbeat father in some ways, don't you think?
Yeah. Or put but he also put his baby on somebody else. And then scared him into or convinced him with the reverence of God by sending a fucking fearful angel into taking credit for the baby. Yeah,
Right.
yeah,
That's pretty, yeah, that's what's makes like why I know why they can't see it, but why don't they look at things this way? And we look at the way that patriarchy is in our society, and like men, specifically godly men, want to be gods themselves. They want to produce children without actually raising them, which is what a god does. It produces beings without raising them.
Absolutely. That's why I say they are the image of their God. They can't help but to be because this is the belief system or the worldview they've adopted for themselves. How could they be anything but that? Like what you believe produces your your outcome, like your reality. I think.
Right. Yeah, yeah. As much as I don't like some of what Oprah says, she says you become what you believe, and I think she meant that as like a Christian thing, but actually you can turn that around.
Yeah. Did y'all see the guy, the boxers? One of the boxers adopted his opponent's son as a lick back.
That's like adopted for real?
Yeah. hmm The boxer walked out on his family, like walked out on his son, and the his rival boxer went and adopted the son just to throw like a mental punch to him, and then announced it, had his baby mama come with the adoption papers at a press conference, and announced it at the press conference that he was now his son's adopted father.
Wow, that's some Korean drama level shit right there. Don't you think?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool actually. It's and I'm pretty sure he'll treat the son, you
I
know.
hope so.
I hope so. I mean, I can't be sure, but I hope so because men will be men. At the end of the day, I'm a man, but I'm first to tell you that men are always, almost always the problem.
Yeah, I hope he didn't just do it for a stunt. You know,
Yeah, to be
two
like,
men abandoning the child is horrible. So
is yeah,
I
that
hope he
problem.
actually, is a father.
Right. Um, I think there's something else I wanted to mention about family now that it's on the topic of family. So the other day, I think December 3rd, a South Korean man unalived his mother, thinking that God would bring her back to life.
What?
Yeah, like he unalived her, and then when he realized she wasn't coming back to life, he went and turned himself in. And he has no history of mental illness, and so the police are still investigating. But that's just another example of how toxic, like you said, this belief system is.
Wow. That is so sad.
Yeah, it's hard
People
when
Do you remember
to do some shit like that to me says that their goal is to become superhumans. Like they want to be their in their head. They're trying to become metahumans or some shit, and they're willing to go that far to try to see if they possess that level of power.
But let somebody else point to another book or another piece of creation, like a video game or something like that, to say that they believe that a character in that thing was going to resurrect someone. There'd be people lining up to ban like the game or ban the book, but they never do that with the Bible. As many people that have attributed, oh, God told me to do it, to this deity, they never criticize the book that the that the character comes from, and that shows us the preferential treatment this book gets from the beginning.
Let me say, I appreciate your love, bug. I do. I don't ever want to compare my likes or my life to another creator. To me, it feels like saying, I just don't like that. But yeah, if Jay had 500,000 likes, it's because the people thought that he deserved it, and he gave them a good ass show, and they gave him what he deserved. And I'm actually glad that he reached 500,000 likes during his live. I would like for y'all to tap the screen and continue to share the live out. If y'all are asleep, TikTok's gonna know. and they're not going to push us on the FYP so we can get more people in here and have more conversations. Do it because you are enjoying the live, not because I'm competing with another TikToker. But I love you to death, Paige, and I hope you know I do. And I thank you for trying to get the likes up. No, it's okay. I just wanna make sure, that it's known that I don't wanna I'm not competing with any other TikToker, and uh if he got 500,000 likes, he deserved that shit. Go ahead, Heretic.
Um, I also had one more thing that I wanted to ask, and if it's off topic or should it belongs to the Discord, obviously say so. Please. That sounded weird. I'm sorry, but I do have permission to talk about this. My sister went through a relapse, and I didn't even know that she was on drugs, and I was wondering if you had any advice on how to talk to um someone who has gone through like a relapse, or who is struggling with addiction, because I personally have never, you know I don't do, drugs. I've never wanted to. I've never, no alcohol, nothing like that. I've just never been that person. And so I'm trying to be as supportive as I possibly can, but I'm also so scared of saying the wrong thing in case I alienate her. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I unfortunately I don't, because um I it, I always looked to professionals when dealing with that.
Yeah.
Um and I can say that, for the person in my life that dealt with that, the medicine helped. Um
Mm,
I Yeah. And so I would say, like, seek a medical doctor and ask them, like, what's the best way to get them to go see the doctor, and see if you can get them on some type of medicine that can help so that they're
mhm.
not relapsing.
Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Because it's like it's so hard because I'm so far away, and like the time difference is so vast that, I'd be asleep and not necessarily be able to respond in time in case she reaches out. And it's all these things that are quite uh stressful, but that also, in my mind, the solution oriented mind requires a response as soon as possible, to show that I'm, showing up, and that I do care, even
Yeah.
though, we're not exactly the closest of siblings, and that I'm so far away, but I still want to, try and make up for some of that. But so, yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
I would say, like, the more you uh I don't want to say nag about it, because you want to, like, let them know that you're concerned about it and you're not condoning it.
But I'm not being overbearing.
Yeah, because the more overbearing you are, the more it pushes them towards it.
Right, right,
So,
right.
like, finding that balance of communicating that, and um, that you want to help them get help.
Yeah,
And I don't know the best way of facilitating that when in a different country.
yeah.
That can be very difficult. And there could be, or I would say, search to see if there are organizations that
Mm,
could help you figure this out, and create a plan on getting
right,
them to rehab, or to a doctor that can help them wean themselves off of whatever drug they're on.
right,
Um,
right.
yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, she does have a support system, but I think it's also important to have a network of support, that all of us are there in some way, so that the burden is kind of shared, and that she has different people to turn to, But yeah, thanks for that.
You're welcome. I don't know if Fee or Selena have any advice there. I'm gonna guess not. Fee and Selena, are y'all there?
That's okay. Don't have to. I was
Okay.
just one. Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much. Like I said, always enjoy your lives. And my mama taught me, don't overstay your welcome. So thank you so much, and I will talk to you another time.
You're so welcome. Before you go,
Yeah.
I'm gonna play boundaries for you, since you're feeling, we haven't
Oh,
heard from you, and yeah,
thank
yeah. I'm
you.
glad you're so welcome. I'm glad you're feeling better. Don't
Thank you.
ever disappear like that again.
All right.
Okay.
I grew up thinking love meant yes. Even when it hurt, even under stress. Smiles that it exhaustion, nods of forced consent. Being good and bending till I was bent. Nobody told me where I ended. All I know wasn't something to be amended. I let people in, cause I thought that's what I had to do. Till I realized my body kept receipts and I was overdue. Full declaration, no more guilt for protecting my peace. No more shrinking just to keep the peace. If I know offend you, then that's on you. My boundaries are for me, ain't no for review. I'm not mean, I'm not cold, I'm finally free. If you can't respect it, you can't have me. You call it selfish, I call it rules. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. Boundaries, 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 boundaries. Boundaries, 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 boundaries. I confuse loyalty with staying too long. Confuse forgiveness with proving I'm strong. Carried other people's chaos like it was mine. Till I realized silence was a sign. I learned love without limits will take you apart. And boundaries are the fence that guards the heart. I used to break myself so others could thrive. Now I say no, that feels right. No more guilt for protecting my peace. No more shrinking just to keep the peace. If I know I offend you, then that's on you. My boundaries are for me, ain't up for review. I'm not mean, I'm not cold, I'm finally free. If you can't respect it, you can't have me. You call it selfish, I call it rules. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. Boundaries, 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 boundaries. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. Boundaries, 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 boundaries. Woo-hoo, woo-hoo. This is the line between what's yours and what's mine. I'm not your savior, your therapist, or your cure. I'm allowed to choose peace, and I'm secure. No more guilt for protecting my peace. No more shrinking just to keep the peace. If I know offend you, then that's on you. My boundaries ain't up for review. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. No
Oh my
more guilt
goodness.
for
Thank you,
protecting my
Looker.
peace. No more shrinking just to keep the peace. If I know offend you, then that's on you. My boundaries are for me, ain't up for review. I'm not mean, I'm not cold, I'm finally free. If you can't respect it, you can't have me. You call it selfish, I call it rules. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. Boundaries save me from the harm you do. Boundaries, 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 boundaries. Every no I speak is a yes to me. Every boundary I build grows roots in my tree. Don't call it distance, call it design. This time the line is mine.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
Quickly before I drop, I know Fee's having problems. Do you want to talk about that quickly? I tried to.
Like, no, just keep trying. I don't know if it's her phone or if it's TikTok. I don't know.
Um, the reason also that songs speak so much to me is that the instrumentations you use are very much like the type of music that I grew up with in Namibia, the different kinds of like traditional music that was around me. and then also the vocal stylings is also very much African, Southern African, and Southwest African. So that was just it for me. The meaning is compounded, and I don't know if you're aware, but yeah, it's so I can't even express, and I'm not usually someone that has a trouble finding words, but this song has like this nostalgic element that makes me both happy and sad at the same time. So yeah, thank you.
You're so welcome. That was my goal, for it to have the feeling of African mantras. Um,
Yes, exactly.
yeah, yeah. So thank you so much. I appreciate you.
The album is on iTunes, right?
hmm it's on all platforms except for YouTube.
Except YouTube, and that's the only one that I use. So that means I have to buy iTunes. I have to get
Oh,
an iTunes thing.
yeah.
But
YouTube makes it difficult. Like
I
it's,
know you spoke about
yeah,
that. Yeah,
yeah.
you don't get paid the same, and it makes it difficult. Yeah, so I'll just have to get my Apple Music so I can listen to it.
Well, you also have it. You have access to it in the Discord too. So,
That's true, but I want to support in terms of like that way. That's much for me. That means more. I mean, that's better.
well, I appreciate you.
All right, so thank you so much, and I will say bye.
Bye. Yeah, Boundaries was on Unholy Intelligence on the first album. Trey, I'm guessing the Trey came up on accident. I didn't have a release party diabolical. I'm not Bash. I'm not an artist like that. Y'all know the only reason why I release these songs is so that y'all can have them. I tried to put them on like a untitled playlist. Um, Adam's of a song, the song about Adam being abusive is called "The Ache Had a Name." Oh yeah, no, I don't plan on doing any of that. It is under it's on Unholy Intelligence. It's on that album. Like the whole album is on Spotify, so it has to be. Let me see. There should be a way that I can check it. Hold on. It's on there. I just listened to. It's on the Unholy Intelligence. I don't know why they wouldn't. That doesn't make sense. Um, let me see. Hold on. Unholy Intelligence. Yeah, it's called Boundaries. Mm, I don't even use Spotify, so I don't even know. Let's see. Okay. Mm. Oh, it's it. Here it is right here. It's a single. Hold on. y'all see that? Hold on. Let's see. Well, that didn't help me at all. Because of this thing at the bottom, I can't. I don't know. Fuck it. But it's a single. Do y'all see it right there? Well, right there. Yeah. Okay. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. Yes. Pooh Bear. There's a lot of thinkers. One of the platforms. So they did an article about this other artist named Thinker, and like a not like like a full article. It's like who to listen to in the prolific year, and they attributed my album to this guy named Thinker. So I had to email them, and I was like, "Hey, that's my music. You're conflating two different artists."
Did they fix it?
They haven't emailed me back yet. I just emailed them on Sunday. Right. I don't know how good that is if they think that that's him, that's his music. It's a platform called Bondio. Hold on. What was the name of this platform? Um, it started with a B. It's not one. It's not one that I had ever heard of before. Let's see. Holy shit! It is Wednesday, and my ass is 6 minutes late for a stand up. Hold on, y'all. Fuck. Hold on. Fuck. I bet they sat there waiting on me for 5 minutes. Let me email them. Fee, can you do this while I email them? Fee, you there? Never mind. This person came up and went straight on Teacup.
What you say? Think?
Never mind. Somebody was in the box, and I was asking if you could. But they went on Teacup, so.
Oh, okay.
Uh, I forgot. I am on Zoom now. If you're still available. I got the Zoom room. Well, I got the Zoom room open. I just emailed them to let them know that I'm on the Zoom now. I'm 8 minutes late. I'm pretty sure they waited me for 5 minutes. And it did the notification didn't go off. Like I don't know what the fuck is wrong with Apple. Like it's a standing meeting that we just started. And then I don't know what's wrong with Apple. Like the alarm went off silent. This notification didn't go off at all.
That is insane. Like, is it all from one device?
This well, yeah, because all of my Apple devices are connected, but I have my phone on do not disturb because I'm streaming YouTube. But my MacBook, the notification still should have gone off to let me know that it was time for the meeting on my Mac. And my Mac like is right here in front of me. Yeah, and it keeps reverting back in time. Like one time it reverted all the way back to like the year zero. One time it reverted back to like the 1400s. This past week it went to 1970. Like I don't know what's wrong with Apple's software. Luke, aren't you a Christian? Why are you praying for other Christians, Luke? And there are Christians in here, Luke. They're here. It's just that y'all are afraid to talk to me. You said a hard reset? Oh, God. Luke is scared of me. Luke, I saw a comment where Luke said Luke said he came in here on accident and stepped on a landmine.
But then he came back.
Because
That's
I
all.
think Luke likes it. Luke's been here all night. Luke followed me into Crystal's live. Luke is here. Mind you, we were on a different FYP yesterday because I was on my phone. This is the TikTok studio FYP, and it still found Luke, or Luke still found us. Luke likes what he's hearing in here. Yeah. Comparing it to a landmine, though, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Earlier, he was saying that he wasn't prepared for the conversation, but it's interesting that he came back so quickly. I mean, I would think if I happened into a space I wasn't prepared for, I would prepare before returning. Not to say that Luke isn't welcomed. I think, I'm just curious to know why he wouldn't come up and engage in a conversation about the topics.
Oh, because I cussed his ass out yesterday. Luke is scared. I cussed him out yesterday because he kept talking over me, and then he was gaslighting. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt, although the nurse in the chat kept saying, "Thinker, he's gaslighting you. Thinker, he's gaslighting you." And I gave Luke the benefit of the doubt, and then Luke decided to take off his mask and just let the gaslighting just spill out. So I cussed him out yesterday. That's probably why he's afraid to come up. Jim was worse. Luke wasn't a Jim. He wasn't. He didn't act like Jim. Jim was worse. Yeah, Jim is a MAGA. If he's not MAGA, he has MAGA ideas. Like he sounded like a MAGA follower, like an anti-vaxxer, um, Christian superiority, like Christian is right type person. He seems like to be the true socials ideal customer, ideal user. Come on, Vivek. Are y'all done? Not much, Scalamush. Mm. Okay, this person isn't connecting. I don't know if there's an issue with the live with people not being able to connect. But it is 6:14. I'll give it to 6:30 to see if we get somebody to come up and have a conversation regarding the topics.
There
Good
may be
morning, by the way,
something up with
Scalamush.
TikTok. Yeah, because the two times that I got kicked, one of them said that I was disconnected by the creator. The other one is like y'all went mute. I heard y'all talking and then it went mute and then I got kicked. So it must be something. It may be something glitching with the app this morning.
I might try one reset to see if that fixes it. If that is the case, um, I hate doing resets though, especially when we're 5 hours into the live. That is always the case. Do I have thoughts on UFOs or aliens? Not really. I, um, we were talking in Crystal's live again yesterday. The thing that expanded my worldview for me was the thought that aliens could be possible, that there could be other life on other planets, not the aliens that, not the image of aliens that we have, but just the possibility of, there's infinite, the universe is infinite and we don't know what is out there, and for us to think that we are the only ones floating on a rock, to me seemed very um narcissistic and self-centered, like we're just that important that the universe only created us, that uh we're the only intelligent species that was able to form out of the minerals of the universe. And when I had that thought, it was like my whole worldview just expanded and I became small. Like things that were big to me were no longer big. Failures that I had were no longer that heavy. So do i do I think that aliens can reach us? No. um I don't think they will ever have any connection if there is life out there. But I think we would be mistaken to think that we're the only life. It would be crazy if it is. If there's like another Earth where, um, because I think it's just infinite. Like I don't fucking know, right? It would be crazy if there was another Earth where everything was just backwards, like not backwards, but the opposite. Where, I started off atheist and then now I'm Christian and the story is actually true. That would be fucking wild.
Talk about the upside down.
Yeah. I'm on season 5. Ugh. I'm on season 5 and I'm mad. season 4 was fucking good. Season 3 pissed me off because I'm like, okay, same storyline with a couple of surprises.
Right.
Season 4 was fucking good.
Now, I don't remember what happened in season 4.
The that's when you learn about who the monster is and like his origination story.
Okay.
Yeah, and the like why L is important, and Harper is in Alaska. Like season 4 was good. That's season 4, Vaughn. Season 5 right now is at the end of season 4. I don't want to give spoilers. I don't think it's fair about Eddie. That was sad.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yeah. Like what? But yeah, I'm on season 5 right now. Okay, don't tell me yet. Don't tell me the ending yet. I'm so mad. I did not think I would like this show this damn good. I mean, this much. Y'all know how many times people have said I need to watch Stranger Things? How many times Netflix has recommended it? And I've always thought to myself, that's a kid's show. I'm not interested in that.
I think it was my son that told me about it, but I hadn't heard about it. I don't know that I was waiting for it. I think I binged it too. When I started watching it, several of the seasons were already out, so I only had to wait for the last 2. But yeah, I think it's really good.
John, yes. Is it Gene or John? Yeah, watch it. And I think you should too. And the fact that you can binge it, because my daughter, she said that it was different for them because they had to wait long times in between seasons to drop. So she said the emotions that I'm feeling, theirs was like times 10, if that makes sense, because they didn't get that feeling of, oh, this say with season 3 that I got. I'm like, okay, hurry up and get through it because I can already predict what's gonna happen. Same storyline. And she was like, we didn't feel that because there was so much time in between each season.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Damn, really, Ari. It's interesting to see them go from being middle schoolers to high schoolers. And then Dustin, I had to ask my daughter. I was like, "Why don't Dustin have teeth?" I was like, he,
I
like every
love
time he was
Dustin.
smiling, yeah. It reminded me. Let me go and close this Zoom down because he done moved on to another meeting, and I'm gonna have to apologize. Um, um, every time he smiled, it reminds me of a toddler who hasn't grown all their teeth in yet, like a baby. And she said that he had a periodontal disease or something like that.
Yeah,
He
I
has a
forget what it's
disease.
called. Yeah. In real life he does. I forget what it's called though.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Because at first I was so confused. I was so confused. And then when I was go, and it just looked so weird that he didn't have teeth, or his teeth was like really little. He starts growing teeth when he's, I think, in season towards the end of season 3, going into season 4. You can tell he has teeth. PT, are you in the box on purpose? Y'all, 7-minute countdown. Okay. I am still trying to figure out how y'all say Erica reminds me of me.
I only
I
say it
like
because
Erica's
she's
character.
smart. She's smart and she doesn't take no shit from anybody. Like that they come to her for questions when they can't figure shit out. That's where I saw the parallel.
Erica petty as hell. She is smart,
Erica,
but she is petty.
Erica be snatching their asses up like a ponytail whenever she needs to. I love it.
Mm, yeah. Hey, PT.
Hey Thinker, hey Fee, hey Selena. I don't know if she's up.
Hey, PT.
So this is a little off topic, but I know the last time I was up here, it was was for a GoFundMe for my friend, and she's doing better now.
That's
But
good.
yeah, but recently I found out that someone I knew from childhood was being convicted of murder. I don't know if we could say that. And
Yeah, you can say murder.
okay, yeah, he's being convicted of murder, which was crazy to me because this is like the sweetest, most kindest person I've ever seen or ever, been around. And I was like, oh my gosh, I have to like do something. So I've been like following the case. It comes up if you look up Benji Martin. He he had I don't know if he was under the influence, but they took him to the hospital, and the security guard ended up uh, harming himself and him, and now they're saying it's murder, which is just insane. Like I
Wait,
don't understand.
what?
Yeah, and it is a young black boy. The
Wait, what's his
officer
name? Benji what?
Benji Martin. Like if you look it up, it should come up
What state?
for North Carolina.
Oh, it came right up. Hold on. Straight to jail? Man charged with killing Wakemed. Benji Martin Jr., who is charged in the death of Wakemed officer Roger Smith, has been indicted by a grand jury. The indictment comes nearly a month after the shooting that happened in the emergency department lobby. The true bill states that on November 8th, in Wake County, the defendant unlawfully, willfully, and feloniously did with malice of forethought kill and murder Roger Smith. Benji Martin Jr. was also wounded in the incident and spent 2 weeks in the hospital. He was released on Friday, November 21st, and appeared before the magistrate to be officially charged. Court documents obtained by ABC 11 show that his defense claims he went to the hospital to get help for his mental health. The documents state that Martin's fiance had a miscarriage with twins and that he was not armed when he was at the hospital. In court, the district attorney's office did not provide any further details on what may have happened that day that escalated into a shooting between Martin and Smith. On the day of his first court hearing, the Martin family and supporters contend law enforcement has said there is surveillance footage from the incident that details the sequencing of events, and according to court filings, the family claims they have yet to see the footage. Mr. Martin was there seeking medical attention, and we're calling for the immediate release of that video, uh, said Reverend Greg Drumwright, who appeared alongside the family, attended the hearing, including his father, who called for the release of the video from the hospital related to the shooting. We need to see the videos. Hopefully, they will let it out so that we can see when we get past this. We're asking for the Wake County District Attorney's Office to release the video. What do you need? How can we help get the video released? What do you need
Well,
from us?
I'm not even sure about that, but I came up because like I said, I've been following the case, and this is someone that, like, he's my brother's best friend. So I was concerned, like, okay, maybe if there's like maybe a GoFundMe, which I did find. I do want to share it in the Discord, but what I discovered was the GoFundMe was started by my brother, which made me feel some type of way as well. Like I don't talk to my family, and like it's the holidays too, so it's like been really tough because me like completely going no contact. And I almost want to be proud of him for starting something like this, but it's just like I don't know. I want to be able to help, and I guess I was talking to you because you recently had something with your family and your brother and feeling somewhat betrayed. And I don't know. I have no idea how to explain it.
How to still be able to communicate with them when when you're feeling betrayed by them? Is that what you're looking
No,
for?
it's just having to, I want to be supportive, and that is something that's my main goal, to be supportive of Benji, because I know, like, I feel as though he is innocent in this case. But I guess, like, everything changed once I saw it was my brother. And I don't know, it feels, I don't know how to describe it. It feels like I grew up with practically monsters, and then seeing them do something very, like, noble confuses me.
Yeah. I get it. 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 First, let me say what you're feeling right now. It does feel confusing, and what you're feeling right now is valid, right? It doesn't make you a bad person. It doesn't make you a selfish person that you're wondering how they could do something so noble for Benji, and while neglecting you as their sister, their daughter, their cousin, whatever role you play in their life. And uh, you feeling that way doesn't mean that you can't still help Benji, because your goal is to help Benji, right?
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that you can't share the GoFundMe and drive people there just because your brother created it. Everything you are feeling is valid.
Mm.
And it doesn't taint what you want to do for Benji at all. It doesn't taint it. You experience what you experience with your family. That just because someone that you care about also happens to be going through something, it does not negate what you went through with these very same people.
Because two things can be. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just asking if I was making sense to her.
Oh yeah, you're making sense.
And I was just gonna add, like, two things can be true, right? Like, to Thinker's point, your feelings are 100% valid. And I think sometimes that and I don't know if this has anything to do with the way we're introduced to the characteristics of this God, but oftentimes we see people in absolutes, right? Like, your family, you went in no contact with them because of how they treated you, and that your experience of them is that they, it wasn't a pleasant one. And I think sometimes we take our experiences and we think that that's the totality of a person. So when they do something that's benevolent, or they do something that's kind, it's like, I don't know how to fuck to feel about that. Like, this doesn't, this is a letter when all I know are numbers, and you don't know where to put it. And to Thinker's point, your goal is to help Benji, and that the vehicle for helping is not irrelevant from the standpoint of your feelings aren't irrelevant, but from the standpoint of accomplishing the goal. And if anything, it tells you that your brother, is capable of doing kind things. And then those feelings that will come up, or the question, well, why couldn't he do it for me? All of that is valid. Absolutely, all of that is valid. This is where I draw the parallel, or the distinction between, like, waffles and spaghetti. Waffles, we're able to compartmentalize certain things. Like, this is in its pocket. This in this pocket is helping Benji, getting the word out about the GoFundMe, hopefully getting support to get that video released so that he can get a fair trial and not be charged for some shit that he didn't do, or some shit that he's not guilty of. That's waffling, keeping things separate and in their own space. But sometimes when we deal with feelings, specifically with family and a lot of emotions around it, it's spaghetti. You don't know where one noodle starts and the other one stops. So it's hard to separate those things out. So I think, I agree with Thinker, being able to promote this and support Benji is promoting this and supporting Benji. It says nothing about your brother. He's just the person that clicks some buttons on the GoFundMe app to start it. Your promoting of it is not helping him. It's not saying anything about him. Is helping Benji. And then at the same time, you can sit through, okay, what does this mean? Ask yourself questions about, what does it mean for me, or how am I feeling about this? And how you feel is absolutely valid. Just getting to the root cause of why you're feeling it, I think, is the key and most important thing.
Yeah, and like, I'm on other platforms. Of course, I saw it on Facebook, and I've been very vocal because I will see, there are some racist comments and people automatically judging the situation and saying, well, if he wasn't there under the influence, again, I'm not really sure exactly what it was, but they're already blaming Benji for this whole thing. And I'm vocal in the comments, and I'm like, hey, that's not fair to do something or to judge somebody on something that you just don't know about. And I'm also wondering, like, it feels selfish, but I'm wondering, like, did my brother see me talking to all these different people while I'm on different platforms talking about this situation while we're not talking? And it's because I'm like, I want nothing to do with them. And here I am putting myself in a situation where I'll have to, not have to talk to him, but interact in a small way.
What it says to me is that you care about Benji, you know, and that, and you have every right to, to be in that space and execute and show that support and love. And the way you do, one of the reasons why you deconstructed is because of the it who you are as a person. It didn't match, and so because you're not engaging with them, doesn't mean you have to shrink who you are, which is what made you, separate yourself in the first place. Does that make sense? And in
Yeah.
the separation, allowing them to reach across that boundary, across that separation, to shrink you even more, it wouldn't make sense for you, or your healing, or your growth, right? For who you are. If they still have the ability to make you shrink yourself, then you might as well have a relationship with them and let them do it right in front of your face.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because you get to decide the amount of access they have and the amount of interaction that they have. You're not there for your brother. And even like to Thinker's point, your presence to be there for Benji in spite of their presence shows that's an exertion of your power. No, I'm here for Benji. All of this other shit, that's still the case. Y'all still have no contact, no access to me. I don't have to engage with you. You're still people who have not proven themselves to be worthy of access to me because of the way that you treat me. But I'm here to support Benji because it's the right thing to do. I believe it's the right thing to do, and I believe he deserves support because of what his nature is as a person. But to Thinker's point, I think the moment that we give access to our peace or control of our peace or contentment, we place it in the hands of other people. That is giving them control, and you are able to set that boundary and move that boundary as you see fit. They can come up to whatever conclusions they want to about your comments in the comment section saying things about Benji. That's their opinion. And their opinion of you is none of your business, just like anybody else's opinion of me is none of my. That's theirs. They can keep it, they can have it, and it doesn't make it true. So what they're doing internally is on them. What you're doing internally is on you, and you are in control of how much access they have to you. So I agree with that 100%.
And I guess also there's some small part of me that when I see something like that, I'm like, man, wonder if he may go through some deconstructing. I don't know. I have not talked to them for, I think, 2 years now. So I don't know. It's just, I know the way how I think and how he thinks. And I don't think like, I feel like for them, image is everything. They will do nice things, but then when behind closed doors, they're awful people. So when I see stuff like that, I'm like, I'm not even talking to them. And well, this is a nice thing. Like, how can you do this? It's just so weird. And I see that all the time with the Christians in here. They want to act as though they're so like just great people and they're doing something for everyone. They're doing it for the betterment of humankind, but they're not, because ultimately they only think about themselves.
Yeah, and Unfortunately, that is true. Like it's a reality that, you know, that is true about many of our family members who are embedded and indoctrinated into this belief system. And that I think what helped me is coming to a place of acceptance of them being who they are. I don't have to like who they are, but if I consistently exist in a place of contention with who they are, then I'm messing up my own peace of mind, right? And it's not my responsibility to make them want to change who they are. I can observe it and make decisions for myself whether I want that in my life or not, or how, if any, to what extent, right? And just accept that they are who they are. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, like I said, is the holidays, so a lot of emotions come, like Christmas. Christmas was always awful for me. Um, my mother did not like, I don't know, it's just she was always very much like, oh, I'll dress up the house and we'll have like a big tree, she decorates it, but it never came from a pure place. So it was always miserable and I hate Christmas. And I was just like, why do you suck the life out of things that are supposed to be joyous? And again, people will see them and think they're wonderful people. And I look like the crazy person because I'm like, no, I have been in like literal struggles with them hitting me, like my brother included. And the thing is, I'm older than him, but they always treated me like other because I guess, I was undiagnosed as well. Like, found out that I was autistic in my 30s. So I think that's what it was. But yeah, I mean, I hear you guys. I'm processing
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
think
this.
too. Like when I was going through it, I just wanted somebody to say, "Hey, y'all are treating her wrong. Do y'all see the type of person that y'all are willing to hurt? Do you see what she's done for us and the family, and like, do you see that she doesn't deserve what y'all are doing?" I wanted my siblings to speak up whenever my mama would do the shit that she would do. I wanted them to speak up so much, and they never did. And it made me wonder if my siblings thought that the same things that my mom was saying. And after talking to them, they say, "No, we're just scared. We
Hmm.
don't know how to." Right? And um like I had there's one brother that I can talk to all the time. Like he knows every fucking fallout that I've had with my mom. And he would always say, "You're right, you're right, you're right." But he didn't know he didn't know how to address my mom without it feeling like disrespect, because growing up in this religious household, talking back, disagreeing, telling them that they're not telling the truth, and you better not say the word lying. It was seen as disrespect. God gonna get you. I'm your mama. Like even when I would say, "Mom, you can't talk to me like that. I'm your mama," and then she would like go into the family chat and, "I love y'all. I did everything for y'all. I said it," like, and then everybody is, "What did you do to mama now?" And it feels like the whole family is against you. And I would say, until you talk to somebody and they say, "I just don't know how to fucking address her because you know how she gonna act, and I just don't
Oh,
want that shit to come my way." You know what I'm saying?
I've been told that, especially with my brother, because I used to complain to him, and then he's like, "Well, that's just how mom is." I'm like, "So we just accept it?" I I don't understand. And even me saying to him, like, "I think mom is a narcissist." He said, "Oh no, like then you're trying to compare her to Trump." And I'm like, "No, there's different type of narcissism, but she fits or checks all those boxes." And he refused to believe her or believe me or to see her that way. And later on, he told me that, he just thought I was crazy.
Yep. And it's just simply because, especially like with boys, um, that's mom. Mom nurtures boys a lot uh more than their daughters. Unfortunately, in society, because that's the way women are trained, is to see that it is their role to nurture the men. And so he sees somebody that he needs to protect because she is the thing that also protects him when he fucks up, makes excuses for him when he fucks up, makes things better for him when he fucks up or when he falls short. And so he's not willing to see her in that light because that means that if I do, am I jeopardizing what I get, the benefit that I get from her? Although, right, um, uh, he may see it, but he's not going to admit it because it feels like he's betraying her if he does, because she does so much for him, right? And whether that so much that she does for him is physical, where monetary or not, she's serving some type of psychological or emotional benefit for him as her son. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no,
Um,
I, she is very much like, what's it called? I can't remember which Psalms it is, but the description of a godly woman and having to please like the men. She very much thinks of herself as beneath men, and she tried to put me in the same mindset. Like I have to make sure that my husband will always be attentive, or any guy that I'm around, I have to watch what I say or how I dress. It like I always got blamed for anything that a man did to me and say, "Well, why were you in that situation?" So yeah, he's definitely a mama's boy.
Yep, that's exactly how the indoctrination. My mama told me when I was going through what I was going through. She said, "Don't worry, you'll find some men that'll just tell you to shut up and be quiet." And I'm like, "What?
Really?
Like that? That's
But
really
like to your own daughter, no less. Like I think sometimes, especially in our own families, we forget that it's not just a group of individuals. Families are systems. Like they function like emotional systems, and systems resist disruption. So in a lot of ways, those of us who are speaking truth to power, if you will, or truth to tradition, or truth to customs, or truth to harm, they see it as unhealthy. They see it as a disruption of the equilibrium that this family system has established. And so they see it as a threat to their authority. That's why I think when we talk about deconstruction across the board, not only from a religious perspective, but even from these familial customs and practices, they need to be disrupted because they are not rooted in truth, to the point where you tell your parent, don't speak to me like that, or you say you can't, that's disrespectful. I'm your mother. So what? Like you're still a human being who is deserving of the same amount of respect that you're willing to give. That's just the fact. And in any other area in the world, you would have that expectation. So why should here be any different? There was a time I can remember, there were moments in time when I was growing up that my sisters say, because I'm the youngest, I got away with a whole lot of shit, but I've always been really logical. And I came home one day, and I think it might have been after curfew. I can't remember what it was, but I was probably like 19 because I moved out when I was 21. And my dad came in the room, and he was just kind of lecturing, and I'm listening, and he's getting upset because I'm not responding the way that he wanted me to respond. And he was like, "Do you hear what I'm saying? I'm the parent, you're the child." I'm like, "Well, who's acting like a child right now?" And that pissed him off. But he couldn't say anything because he was acting like a child and he knew it. So I think speaking truth in the moment, specifically around emotionally charged issues, is problematic for a lot of people. But that's why we have to continue to find the resources and the things and the support that we need to continue to forge these paths, because I'm not sacrificing my peace, my dignity, and my sanity for anybody's system of comfort. I'm not doing that. So if that means that I have to cut you off until you learn how to be a decent human being in the same way you want people to be decent towards you, I'm not asking for anything that you wouldn't expect someone to give you. So if you aren't willing to do that, then I have no need to feel guilty about establishing a boundary until you learn how to.
Right. Because even me telling them after some time, I could not keep up with the abusive behaviors and saying I needed some space, I needed boundaries. And they just they were not happy about that. Because that's one of the things when I did stop talking to my brother, and he's like, who does that? Who just abandons their family? And I told him, so I felt abandoned by you guys for a long time. And it's hard to talk to you. I can't even trust you if I come to you and say, hey, I feel this type of way, and you take everything I've told you and go back to mom. Then she's like sending me all these really weird messages. And I don't know if you remember, but I think it was like a year
Yes,
ago.
I
Yeah.
remember. Yeah, I will never forget those messages. So
Yeah.
yes, I remember them.
They were horrible because she's relentless. She will just keep doing it, and then she will contact other people so they can contact me. So she pretty much isolated me, and I had no other choice but to go no contact.
And that's the thing. They'll try to make you feel bad. This is what narcissists do, is they'll try to make you feel bad for saying, hey, you are harming me, you're hurting me. This is why in the song Boundaries, I say boundaries protect me from the harm you do. People who cause harm do not like boundaries. They don't like to be told that cannot have access to you. And so, I mean, he's just doing and saying exactly, what the boundaries are for, right? Like he's just confirming that you did the right thing by establishing the boundaries in the first place. And it's not our business how they process their dislike with the boundaries you set. What we need to focus on is learning how to be strong in the boundaries we set and enforcing them.
And I
Because
just want to
it
thank
takes
you.
uh,
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say it takes work, right? Because we the reason we have to set the boundary is because we're being abused, and so when we set the boundary, the work isn't done. We have to heal the harm, right, and strengthen our mind, strengthen our stance, the fortification, right, that we are building up to protect ourselves.
And I just want to thank you for, like, every time you play one of your songs, it really does make me emotional. Even the boundaries when I was like crying because that was something that I just wanted from them. Like, just give me some space to kind of think. And it was just never, it was just never the case. There's so many things that when I had to go to therapy, I had to recognize why I do certain things in my life. And it's because of them. It just always goes back to them. So that's all I wanted. I just wanted a little space for them to understand, like, this is too much. And maybe, I'm getting older, they're older, to grow. I don't understand how they get stuck in that mindset of, well, like they just won't pass from that. And I had more hope from my brother a little bit because I was still in contact with him and I thought he was understanding, and then it just kind of backfired. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you for all the music that you do.
You're so welcome. I'm glad that it's bringing you healing and it's helping you think through the things that you're going through. That's the whole purpose and intention behind the music, is that it serves as like a reminder, because it's easy to forget, especially when we love the people. Just because we have to set these boundaries, it doesn't mean that your love is cut off. Doesn't mean that you don't love them. It means you also love yourself. And sometimes we need reminders of to be strong, right? As we are transitioning into this place of healing and becoming whole within ourselves. So that was the intention behind the song, and the intention behind a lot of the music is to serve as a reminder for us as we go throughout, our daily. Because honestly, deconstruction and atheism doesn't have that um, in music. But another thing that I was going to say when it comes to them saying that's your family, right? And what you said about you don't understand how they get stuck. This religion, the belief system preaches family, 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 family. As for me and my house, we're gonna serve the Lord. The husband, the wife, the child. right? The holidays, the going to church. It's family, 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 right? Love of God, love, 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 support, 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 support. But then there is Deuteronomy 13. There is Luke 14, 26 through 27, right? There is the prodigal son. Like if you step out of line, then they're taught to cut you off regardless if you're family. But they're not taught that it's okay for somebody to cut them off. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the narcissism behind the whole belief system. And they're stuck because they're being indoctrinated into a belief system that says do not grow past this. That's why I say Jesus is like a doorstop to development. He stops the morality, the growth, the evolution of morality and moral thinking. He stops the evolution of critical thought because they're stuck in this late Bronze Age barbaric moment in history, and their thoughts are being are basically imprisoned in there. They can't grow past that because they're told not to.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I didn't quite think about it that way, but now that you pointed out, because it was always about God. My mother was the type of person that everything went back to God. That the entire conversation sounded just like the Christians in here, very much robotic. Uh, and they don't hear themselves because I have told her before, can we not talk about God right now? Can we just have a normal conversation? And she would like flip out. Like, you can't tell me what to do. You can't control me. Like, okay. And I'll just, bow out. So there's so much that I've, had to deal with them that I just don't want to repeat. But, I just wanted to come up here to talk about that one thing. I didn't mean to like go down a whole rabbit hole.
No, it's okay. That's what the community is for, right? You don't ever have to apologize for that. We definitely don't want you going through this by yourself, right? That's why we have the Discord and um, why you have stage priority as a nerd to be able to come up and talk about these things. Don't sit and internalize them and try to talk yourself through them when you have a community of people who have gone through the same things and can relate and can share experiences to help you get through it. A lot of times people go into deep depressions when they're dealing with shit like this, and that's not you know necessary when you have fucking over 800 people on a Discord who damn near every last one of us are dealing with something just like this.
Well, I thank you so much. I will share the link to the GoFundMe. So yeah.
You're very welcome, and if we can help in any way, create noise to get that video, because it doesn't make sense that they're not releasing the video. And like my son's name is Benji.
Oh, what?
And yeah,
Wow.
right. So we were just talking about like I would move hell and high water to make sure that I made noise and make sure that people knew that he needed their help. So however we can help you, PT, please let us know.
Oh yeah. No, this is honestly, he comes from a family. They were literally like a mirror to my family, and I'm friends with his sister, and she's grieving so much right now. But they were what my family thought they were. They're very wonderful, sweet people. And where for me on my side, it was just all a facade. And, my parents used to talk about them all the time. So, like, I would see them and think, wow, they're such great people. What is this tension that you guys are creating? And maybe because, they made them feel small. But I feel like he definitely deserves more than what is happening. Like it did hurt me to see him in like handcuffs and he has a mugshot. Like this is not, it couldn't happen to the most sweetest and nicest person. So Yeah, I definitely want to help him.
Okay, let me know what you need from us. Like I don't want to say or do anything that could jeopardize anything. So give me directions and we'll go. Just let me
Well,
know.
I also think, I don't know, because I don't have a huge platform to even say, like, hey, there's, I think this is
Oh,
stemming
I
from
plan on
racism.
using my platform.
Oh,
I
okay.
plan on using it. Yeah, I just need you to tell me what I can and what I cannot say. Like what will jeopardize or not. Let me know.
Okay.
Oddly enough, his situation is the plot of Wells Fargo. Except in Wells Fargo, it's a girl named Blessing who is going through it, and there is a part in the book where Blessing's godmother is scrolling Facebook and she sees people sharing the news article, and they're automatically saying that Blessing is the one who is responsible for the death of the store clerk. And she sees church members saying things about Blessing, and she goes off on one of the deacons. She's like, just last week she was in Sunday school and you was telling her how proud you were of her, but now you're talking about saying that the devil is getting in our young kids. And but oddly enough, that what you described of you seeing people are automatically convict him, it's it is our fucking society. They don't wait to get all the information before they make a decision about somebody, and it's because of either where they grew up, what color they are, whether they have dreads or braids in their hair, whether they're thick or skinny. Like it use all of that, and then a fucking byline from a article that is sharing the least amount of information, and they just convict the person without knowing anything. And that the public opinion can also sway the outcome. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Hmm.
um but yeah, I haven't released it yet. The book is called Wells Fargo. I haven't even published it yet. But I
Oh,
read some of it online a couple of months ago, and then when we went to Florida, I read some of it to the people that was there.
yeah, because it was kind of jarring, even to see Black people automatically like make him like a thug or something, and then talk about how sweet this security guard is and he didn't deserve it. And I feel like it could be that the person wasn't like the security guard is not bad, I guess, but he made the wrong choice. He made the wrong decision, ultimately causing his own death. And now someone else has to pay for it. I don't think that's fair.
I agree. I agree with you. And so, whatever noise we can make, let me know.
Okay. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
You're so welcome.
All right.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Hi, PT.
Yeah, I kept saying Wells Fargo. It's Hell's Fargo. Not well. It's Hell's Fargo. That's the name of the book. It's about a young girl who realizes that her parents started an after death insurance policy for her, which is called Salvation. And when she turned 18, they gave her the policy, and she just stuck it in the back of her closet. And so when her goddaughter gets arrested for the murder of a store clerk that where her goddaughter worked, she starts questioning her faith, and she has a conversation with her mom. The conversation blows up. Her mom says some, you know, shit Christians say. She goes home and she thinks about that insurance policy, that after death insurance policy that her mom gave her when she was 18. And she goes in her closet. She tears the closet apart looking for it, and she sits down and reads it. And then she realizes what the fuck her parents have signed her up for, and that now she's responsible for keeping this policy alive. And so the book is about whether or not she wants to continue the policy or not. Um, and the court case and all of that unfolds throughout, and it the way people engage with this drives her questioning. It also cameos to the young girl Blessing and her time while she's incarcerated. The conversations Blessing is a Christian. Blessing's mom is an atheist. And Blessing is also, questioning her situation. Why would the God allow her to go through this? and the people that she meets while she's incarcerated. And at the end of the book, the insurance policy will be at the end of the book, and it will be for the person to decide whether or not they want to continue with that afterlife insurance policy. But the book is the focus of the book is to help a person, people who are going through deconstruction. Is it something? It's meant to help guide you on your deconstruction. It's kind of, it has like factual information in there regarding certain ideals like hell, when where did the concept of the rapture come from, and um so it's kind of like fiction mixed with facts, with with factual information. um but yeah, I haven't published it yet, but the name of the book is Hell's Fargo. True T.
Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm doing good. I was loving the conversation you guys was having, which is why I requested it.
Okay. So just to explain how my room worked, so PT is a community member, so they can come up and they can kind of take us off topic and talk about their deconstruction journey. So that's why you heard us not talking about the topics on the board. But when a non-community member comes up, we do ask that one, you tell us your age, whether you are a believer in the God of the Bible, whether if you're deconstructing your belief, or if you are an atheist, and then pick a topic from the board. And if it's something that you wanted to add, or a question you want to ask, if you could form it in one of the topics. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm 33. I am deconstructing my beliefs, but I'm pretty much deconstructed at this point. And I think it's like more of like a book of guidelines. I don't know. I didn't necessarily. I didn't know that this is how you work a room. So I came up to contribute to the last convo. So I didn't. I don't really have much to say on the topic, but I do love what you're doing, and you can drop me though.
Okay, thank you so much. So the topic the isn't the book. The topic is women being gaslit by God in the church. Um, and one of these four appeared. God helped David get rid of his baby problem. Jezebel was innocent. What if Adam was abusive, or Job's wife was ignored and demonized? If the what you wanted to say, does it fit in the topic of women being gaslit by God in the church at all?
Well, yeah, yeah. So I believe that women are gaslit. Like, I actually believe like the book was rewritten, specifically to control. And with that control, like they had to start with like women are usually like the inspiration, like the reason why the men even do what they do. So it's like they started with, making them feel less than, and making all the men feel like it was okay to do that. And so, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the whole idea of a woman coming from the rib of a man. It's like you would
Yeah.
not exist without him.
Right. Well, I even said, even with that, like it made me feel like, okay, with the book is like maybe all the places where it says like a man, like what if it was supposed to be like a woman? Because even the rib thing, it's like I was thinking, I tried to like look at it as maybe, I'm not looking at it the right way, but it's like even if you like visually, like your rib is near your stomach. So it's like if something came from a stomach, it's gonna be a woman anyway. And then even creating, like a woman can create, like men don't really do that. But but yeah, so I've always like I kind of like I grew up really religious, and I kind of questioned it young, but I wasn't like really allowed to express it. And I got older, lost my faith, and then when I tried to refine my faith, I learned about a lot of different religions, and then realized that they're all the same, but they focus on different things. But some of them are like twisted for their own, like person, whatever thing they're trying to push, they'll twist it slightly. So it's like at that point, it's like, what can you actually believe out of it? If they've already twisted like small things. So like it wasn't really a hard process for me to deconstruct, but it's like I'm running into so many people that it's like they won't let it go, including like family and stuff that I'm having a distance, myself from.
Yeah. And that's hard. One of the things we focus on in here is helping people defend against when families come and say God said such and such or the Bible says such and such. Knowledge itself is power, right? And so if you know what the book actually says, if you know the history behind the book, know how to find evidence to back up, um, what you know about the book, then when they try to have these conversations with you, it's easy to shut them down because they're not. When they find out that you're more knowledgeable than them, they're less likely to try to use that book as a weapon against you, and then they're less likely to bring it up to you and just accept, who you are. And it's been helpful to help some people have better relationships with their religious families, but also um, help them with setting the boundary so that their family isn't constantly trying to beat them over the head with the book. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Like I've had to just start looking at, I definitely try to like hit them with facts and just try to change perspective, but some people aren't gonna see and they're just not ready to have an open mind because they've been conditioned for so long. So I've just like learned to like make peace with that by just like remembering that, they've all like they were raised like a certain way, like they've been indoctrinated, they haven't put in the time to really understand like what's going on around them, to where I just had to remove myself, and then I got to look at other people like they're just young kids that just got older and never really grew up, and not let it get to me.
Yeah, and I don't suggest anybody try to change anyone's perspective when it comes to this. Like the purpose of learning is for yourself so that you can when because a lot of times religious family is very overbearing, right? And they say very harmful things in defense of their God, or in they're out of their fear, like, oh, I need this person to go to heaven, I don't want this person to go to hell, so I have to, this is what God told me to do. And they just continue and continue and continue. And so the knowledge is for you, to defend, not to indoctrinate or change that person. Um, and so I think you're doing the right thing as far as setting the boundary, removing yourself from uh, the any harm that they could possibly try to cause with verbal abuse or emotional abuse or mental abuse, um, which is a lot of the tactics that they use. And
Right.
accepting, like, it's a really powerful thing when you can just accept that they are who they are.
Oh yeah, I definitely have, and like I agree. You can't I don't seek to like change their perspective to like make them believe what I believe, but I do feel like if they genuinely even follow, anything, it's like they should be able to meet other things with an open mind. So that's what I've kind of like, that's the approach I was kind of taking, is just like, hey, this might be something to think about. But yeah, that approach doesn't work with them either. Yeah, I
Yep.
agree. I agree 100% with like everything you're saying. Like it's a journey for sure. And, I've sat in solitude and I've gotten comfortable to where, it doesn't bother me. And yeah, like I just stay in spaces where, like my thought process and who I am is accepted, and that works better.
Absolutely. Yeah. Being whole in yourself, um it's because you're with yourself 24 hours a day. Ain't nobody with you, not even your mama ain't been with you as much as you've been with yourself. And so being whole and feeling that sense of peace and joy within yourself, despite what others say or think or desire for you, I think it's the ultimate uh state of being.
Oh, I
Because
agree.
even when times are hard, you're going through struggles, you are the one, right? Like, who gets to decide how you approach those struggles, regardless of how somebody thinks that you should approach them.
Me personally, I feel like that's what makes, like your life here like kind of peaceful or like heavenly, and a lot of people don't see it that way. And it's like even in the in my community, the Black community, it's like people are so negative, and then like they'll use the book to kind of like push, or to what's the word I'm looking for, like to make an excuse for them acting a certain type of way or being judgmental or nasty. And it's like it just, to me, I feel like, again, the heaven is within you, God is in you, so it's like you have to truly embody that And a lot of people just use the book as a way to be judgmental without the embodiment part. And it's sad, you know, but at the same time, it's like, for me, I've been able to find peace. So it's like nothing really affects me too much anymore because I've changed my mindset, you know, and a lot of people, you know, they just won't. But yeah, it's like how you approach everything. Because again, like I grew up like feeling, like watching so many like trauma movies, you know, and stuff like that, to where like I didn't even realize like it was conditioning me to always think the worst, to always like even speak like that. And then so as I got older, and it was like my go-to thought is I can't. And I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that I had so much negative self-talk. And once I literally started changing like how I handled situations, like my whole life changed. Because like bad things are still gonna happen, but I feel like religion will make you feel like you need to dwell in the bad things because, you know, repent and punishment and all this other stuff, when it's like, no, you need to focus on the good. Like you need to keep moving forward. You need to find the lesson and the bad things. And yeah, I just hope a lot of people get to that.
I think too, like to Thinker's point earlier, like this is definitely an inside job, right? Education isn't something that happens to you; it's something you do. So no one else can educate me. It is incumbent upon me to look at the information, accept it, synthesize it, and process it in my mind. And I think about this from the standpoint of people always say that, you know, people don't change. People do change. Like I think of the changes and the different stages of evolution that I've personally gone through. And I know how hard that was for me. I know how hard it still is for me. Like there are certain things that I'm still struggling with identifying and coming up with ways of resolving or, you know, settling into or getting to that place of acceptance. I can never do that for another person. And knowing how hard it is for me to do it for me, I consistently remind myself, do not take up that mantle of trying to change someone else or trying to synthesize information for someone else, because it's never going to happen. And I think the first step in that is acceptance, accepting that, just like if I had all of your experiences or I lived your exact life, I'd likely think the way that you do as well. So knowing that there were points in my life where I came across additional information that I didn't have before and I decided to pivot. There are certain people in this world that will come across that information and decide to stay exactly where they are. I have to accept that because I don't have any control over them doing anything different. So it is about carving out your space of peace, living authentically, and being able to set those healthy boundaries so people know how far they can and cannot go.
Yes, 100%. I agree.
Right. Did you have anything else, Truti? I really enjoyed the conversation, and I hope you stick around uh, the live and join future conversations.
Oh no, that was it. Like
All
I'm
right.
just glad you guys allowed me to give my input.
All right. Well, I think you have I hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, y'all too.
Thank you. Bye bye. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. I saw Oso in here. Y'all don't get quiet on me. Anybody gonna come up and talk to us? It's been a slow night, Oso. It's been a
It
really slow night.
has. Yep. And it's not you also, because it's been slow this morning.
Yeah, they're not. They didn't run from the bear today.
hmm I was thinking with the previous guest, so many people come up here, believers will tell us, you know, you need to educate yourself. The interesting piece about that is that education invites and encourages change, and indoctrination is what resists. And it's rare believers approach these various topics with the goal of inviting change. Like they want to stay where they are. And that's not what education does. Like, if you're learning something, it's usually for the purpose of applying it or adjusting something that you're doing to account for this new information that you have. Indoctrination doesn't do that. It discourages both questioning and revising where you are. So it's wild that they refer to theological memorization as education.
That is really interesting, right? Because sometimes they'll come up and they'll say that Jesus helped change their life. And I wonder what they really mean by that, because they don't necessarily uh it's not like they actually apply anything. Like I don't know, because they'll say that, oh, I was out hustling. For example, I used to be a D-rug hustler, in and out of jail. And then I read the scriptures and Jesus changed my life. Is it the scriptures? Is it what they read and believe they understand in the scriptures that change, or them going to church and them wanting to be perceived in society as a type of person? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, and that's kind of like what I was saying to the guy that was on Crystal's live yesterday, the one that was a Jehovah's Witness. Because the moment you admit that you made different choices, that's the catalyst for the change. Now, the what you read may have been the motivation, but your mind, it read that information. Your mind processed that information. Your brain synthesized that information, and you decided to do something different. So the moment you had a bill, using the D-boy analogy, the moment a bill came up or somebody had a need, and your first, oh, well, I can sling a little this or that and get this amount of money, but nope, I don't want to do that. I'm going to go apply at this, temp agency, or, find a side hustle or do. You made that decision, and they completely erase that portion of it and say, oh, Jesus did it. Well, how when the mental processes that went into the decision making process all came from your brain, you're attributing it to a deity.
They're doing what, Rakia? Did you see that, V?
What? Honorary doctorate degrees. Wow. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised. Like, this God is a spiritual bypass for everything else, so why wouldn't they try to find an educational bypass? It
That's
kind of
true.
tracks.
Yeah, that's true. It makes sense. God damn. That's crazy. Diane?
Yes, Grand Rising. How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I just
You're the police officer, aren't you?
yes,
For
I
the
am.
yes, I
Yes,
remember
yes.
that beautiful skin. Like you didn't look like
Well,
it's popping in the PFP.
well, I tell you, you're just as beautiful. I was sharing your music with a friend of mine last night, and just I have to go back and forth. I'm trying to use this TikTok stuff, so I'm just learning, and I want to thank you and your generation and actually highlighting and helping being that glue or the adhesive, um, to bring this separation, to some closer opportunity for us to be able to heal, because that's what I've been doing is deconstructing. And I'm the oldest, like I was telling you, and you guys are just hitting some very serious topics of what you do when you have to be in that space by yourself and you have to set those boundaries. And I was just listening. I came on when the young lady was speaking about boundaries. So I just came on a little bit, but I just want to thank you for your music and your poise, your glow, and your skin, and everything that you do, in being divine of who you are. I really want to thank you for that, and your
Thank you
panel.
so much. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, because just because of everything that's been going on, it is nice to know that I'm not crazy and I'm not by myself. And
Yeah,
I
because you
can't
was
thank you
doing
enough.
this work. You were doing this work in your own community
Still
by
am.
yourself. Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Still
Yeah,
am.
and I think that's very powerful. And like I said, I'm glad that you've connected with us and you see that that there are people out here who think like you, who want the same things you want, and that's for humanity to heal, our community, um, to heal our young people, to grow up and be strong minded, knowledgeable young people, confident and willing to speak up against injustices, and do that, filled with knowledge, so that they're not made to fear, right, and back down. I think as a police officer, the stance that you take in society to help the youth become that is very powerful.
Well, I
It's
thank
very
you. And
powerful.
you guys have given me so much more strength. You've given me so much more um, grounding to really stand, because it has, I mean, from the politics, from the congregations, I had the opportunity. Unfortunately, we had a real upset probably 10 years ago, where we had maybe 6 churches needed to have law enforcement inside to de-escalate all of the misperceptions and the chaos they had created, that they said that they were allowed to do, saying that the church was a hospital and everybody in there was sick. Um, and that still 10 years later, that sickness is still ignoring the responsibility of what was already in place before we got into this position. And I just thank you so much, being that youth of injection to keep another season, for be the reason for me to keep going. And that's what I'm doing. Yes, I thank you so much.
You are so welcome, and thank you for sharing my music with your friend as well. That means a lot. Also, like I said, it lets me know that it's doing what I intended for it to do. So I appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. Keep it up. Keep it up.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day. Okay.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Let's see. Here comes the bear. I'm trying to. Oh, Selena. Never mind. Here we go.
Okay.
Hey,
What's up, Queen
Usman.
Bathsheba?
The cops come. All I hear was whoop, whoop, whoop. What's up?
He didn't even fucking hear it.
I know it.
I didn't. It was in the transition period. Say it again.
It ain't gonna hit right no more.
If I didn't hear it, it'll hit just fine.
I said, "What's up, Queen Bathsheba?"
Oh. Mm.
You
I'd
know
like to
we have
submit
several.
for a name change. I'd
How
much rather
about
be called Vashti.
Independence? They both
I'll be
your
Vashti.
badasses.
Yeah, but I'd rather be Vashti.
Oh,
Not
okay.
my goodies. That didn't kill me.
You see what Stowe just
No,
put.
He's my queen.
Going wrong for that.
Oh my goodness. Did you hear about the body part, the believer's body part that they have that we don't?
No.
It's called an interdependence.
Interdependence. Okay.
It's where the intuition
And what
lies.
function does that serve?
Yeah, it's an organ that
Intuition.
provides intuition. Yeah, it's a whole ass organ apparently.
Oh, wow. And it's not just your brain?
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Okay. That makes
no.
sense.
They don't know where it is in the body, but it is an organ in the body that the Holy Spirit uses
And
to talk to you through intuition.
oh, wow.
Hmm.
But it can't pay for your college tuition. That's interesting. Okay.
You don't need it because you have the independence.
You're right.
Look at pressure.
Yep. Hey, Pressure.
He ain't paying nobody no mind.
He's loving that belly rub. Coach it.
Hey,
Hey, how are
What's up?
you?
What's up?
I was coming up because I said I was looking at all the topics and I said, you know what? This kind of this kind of ties into the women being gaslit. Um because I'm looking at all the different ones and I cried at the last song that you have, and it just made me feel like, I did go through that phase where at the time, I don't know if you guys all remember, but at the time it was like a big thing where the society shifted. They're like, oh, you have to be light skinned, you have to be, with the good hair in air quotes. And just hearing all these things through my life, I'm just like, this is really fucked up, and um just to think about all the years that I've been gaslit, because I'm calculating it, and I was almost a Christian for almost 30 years. It was almost 30 years. So to spend all that time and think about all the stuff I was told that wasn't true is crazy to me. And all the gaslighting, I feel like it was because a lot of the women, they didn't have power at home, right? Not the power they may have been seeking. So in church, it gave them an opportunity to other themselves, or like a crabs in a bucket kind of mentality where I'm like, I'm better than you. I'm gonna get out, I'm gonna get above because I'm a deaconess, or I'm the pastor's wife, or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at the different religions and think about my family, and think about the different sects of religions, I'll keep saying to myself, there aren't 45,000 sects of Christianity. There's 2.6 billion, because for every Christian, they have their own faith. They have their own beliefs, and you'll never be able to combat that and never be able to change. Well, I won't say never. It'll be hard to change their mind, because of the fact that you are dealing with their build a God. You can't combat that if you don't know what you are up against, right? So if I think that you believe that the God should be kind and is loving and is there when you need them, but you also have the belief that he is stern. Like, I may not know all those characteristics. So when I speak to you as a Christian, you're like, but their argument is but so there's no way to combat that. So the gaslighting will continue because of the fact that they'll come up with something else, right? And move the goalpost.
Yeah, that's why I say spirituality. When they say it's the Holy Spirit or it's spiritual, and you can't understand things of spiritual, and it moves it into this place to where they create the rules, and there's no foundation. So it allows them to do exactly. I still haven't been able to find this in the Talmud, but there is uh, a tradition in the Talmud where it explains like what the word is, what the logos is, and it says it moves forward, backwards, around, up and down, like all over for the purposes of creating this type of confusion, right? And so when Jesus is their logos, and it resides in this so-called spiritual place, it's just in a place that allows them to change the meaning of words, change the um, uh, interpretation of a thing in the split second of a moment, so that they can convince you that you need to do exactly or be exactly what they are telling you that you need to be, or they can stop you from doing what's making them uncomfortable about themselves, or resisting against their domination, like what we talked about with the Tower of Babel, which is fucking full circle. God damn it! Were you in here during the Tower of Babel conversation?
I think so. Yeah.
Where uh the scholar was saying that the Tower of Babel was about uh, diversity, um, blocks or harms domination.
I caught the tail end of that one.
Okay, so with the Tower of Babel being about language, being about word, right? The in that story, the God confuses the language, confuses the communication between the humans to stop them from being on one accord and building their own city and becoming like the God. Because if you do that, then the God can no longer dominate, right? The God is no longer needed. So the scholar was basically saying that the purpose of the story of the Tower of Babel is that diversity, um, oneness, uh, uh, stops domination. Diversity implores it, right? And so when you are able to uh, not have a foundation of thought, and you're not agreeing on what a definition of a word is, you're not agreeing on what an interpretation of a thing is, and they're able um to switch it in the heat of the moment, right? It allows them to dominate further. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. uh with you as their intended goal of making you bow down to their God, i.e., their way of life, i.e., what they need to be comfortable around you. And what they need to see in you and who you need to be to make them comfortable in their existence. Does that make sense?
Yep. It makes all too much sense because of the fact that I see that in my family. And that's really sad. It makes me sad every time.
Yeah. This is why they say, "Oh, I'm doing it because I love you. I want you to go to heaven. I don't want you to go to hell." It's always, "I want you. I want you." And so they say, in their minds, they justify why it's okay for them to change the meaning of a word in a minute. Why it's okay for them to gaslight you and say, "Well, you can't see it because you don't have faith. You can't see it because you're not as anointed or chosen or favored as I am. I'm getting this directly from God. You haven't gotten your life right, or um you lack the anointing, right? Like they put themselves up so that they can uh, get you to do what they want you to do. I want you to go to heaven. I want you to be a better person. I want you. I'm going to pray for you so that you can. It's always about what they want.
Exactly. This sounds like a conversation I had with family members. Like, I want you to, this is what I want for you. And I'm going to pray that you get this. And I'm going to pray that you think this way, basically. And it's so sad because when I look at the dynamics of my family specifically, when you guys are talking about like the parents or the mother specifically saying that, I'm gonna, you do what I say, and you can't do that because I said so. And you can't question it because I said so, and you are supposed to just listen to me. And I'm like, why? You're doing the wrong thing. And part of the reason that my relationship with my family is the way it is right now is because of an argument with my mom. And it wasn't really about religion, but when I think about it, it kind of was, because the religion gave her the audacity to think that she could talk to me the way she did. And it's just like, no, you're not right because you're the parent. A parent could be wrong. It doesn't make you right. And for you to think that you can talk to me that way is just like, it hurt me. So I went no contact for like a year, and then I had to speak to her because of a family event, and I didn't want that family member to be, isolated or think I don't care about them, to not go and celebrate their advancements. So I ended up seeing her, and then we started talking again. But these I say these religions, it's not even this religion, because like I said, Christianity is 2.6 billion Christianities, and these religions are so harmful. And I wish that people could see their way out of it without having to push so hard. And my hope for the future is that more of my family can come out of that, like being hypnotized, basically.
And some will, not all of them won't, and then to be honest, a majority probably won't. Some will if if as long as you just keep, living in front of them and letting them see your truth, right? Like the peace that you have and you being whole. My brothers admitting that religion destroyed the family was a big step, and that happened last week or a week and a half ago. And then my brother saying, "Well, we finally told mom, sometimes we just need mama. We don't we every time we come to you with something, it's always God this, God that." I was like, "Y'all said that to her? Like that's a huge ass step." Which means that they're kind of getting tired, right? Like they're and then who knows? Like I already have two brothers who are deconstructing, and I didn't go to them and say, "Hey, you need to deconstruct. You need to listen." They just one of them fell in my life, was pissed. I told y'all that story, and then another one listens to the live and has come in, periodically. But both of them are deconstructing, and it's from them just watching me. Like I'm not in their ear telling them that they have to, accept this information. They're just watching me and then allowing themselves to think. I told y'all uh, last week how my mom had texted my brother and was like, get such and such address so we can, send her the invitations to the wedding. Like my younger brother is getting married. And I said, wait. I said, what you mean she told you to get my address? She got my number, and so does he. Why are they going through you? And I told him this whole sending these messages to let me know where I stand, like it's loud and clear, and I'm not going to participate in that. And I said it doesn't make sense that they can't call or text me for my fucking address, and then for me to go to a wedding. If they cannot bring themselves to pick up the phone and say, "Hey, what's your address so I can send you the invitation to the wedding," or text it at least, then I don't need to be at the wedding. And that's I said, do not give them my address. If they want me there, whatever fucking game they're playing, they're going to stop it and they're going to reach out and ask for my address. And it took them a week. And it took them a week. My brother texted me 2 days ago and asked for my address because I was not going to give it to them. Because if you want me there, you are going to reach out and and ask for my information. You have my number. There's no need for you to be going through another brother. And the fact that you are going through another brother, you're sending a message loud and clear. And I don't let them play those types of games with me.
Yeah, that's kind of like the boundaries I've kind of set with my family. And it's not even about, like I said, it's not even about deconstruction, because I don't really talk about religion with them. Not all of them, some of them I do, but I've set a lot of clear boundaries where it's like about phone calls. Don't call me after a certain time. Don't call me with no bullshit, because I got my own stuff. I don't need, the family gossip. I don't want to know. um don't involve me in these group texts. I can't stand them. Because it it drives me up a wall when I get on a chat and I'm like, oh nope. And they know I will leave that chat in a second, because don't start doing invites for stuff. Don't start doing any of that, because I won't see it. I won't be there, you know.
Yeah.
um and I've just been clear, so they just know. They're like, oh, don't call her after 8. Don't do that. Don't put her on a group text. She ain't gonna like it. So I think the more and more I start telling different family members, like, don't even discuss religion with me. um it won't be so jarring for them because I've already set other boundaries, and I've kind of been just thinking about my approach to this, and I might start inviting like my nieces to like your live, and so they can hear the different things, because I don't think that they are as religious as, the other generations in my family. So maybe my nieces, maybe my nephews. Well, one nephew, I think he's kind of lost right now because he claims to be a Hebrew Israelite, and I was like, oh, okay, you're one of those. So I'm a circle back to you. I'll circle back to you. I'm not gonna deal with you right now. That's a little bit too much work. I don't have the energy for that. But I have another nephew where I'm just like, okay, he is not lost. So I think I'm gonna start with the kids first, and then work my way up, and eventually get to my mom and my aunt and possibly my uncle. But I feel like we could be so much closer as a family, um, with things outside of religion if they just were open to it.
Yeah, it's so weird that our families don't know how to be families outside of this God. And the crazy thing is the God is the center of the family, but the God is also what's destroying our family. And they have
Exactly.
convinced black men that the family is destroyed because of them. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, it's completely sad, it's like with the religion, there's so many other things that people have to deconstruct from, right? It's not just religion. It's the misogyny. It's like it's just different ideas that go along with that religion that you don't even know you have them. I found myself having to deconstruct from some misogynist kind of undertones. I'm like, wait a second, that that makes absolutely no sense. No, I can do it myself, you know. And I've always been a person that can I read stuff a lot, and I'm all about doing it myself. I have been like, I do credit my mom for giving me that kind of like thought process, because she was always, even when she was married, she kind of was like the one that was in charge, like the take charge person. um so at this point, I can lay floors. I can practically build a house because I have a garage full of tools, and I've taught myself how to do a lot of stuff around the house, because I'm like, if I want something done, I'm gonna get it done. I'm not gonna wait for anybody. I'm just do it. I'm gonna get it done. So I have like laid all new flooring in my house. I have done like extended a wall outside. I even poured my own driveway. So it's just I had to get out of that. I'm not waiting for anybody kind of thing where
That's what's
I'm
up.
just
You
gonna
a
do it
whole
myself.
ass Jezebel out here.
I'm gonna make it happen. I'm gonna make it happen. And even with like going after things at work, I'm like, no, I'm not waiting for anybody. I don't care if they feel like, oh, well, you shouldn't be speaking up like that, and being like one of very few black women in my office, I was passed over for a lot of opportunities. And I thought that, okay, I was tone policing myself at first. Then I got to a point where I'm like, no, I'm not gonna do that, because of the fact that a closed mouth don't get fed, right? And I gotta start being my own advocate. And the minute I started like not caring what people thought about me, but rather going for shooting for my goals and doing what's best, because I don't know if you guys know, I work for the FDA. So I'm like, I've always been a person that's been advocating for health and advocating for the public, and I do outreach and things like that. And I'm like, I need to be getting paid for all the stuff that I do, and I need to be given credit, you know. So I just said, you know what, I'm gonna stop being apologetic. I'm gonna go for what I know I deserve. And that's I got my GS 14 last year. Um because of my hard work, you know, and it wasn't because of a God. It was me working hard and knowing my worth and not listening to anybody and not silencing myself because some guy told me to.
Congratulations. What is a GS-14? Is that a like a
So
certification?
no, so it's a grade level. So um it involves pay, right? So the higher you
Okay.
go in the grade, so the only thing that's above me is like a director level, and then you get into special executive service. So
Okay.
our director is a GS-15, and then you get into the special executive service when you get into headquarters. And like my
That's what's up.
and I think I technically I'm what 9 steps from the president, even though I don't want to be close to him in any way, shape, or form. But they like to say that when you start looking at the hierarchy within the organization, so I can transfer anywhere. And now that I've had more than a year as a 14, I can transfer anywhere and be a director. Um, and like once you get into the SES level, it's a different category, and you have to be in a position more like a somebody that's over a whole not department. I guess you can consider a department. So our director over all of the imported goods, he is at the SCS level. He's like a SCS 2. So he has people that report to him that are SCSs as well. So but I worked hard to get there. I started as a GS 7, 23 years ago, and I worked hard to get to that 14. And um but it was my hard work, but it took me a while to realize it's my hard work and not
Yeah, can
anybody
you imagine?
else's.
Right, because imagine somebody telling you that it took a God 23 years to get you there. And you
Right.
know what I'm saying? Like, what? No, this was
Why couldn't
very
you do that
human.
yesterday?
Exactly. It was not, this was very human effort, and it took like a lot of hard work to get me there. So give me my credit, give me my flowers while I'm alive, motherfucker. Like, no. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. But yeah, I just wanted to come up and share that information with you guys and share my thoughts. And it was like something I kept saying. I was like, it's 2.6 billion really like sects of Christianity. It's not 45,000. It's 2.6 billion. I'm stuck on that fact because everybody is different. Everybody
Can I
is
ask a
different.
question?
Sure.
What level is MS-13?
What is what?
Hey,
I'm
proceed with
scared.
What
Oh,
caution.
level is
Yes,
MS-13?
thank you. Proceed with caution.
Whenever Oso starts, yeah, whenever he starts with "Can I ask a question?" Go ahead and put your guards up,
right.
just immediately.
Right. I'm like, oh no. Oh, so I'm gonna tell pressure to bite you.
Throw up on him like he did already.
Right. Or pee on you. Come on. I'm a friendly. Don't go crazy on me. All
I
right.
was
Well,
just saying,
that was
that's
all I
a
had.
Latin game.
I know who MS-13 is, but they're not any part of my organization.
No, I
All
was
right.
gonna
Well, you
say
guys
too,
have a.
like
Oh, go
the
ahead.
fact that you were talking earlier about how families started focusing on like rising in hierarchy within the church so that they could look
Mhm.
down and say, I'm better than like the crazy thing is you don't rose in hierarchy in fucking society and you're in a position of um where you are able to make decisions that
Right.
affect the health like it's just it's the irony is like it's not lost on me. It's not it's so great it's not lost on me. So good
Right.
job, good job. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right. Y'all have a good morning.
All right, you too.
I'll let
Have a
myself
good
down.
one.
A good one.
Imagine people lording over church hierarchy over you and you fucking rising in the The goddamn government and how
Like that shouldn't
that's
mean
crazy.
anything in real life.
That's crazy. Hellified
And all
comment.
the ones that you watch where there's a disaster breakout, ain't nobody being like, "Where's the pastor? Somebody, we need a pastor now. It's an emergency." Ain't nobody
Right.
asking for that. Y'all, that
Exactly.
shit is just in pretend land, bro.
She in a whole ass position that fucking really matters. That fucking has impact. That's crazy as
Right.
hell.
This person broke their leg. Call a pastor. No.
I can't get the box open. Can one of y'all bring up a guest? Never mind, it's open now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Kill.
Kel? Kel? Okay. An accident.
Hello. You're,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
How old are you?
I am 20.
Okay. You have to be 21.
Oh, you have to be 21. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, wait, I have a
Unless
question
unless
though.
unless unless Maddie is here. I don't know. Is Maddie in the comments?
I'm not sure.
Give me just let me find out if she here. We do have a co-host who does talk to the ones younger than 21, 18 through 21. But I'm trying to see if she's here. She might have left already. She's not responding, so she's not here. But if you come back Thursday, I'll let you talk to her. I don't when she's not here, I only allow 21 and up on stage. Okay.
Okay, but I do have one question though before I leave.
I won't answer it because you're not of age.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But come back on Thursday night when Maddie is here, and then you can come up um, and then ask your question that time. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Y'all ain't have any crash outs today?
Yes, absolutely. There was a guy. I can't remember his name. Don something. Don. The real Don. The real Don. Old time Don. Old
Okay.
Don. Something Don. He came up claiming that we've talked before about the Job wife situation. Um,
Hmm.
he claims that he proved that me saying that the uh, the the God it was the God's idea was not biblically correct.
For all the suffering that take place?
Hmm. He claimed that he came up one time before and proved that it was the devil's idea to go after Job using the Bible. And then he kept
And
How?
how
saying
did he do
that
that?
Yeah, when it
he
says the
never
exact opposite.
exactly, but that's what he read Job 1 and he just read the story of Job 1:6
Hmm.
and claimed he did it with that. I stopped listening to him after that point because he said that just because Job he said he agreed that Job's wife felt some emotion, no pain, but she didn't get sick, so she didn't experience the same emotional pain as Job.
What?
And so Maddie and I cussed his ass plumb the fuck out for about a good 20 minutes.
Did we draw a line between emotional pain and physical pain?
We
Because
did multiple
okay.
times, and he just kept dismissing it. And I even showed how she did experience physical pain too, because she had to take care of him and wipe his ass, right? When he was sick, she lost her house. That's physical pain. She lost her income, physical. Like the she experienced both physical and emotional, and no one is saying Job did it. Like he was acting as if we were saying she hurt more, and like he was just ill. But yeah, that was.
I
I
mean,
think that was the crash out of the night.
I'm not saying it's necessarily true, but I feel like you could make the argument that she did,
Why is that?
because Job, Job's focus the entire time was the God and not the, uh, well, not the entire time, but for the most part, Job's entire focus was the God and the whole, I got to take the good with the bad, type of mentality I don't know, I think it like kind of belittles the amount of things and people that he lost, whereas she was just like, I don't know why you would want to continue in this existence. We lost everything, including our children, uh, several more lives on top of that. I, clearly, you've done something to fuck the whole operation up. I don't know why you are so content with living with this, with all this loss. I don't know. Like I feel like she was more in tune with the fact that like this was something that was done to them to completely tear their life apart. Whereas he was just kind of like, oh well,
I think
it
the
just
way
that
a,
shit just happens.
I think the way a person deals with suffering doesn't minimize the suffering that they are experiencing. So just
Mm,
because Job is willing to say, um, I'm, we accept, we get good and bad in life doesn't mean that Job wasn't
mhm.
hurting or experiencing what he was going through um, as much as her. Her reaction to the suffering is different than his reaction to the suffering, but they both suffered the same losses.
Absolutely.
And I
Yeah,
think
I'm
it's
not
what
like I said.
like
I don't think it's necessarily true, but I'm saying like you could probably make a case.
yeah, I think people can make a case either way. For me, I don't see the reason to, right, especially
Absolutely.
since everything they lost was both of theirs, right, and that they were married. It was a life, a joint life, right?
Hmm.
So a joint experience. I think that we can make definitely make cases for how it affected them differently. Um, and one could say that to have the mindset of life is life, we get good and we get bad, is a good mindset to have in the face of going through struggles. Being
I also
cynical, being cynical and saying, "Man, fuck life," could be the wrong mindset to have. But either mindset doesn't minimize what a person feels, like the pressure that they feel.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I think it's a way to, in a way, like cheer for cognitive dissonance because ultimately they have to recognize that she knew that their lives were being destroyed, yet she is holding on to the concept that God is just. Now, it doesn't say whether or not she knew about this bet between God and Satan. It doesn't say whether or not God revealed to them that he was like, hey, have you considered my servant Job? It doesn't say any of that. But the fact that most believers only want to focus on Job, main character syndrome, and ultimately ignore the realities of the experiences of the ancillary characters or the partners of these characters, especially the women. Like that's the narrative of the Bible, how they ignore the fact that there are a multitude of people who may or may not have done anything. Like, it's the same way as like you used the example the other day. If a country came into the United States and did, did damage to a whole lot of people because of the way our government is leading the country and because of international relations, a lot of us are not in support of this. So to say that an entire people group was annihilated by God at God's direction, it has to logically follow that there are some people that didn't agree with whatever it is this God was annihilating them for, but their experiences and their stories are not highlighted. They're ignored. They're just NPCs. And you can't have it both ways. Like, either you want to dig deep into the fact that these are real people and talk about the realities of being a person and what all of that entails. And the horror that Job's wife suffered is one of those things, but they're usually more comfortable ignoring that so that they can push their narrative that, you suffer and, continue to hold on to your faith because that's a laudable characteristic. But why? How? It doesn't make any sense.
But I don't even think they push it as a laudable characteristic. They push it as you get something in return for your suffering, and which is really dangerous because no, you don't. Like everybody
Mhm.
doesn't get double for your trouble when you go through suffering. Um, so I think that's the very dangerous theological message. But also, it prioritizes the faith of a man, and it kind of tells a man, don't worry, when you go through the suffering, go through it like a man. The don't complain, don't cry, don't waver, go through it like a man. And when you come out on the other side, right, then you're going to get double for your trouble. um the I was going to ask y'all, if we replace that part of the story, that scenario of the story, with life instead of God, would it change anything? If Job is saying, we get good from life, shall we not also accept the bad from life? Don't be foolish. In the face of Job's wife saying, go ahead, give up on life. Life sucks. Go ahead and take your rest. It change the situation, replacing life with God? I mean, replacing God with life.
Yes.
Okay, why?
Um, Life doesn't have intentions for you, whereas the God
No, no,
explicitly
no, no.
did.
Just that part. Just that part. Not the whole story. Just that section of the story. That conversation between Job and his wife.
Oh, I mean, I guess if you want to, if you cancel out the surrounding circumstances, then no.
Why not?
I mean, because if it's just things that happen, then I mean, there is no difference between life being up and down and accepting the good of the bad, from the God character.
Right. Like, because
Like if there's no motivation to put you in that position, then it's just life.
right, because Job, like, there's nowhere in the story where it says Job was privy to this conversation and this spiritual realm that this God had with this Satan. Right. Neither was the wife. So they what they're experiencing is life, and they're calling it God. Right, in this conversation. And so, if we approach just this conversation and replace that part with God, when someone says like that's just life, remember the question that I ran, what's the difference between that's God's will and that's just life? And the believers
Hmm.
couldn't find a difference. That's
Right.
how I see this conversation with Job and his wife. And uh the weight that's put on this conversation is because she's saying in there, curse God and die. It's the reverence to the deity, right? The piety to the deity, the
Hmm.
um, um, bowing down to the beast, right? That's the theological message that uh, Christianity pushes with this story. It's not really to make a person be able to go through life and deal with the ups and downs of life. It's about allegiance to the God. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
What I'm saying? Their primary focus is like, a lot of times, like when people go through things, like especially if I bring this to you and I tell you you need to worship my God because although you're not educated, um, you're scrawny. The fear of God is the root of all knowledge, right? The root of all wisdom. You're gonna be
Right.
smart because because you worship my God. You're gonna be powerful, or have a lot of strength because you worship my God. And then the moment you go through something, what are you gonna do? As a person who was sold this God, what would you do the moment life just started beating your ass up?
Blame a motherfucker.
Yeah, and be like, man, this God, what am I worshiping this God for? Blah blah blah. And so, what the Job story does, it says, now I'm not saying you're not going to experience life, but if you go through it with piety, you're gonna end up with double for your trouble. And it gives us false hope, like heaven or hell, right? Gives you something to look forward to, something to aim for when you go through it, so that you will not lose, so you will not turn your back on the God. And it keeps the system going, like the 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 beast moving forward. Like if it feels like the theological messages that were written into the text is very preemptive. Like it's almost as if they thought about anything that would make a person want to turn away from it, and getting out of it is like getting out of the upside down. Yeah, contingency plans at every fucking stop, it feels like. Did that make sense, what I'm saying?
It does to me. I mean, I think that's the push. I wonder if it's just a capitalization on what we know to be normal human behavior, specifically in social settings. That, what you were talking about, it being built, these built-in loopholes, if you will. But it had to be like that scripture that you read about. I forget where it is. It may not even be in the Bible, about the needing to find dumb people to believe this, and folks
And
who,
again, Celsius.
yeah, like I think that piece of it, because we have to think there's nothing new under the sun, right? Like the patterns of behavior that we see are just patterns of behavior of our species. So the details may change from culture to culture, century to century, but the foundations, the archetypes remain the same. So from that regard, there are going to be in every civilization people who are skeptical thinkers, people who say, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense. So how would that happen? There are going to be people, even if they're small in number, that do that. So it would make sense for someone to build in a defense for that, bake it into your narrative, bake it into your theology, so that when these questions come up, after a person, this is highlighted by someone who does think that way and is said to a person who doesn't think that way, then they can come back with these automatic responses, these thought terminating cliches, and then you sprinkle on fear. It's a self perpetuating system.
Absolutely. Yep. And then them stripping her down to just that one line, like it serves their theological framework.
And the reality is, like, I never thought about this until a couple of days ago, how Job's replacement children, they were replaced in number, not necessarily in relation. It doesn't say anything about her having more children. We don't know if that was the case.
Yes, we do. Guess who? Guess who his other kids are with?
Who was his baby mama?
Dinah.
So now she lost her children, and then she had to see her husband have 10 more with another woman.
And that woman was raped by the king of Shechem.
Yeah.
Her brothers had, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
women are supporting characters in their fucking narrative, and they just move them around. Like, they don't even deal with the fact that like, how, like, what is her emotional state after being raped? She's just
Right.
handed to somebody else to fucking give kids to because he needed double for his trouble.
Because you decided to let your enemy kill his first 10 kids. What are we saying? Like, I don't get it.
And I guarantee the reason they had Job have kids with Dinah is because she's Jacob's child, Jacob's only daughter, so that it comes from Israel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And well, it was something else I was gonna say. Oh, and they didn't want his blessings coming from the one who had renounced the God, who had told him to renounce the God. I guarantee you that's why they chose Dinah to have
It makes
his
sense.
yeah, it's all a theological framework.
She gave birth to the dinosaurs. Oh my God, that all makes sense.
I can't get the box open.
I can open it. Let's see.
Thank you.
It looks like they're all friendly though.
Happened in a dream.
Amber.
Am I up here? That's so funny. I didn't mean to come up here. Y'all can kick me
Yep.
down. I'm singing.
I got you. Have
I
a
love
good
Have
it.
a good
day.
day.
All right.
Let's see. It looks like everybody else in here is a
I think I saw somebody say on purpose. I forgot who that was. They said they was in there on purpose. Who was that? Trinita is on purpose. Hey, Kill Bill, are you up here on purpose or on accident?
Yes, ma'am, on purpose. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good, good
morning.
morning. How are
Morning,
you?
bro, man.
Good morning.
What's going on? What's going on? Uh, just wanted to pop in and say, obviously, I agree with the prompt. And I had a bit of a light bulb moment, and stop me if you've either heard or discussed this before. So, looking at I guess, the main topic, which is how women have been gaslit in the church, you can make a case, or you can clearly see how each and every one of those individual subtopics can clearly show within those topics how the gaslighting is taking effect, or how women have been gaslit. So I was thinking about more particularly the one about how David, or the God got rid of David's problem. If you remember in the story where Nathan had kind of pulled up on David, and he was like, David, I gotta tell you a story, man. It was a rich man, and it was this poor man, and the rich man had all the sheep and cattle and the wealth, and basically he had a lot of property. And the rich man, one of his homeboys, came to pay him a visit, and he wanted to prepare the rich man a feast. And instead of using his stuff, he went and took the one little sheep that the poor man had. So he told this to David, and David started like crashing out. He was like, this is an outrage. How can he do this? This man needs to be killed, and he needs to pay the sheep fold, or however many fold. And Nathan was like, hey, let me stop you right there, my boy. It's you. You are the guy. So my point is, he compared uh, David stealing Uriah's wife to the rich man stealing the property of the poor man, hence his sheep. So I mean, it just, to me, it just shows an example of how women being gaslit looked at as property in the Bible. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I say I put a comment on the video of that song. Actually, let me see if I can read it. Hold on. When I was studying this, actually, I think I copied and pasted what I sent to Fee. So let me see if I can get to this quicker. Let's see. So I originally sent it to Fee, and then, well, dang, it ain't in there. Fee, when I sent that to you, was that in me, you, and Christina's chat, or was that just did I send it directly just to you
Which
about
screen?
Bathsheba's song and what I realized while I was writing her song?
I think that was to me, but
Oh
I can.
yeah, I found it. Yeah, it says, as I was writing her song, I realized that the God performed a divine termination of the consequence, a holy abortion after birth to help David cover up what he did. The narrative frames it as a punishment, but the God really helped David and gave him what he originally wanted to get rid of his responsibility or claim to the child. Uh, Hold on. I don't think I put the part in here about the God punishing David for violating Uriah, not for violating Bathsheba. That's on the video. So on the video, I gave an explanation of my process of writing Bathsheba's song, and in that explanation, I explained that the God punished David for violating Uriah's property, not for violating Bathsheba's body, right? And that's a thing that we as women have been made to look at as um one, we mistakenly think that David is being punished because of what he did to Bathsheba, right? Like that's included. It's not. It's solely based on the fact that Uriah is a neighbor to the Israelites because he is although he's a Hittite, he is a general in the Israelite army, and he lives in the land of Israel. So as a foreigner living in the land of Israel, they are commanded to love the foreigner as themselves when that foreigner lives in their land. So with Uriah being a general, David violated the law by not treating Uriah as himself. He violated the law by sleeping with Uriah's property, his wife, and then he violated the law by killing Uriah. So the punishment was all about Uriah. None of it was about Bathsheba. Is that the point that you were making, Kill Bill?
That's very similar to what I. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, like the sheep, the kings taking the shepherd's sheep. Bathsheba would be the analogous uh, thing in that analogy. Is what you're saying? As Bathsheba is the property of Uriah, just like the sheep was the
Correct.
property. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. And I definitely see like that is how women are gaslit, and so many religious women have so much respect for David, right? And they see David as this king that is after their God's own heart, and he is, although David has made mistakes, he doesn't deserve to be stoned. He doesn't deserve the backlash for it because he's a king chosen by this God to bring forth their savior. And so they look past Bathsheba being treated as property, Bathsheba's autonomy being taken away by the power and balance of the king, her baby being killed as a punishment to the God, her husband being killed, her being made to become wife of David and added as a just a in his harem. It's not like they courted. It's not like she said, "Yep, I'm in love with David." Like you never see any of that from her end. Right? There's nothing in that story that says that even after David killed Uriah and took Bathsheba as his property, it never says that Bathsheba fell in love with David.
Mm.
Right? Like,
Right.
but they teach it that way. I told y'all a pastor commented and said Bathsheba loved David, but she never stopped loving her first husband Uriah. So he was like, "Thank you for helping me see that she used Solomon to get her lick back." And I responded to him. I said, "Can you point me to the scriptures that's making you say Bathsheba loved David?" And I said, because he took her autonomy. He killed her husband and added her to his remaining wives. I was like, I don't see any scripture that says that Bathsheba loved David, and he has not responded yet, and it's been damn near 6 days.
Don't hold your breath on that. So yeah.
Yeah, because she's treated as property, and she's treated as a means to an end in that story.
Another thing that I thought about concerning that story, and this is outside of the gaslighting topic, it seems as if that one of the reasons why the God gave David a pass is because he looked at David as like his number one hitter, like his hitman. Like anytime David had a quote unquote problem that he wanted taken care of, he would just give it to David, and David would be like, "I got you." Like even in the story when they were beefing with the Ammonites, they was at war. Then he had to, I guess, pause for whatever reason, and the God had to come clean up his mess. Then it tells you at the end of the story, after God cleaned up his mess, he went right back to whooping on their ass. They tell you how he took their gold and their crown and all that. So it seemed that was like a reason that he would have gave David a pass as well, because David was supposed to be killed. But
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was his boy.
right.
Same way that they do it. I told y'all about that Florida governor who quoted David's story for why he shouldn't lose his position after he done, been MIA for a year and went off to some other country so he could sleep with another woman. live with another woman while being married, left his political position, left his wife to go live with another woman for a whole year, then came back and quoted David for why he shouldn't lose his position and why he should not be demonized for what he did and he should be forgiven.
That's
That's the
crazy.
precedent that this God said. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then to still be considered as, you know, a special person to this God despite your behavior is wild, because what that ultimately tells them is that no matter what I do, God is still going to accept me. And I have absolutely no impetus to be accountable or responsible for my own actions. And it just continues to perpetuate itself.
And the crazy thing, who told him to do that was that group called the Family that uses Jesus as a like a membership. Like if you know what I'm talking about. Have y'all seen the Family documentary on Netflix before they took it away?
I haven't seen it.
Nah,
I told y'all to watch that before they pulled it. They don't pulled it now. Y'all and yeah, man,
to be fair,
it's
I don't keep Netflix.
oh okay. It's everything that we talk about in here, and it's what we see happening today. They've been they've been working on that for 70 years. But it's a group called the Family, and they basically use Jesus and this as the plan, and it helps them get out of like the like high level people. It helps them get out of shit. Like I was telling y'all to watch it.
I remember you mentioning it, but I do have, well, my kid has Netflix, but I'm just such a not a TV person. It completely slipped my mind. Well, do you think they're going to put it back, or is it on like YouTube?
I don't know. Netflix kept giving a message about it being pulled finally, like for good, permanently pulled. So I don't know if they're ever gonna bring it back.
Mm,
It might be archived on the internet somewhere. What's the name of it again? Let me write it down.
It's called the Family.
The Family. Of,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna see if there's alternative methods to.
Yeah, I was gonna say if it's on the internet, I'm pretty sure I can find it. So yeah.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And as y'all watch it, y'all gonna be pissed at the same time because everything we going through, their ass has been planning for 70 fucking years. Even the International Day of Prayer, it's from their asses. They instituted that in the White House for a specific reason. All right, I hope y'all are able to find it. It might be on YouTube. Somebody might have put it on YouTube.
It's it's still on my Netflix, but
Oh, is it?
yeah.
Oh, Selena said it's still up. What's the
Let's
date? Does
look for
it
it.
show a date that they're gonna pull it?
is it like four white people in the front with a red background?
Yeah.
Because this is a comedy.
Documentary.
Oh no, I
No,
think
I
I
was
see
saying,
it.
No, you're looking at the other.
no,
I,
it's a documentary that I'm talking about.
this is an enigmatic
Yeah, I
conservative
don't see it.
Christian group known as the Family.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
it looks like it's still on
it's not showing
Netflix.
me a date.
It
Oh,
came
it's
out in
still on there.
2019.
Netflix kept telling me they were getting ready to pull it permanently. So I don't know if they changed their mind or what. But if it's still on there, watch it.
I'll watch it tonight while I wash my hair.
Yeah, it's interesting, and it goes deep. Like they brag about being able to go to other countries, and if you just say Jesus, you're good. Like it's that deep. And they have their own book, their own Bible, and it only consists of Psalms and several the four Gospels and only like two or three of Paul's texts. They don't go by all this shit. Like and they have like a group of young boys that they train. Like it's fucking wild.
Wow.
Yep. And they are deep. They are both Republicans and Democrats. They ain't just one side, and they are deep in our government. Did you have anything else, Kildo?
No, that was it. That was it. Thank you for bringing me up, and I hope y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great rest of the day as well.
Okay.
We ought to do like a who's gonna start watching it tonight? We can do a Discord watch party.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Hey y'all.
Set it up. I'll
Hey
join.
Trinita, how are
Hey.
you?
Hey, Trinita.
Yeah, I'll set it up since I don't go live tonight. I'll set it up. Y'all want to
Hey,
start at like what
Shanita.
6 central? Is that too late?
Whatever works for you works for me.
I
Yeah,
can
we can
stay
do
up.
6 central. Okay, 6 central on Discord. We'll watch the first part of the family. Hey Trinita, how are you?
I'm good. I'm here cooking. Um, I was gonna talk about the same thing he was talking about because I was in the comments like it's because she was a slave basically. Joe wife. Like that's why she didn't get everything that he was I guess given after the whole situation.
What you mean
But
she was a
that was
slave?
it. Not she was a slave, but she had the status of a slave, like property. Like she was his
Oh,
property. So it
yeah.
wasn't she wasn't viewed as, oh, a human in that way, in the way that he was, that he deserved all the things that he lost back.
But
So
I
that
think
was
that's
that
such
was
a human way to look at it, unless one is also going to say that the God saw her as property and a human indisposable too. And if that's the case, then for women who are believers of this God, like what does that mean for them that the
Mhm.
God didn't take into consideration how the things that he was doing to Job was affecting Job's wife, because Job to the God, Job's wife was just property.
Yep, they need to be questioned. That
Yep,
definitely.
I agree.
But that was all. That was it.
All right,
Um,
what you cooking? I still have not made that
you
recipe
always
yet.
why?
I honestly forgot. I forgot that it was in there. I'm gonna do it today. I'm gonna make it
Okay,
today.
I'm making chili.
Oh, ooh, that
Um,
sounds good.
cause it's cold here. It's really cold here. Um, and I'm gonna bake some potatoes to go with it. Hopefully my kids eat it, cause we in the extra picky stage. So
That sounds
If they
good as
don't, I
fuck. You
will.
put chili in, and right. You put the chili inside of a baked potato, and then what?
mm,
Put cheese and sour cream and all
cheese
that
and
on
sour
top.
cream. Yep,
Man,
all the
that
stuff.
sounds good as
That
hell.
sounds delicious.
Damn,
Matter of
I
fact,
might
whether or
fuck
not
with
they
that
do eat
today,
it, I'm
Trinita.
coming. Yeah, whether or not
Man,
they do eat it,
I
I'm
might
coming.
fuck with that today.
Look to Germany.
Damn.
Also
Hey,
said
my
I'm
pull-up game
on
is strong. My pull-up
mute.
game is strong.
Y'all need to have an international meetup for
We
real.
do, yeah.
We do.
Cause I'm starting to build a community here of non-believers.
Nice.
So, yeah, it'd be hard to find people who don't believe. You be kind of nervous. You be trying to listen in to see if they slip up and say something, and you be like, "Oh, I caught you. You a non-believer too." Like that's how I be for real.
Yeah, you kind of got to be like that though. Be like,
Hmm.
oh, you
Especially with
deconstructed?
this tight knit military community, you gotta kind of like ease in there because when one person find out you're not a believer, it spread like wildfire. So that's it, y'all. I'm gonna go.
All right.
Have a good
Well,
one.
thank you for the dinner
Y'all
idea.
too. No problem. I'm
All
always
right,
here for
drop your
that.
address in the Discord now.
All
But Trinita.
right, have a
All
good
right,
one.
bye. You too.
All right, let's see. If you are a nerd and you have been a nerd for at least 2 months and you want to participate in um, the documentary watch party, reach out to a mod so you can get the link to the Discord. Um, Zoroastrianism. No, Zora.
I saw the same thing. No, I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, I'm fucking with that today. A chili cheese baked potato. God damn, that sounds good. 6 p.m. Central. Yay, AG! Congratulations, AG is a blue butterfly today.
Shout out AG.
I do put diced potatoes. I thought they said tomato. Diced potatoes in the chili.
Oh, I've never done that.
I haven't either. But I don't know why that doesn't sound appealing as pouring the chili over a
A
baked
baked
potato.
potato. Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound appealing.
This is going to sound weird, but I did this thing, this detox. This was years ago, and it was very systematic. And we got to one week where the first solid food we ate was a baked sweet potato with spicy guacamole on top. And when I saw that on the list, I was like, I ain't eating this shit. When I tell y'all, that combination was so fucking good. So it's
What was
crazy
it
to me.
again?
It was a baked sweet potato and it had guacamole. Like I like spicy. So I made guacamole and I made it spicy and put it was so good. Oh my goodness, it was so good. I was doing this like detox cleanse from um like animal products or any sort of foods or meats or things like that. So I think I had it with like a side of black beans or something. Like it was that meal was so like the flavor combination. I think it was the sweetness of the sweet potato and the spiciness of the guacamole and the crunchiness of the tomatoes and the onion. It was so good.
Y'all are just saying baked potato, but she said sweet potato, baked sweet potato,
It was a big sweet
guacamole
potato.
on sweet potato. I'm gonna have to try that. It's not. It doesn't sound like something that I would like you said, right? It doesn't
Hmm.
sound like something that I would think would go together. But
Now, in full
I hope
disclosure,
I
I
give it
think
a
this
try.
was week 3 and I hadn't had solid food. So that could have been why it was so fire. But
Have you eaten it since?
I have. I did. I don't know that I
Okay.
loved it as much as then, but I feel like it's really good. Like I baked some sweet potatoes this week. And then I made I don't have guacamole, but I got those little avocado mash cups. So I still eat it now. Like it's still good to me now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely try it. I didn't think pizza rolls with Alfredo sauce was gonna be good, but that shit was banging.
Is it?
Hmm. Yeah, we normally do ranch, and my don't know she's neurodivergent daughter needed something white to dip her pizza rolls in so she could eat them. And so she used Alfredo sauce. That shit was fire.
That's really funny.
Okay, free will. That's what I brought for lunch today. Like I've been officially influenced by TikTok. I forget the creator's name. She does this. She eats some weird shit. Some of that stuff I'm like I'm not eating that. But she puts cheese in a baked sweet potato, and just bites the bitch like it's a hot dog. I
Oh
don't know
my
what I'm
God.
doing.
That's so disturbing. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking
It just looks weird. It really does. Cause she just be going to town. It's like, man, you know that's weird. Calm down a little bit. Cut it
Somebody
up,
in the
nigga. Take
comment,
bites.
somebody in her comments was like, "So you just out here eating ingredients?"
Right.
Go with some,
Mix it up. Make it look like you give
right?
a fuck, please.
You
Wait,
chowing
it's
down
just
on a
cheese
whole
on sweet
ass green
potato?
onion. In it, no, she stuffs this kind of like creamy cheese, not like Velveeta or anything like that, but it's some fancy creamy cheese. She cuts it. Well, she doesn't even cut it. She kind of breaks it off with a spoon and stuffs it down into a baked sweet potato and just bites the whole damn thing. But people have been trying it. Several people said they like it. Some people were like no. Then a couple of people put like kimchi on it or something, tart like pickles. She just has a really eclectic way of eating. I find it fascinating.
Wait, Brokeback. Did you just say that you would add mayonnaise to a sweet potato?
What?
Are you talking about adding mayonnaise to a sweet potato?
A little mayo, some sriracha or cayenne.
Lots of mayo on a sweet potato?
Y'all about to be
Mayo and
wrong.
sweet. What?
The mayo takes the place of the butter.
What?
Maybe atheism is a mental disorder. Maybe they are right.
Mayo on sweet potato
Mayo
is
on sweet potato?
for real. Like police. That is unacceptable.
Yeah, no,
Police is
I ain't trying
crazy.
that. Okay,
Authorities.
I love you, broke back, but I can't try that. And I like mayo. I like mayonnaise, but not on sweet potatoes.
The movie Undercover Brother gaslit me into thinking that mayo.
Yeah, my
The what?
son does the
I said the movie Undercover Brother gaslit me into thinking that you can't put mayo.
Your phone is trailing. I didn't hear that last part. The movie Undercover Brothers gaslit you into thinking what?
You can't put mayo on shit.
Oh, what did it say in the movie? I didn't see that movie.
That nigga was eating mayonnaise sandwiches when he switched up and became white. They were like, "Yo, you eat mayonnaise?"
I used to eat mayonnaise
It
sandwiches.
wasn't even the fact that the entire sandwich was mayonnaise.
No,
That's
you put just mayonnaise on the light bread. You some cheese and pickles. It like without meat. Like if you don't want meat and just something light, yeah, it actually tastes good. Not Miracle Whip though. Mayo. It actually tastes good.
what
Mayo
why
with
does each
cheese and
sandwich put
pickles.
mayonnaise on it?
With
I
the
need
sandwich pickles, huh?
cheese and pickles.
Yeah, everything but the meat. And like, and I can't if I eat a sandwich with regular white bread. I can't if it has turkey on it. I can't eat cheese on it. So it's just mayonnaise, turkey, and cheese, uh, or mayonnaise, turkey, pickles, right? I mean mayonnaise, turkey, and pickles, or just mayonnaise and turkey. I can't eat it with cheese because the bread and the cheese together with all of that is just too thick and too much for me. Like it makes me gag. I can't take it. It tastes disgusting. But if I can eat mayonnaise, cheese, and pickles, and it's good. Well, the guest box is open, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up. Heinz salad cream? No, I've never heard of that. Molasses on bread?
I'm just
Mola-
here to say
we would also
I finally found another believer in mayo.
you said you found a believer in mayo?
Finally, because I've always been made fun of my whole life for liking mayo.
Really?
I finally found my
Well,
community.
well,
Not your
welcome
community.
home.
You just found another advocate because mayo as the main ingredient is crazy to me. It still is.
Don't listen to them.
Like
We're gonna stand strong
exactly.
together.
Oh yeah, I love mayo.
Man, I eat
I,
mayo. I eat egg mayo with I eat mayo with eggs. No, eggs with mayo. I think I eat mayo with eggs. I
yeah,
like mayo so much.
yeah, like an egg sandwich. Put the mayo. Yeah,
Yeah,
I do too.
I
I do
eat
too.
boiled. I eat mayo with a side of boiled eggs.
I've never tried that. Damn, I want to try that now.
Hey, it's amazing.
You
Let
put
me
salt
tell
and
you.
pepper on the eggs and dip it in the mayo.
Sometimes, sometimes.
That sounds
Yeah. Man, I thought something was wrong with me.
good.
Finally.
I think it's just a stereotype.
It
But
is.
for some reason, black people scared of mayo. I don't know why, but
Right,
it's good.
right,
No, I
right.
came off mute to say to what Oso did. It is something wrong with you because Mayo is just like not like what?
It's not like that. It really isn't.
Mayo is
Exactly.
good.
Here
Mayo is
comes the
good.
haters.
It's not
Yeah.
like that. Put some
Yeah.
sriracha in that motherfucker,
Hey,
maybe, maybe, but
hey,
nah, straight
that's
mayo,
why
nah.
Everything,
deconstructing.
guys, everything doesn't
Yeah,
have to be spicy.
exactly. And that's
Case in
why
point, y'all's love for mayo.
deconstructing. Hey, and I'm securing that shit, and I'm gonna eat
Yeah,
it because I like it,
it has
and
a
I know
nice,
that my taste buds is all that fucking matters.
yeah, it has a nice creamy texture, a nice color, a little bit of sourness in there. You know, it's good.
Yep.
You know, hey,
Hey,
if that's what gets you through the day. I would say more power to you, but I don't think you do need that. You know, that's you.
hey, hey, other mayo eater fellow, let me tell you, if you haven't tried sweet potato fries with mayo, just, you're gonna thank me later. You're welcome.
I don't know about that because that
Oh boy,
I don't know about sweet potatoes and
you don't
mayo.
like sweet potatoes?
I love sweet potatoes, but
Okay, now
mayo with
give it a
sweet
try.
potato.
Give it a try.
Mm,
Just don't knock it until you try it. Just give it a try. Let
I
me know.
don't know about that. I don't know. That's
Just
why I
be
just told Brokeback. Brokeback talking about she put a whole spoonful of mayo on a baked sweet potato.
they're
I don't
calling
know
the
about that.
police on this.
Deborah said it's a condiment meal.
Just try it.
Y'all don't
Just
know
try
what
it.
y'all missing.
Just be open-minded and try it.
Tasted the
See,
ingredients separately. I know what I'm missing.
No, you don't. Like
that's
if you
all. That's all I wanted to say.
like you like tangy stuff.
Like spice.
I
Like,
mean,
you know
and I
what?
don't think
I don't like sriracha.
I ain't mad at sriracha. And I don't know if it's about being open minded or not being open. I just want my arteries open, and I just can't be eating
Mm,
mayo like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something about it that's dense to me. So I can eat it, but it has to be super light.
I don't know. Like, what do y'all put in y'all tuna fish if you're not using mayo?
I do
I
use
use
mayo. I just don't have to have it be the main part of the ingredient list.
Yeah, I think I
So
use
you
more mustard in
so
my
your
tuna than
issue.
mayo.
I ain't putting no
Yeah.
mustard in no tuna.
I have a
Um, uh,
teaspoon of mayo when I feel down.
a teaspoon of mayo. Stop playing.
See,
Stop playing. You eating mayo like people eat peanut butter?
Yep.
I ain't doing that, friend. I ain't doing that. Mayo is a spread. I'll eat it on bread, right?
Oh yeah, I definitely do that.
bars,
Mayo
bars.
sandwich.
Yeah, but I'm not sitting watching TV, dipping with a jar of mayo, dipping the spoon in it, eating the spoonful of mayo. I can't do that.
Ha-
That mayo is
I
too tangy for me.
have any of y'all seen Undercover Brother, the movie? They had a mayo scene in there. If you're black and you see it, it's gonna it's gonna make you hate mayo even more. This was terrible. But yeah, I recommend y'all check out the movie. It's Eddie Griffin and Dave Chappelle.
Oso was just talking about that. He said that's
Oh,
what made him think that that's what made him scared of mayo.
see, you see what movies do to people? They lie to you. It's good.
I mean, I still eat it though.
Oso needs to
It's not like I have
deconstruct.
an irrational fear of it, but I'm definitely not gonna make it the main ingredient in anything.
Yeah, that mayo scene was freaking crazy.
It's
She
good.
made him a thick ass. She made him a thick ass mayo sandwich. He had to take a bite.
Was the mayo dripping off the like? Is
Oh
it?
man, it was
Oh my
everywhere,
god!
bro.
Like half a jar of mayonnaise between two slices of bread. The shit was disgusting.
No, no, not like that. No,
Yes.
Yeah, he almost blew
no.
his cover because of the mayo, because he was
I
supposed
bet
to
he
be a
wanted to throw
secret
up.
agent.
Yeah, no. Too much mayo is ridiculous. Like I can't do that. Like an even spread of it, like just enough to, you know, make the bread moist, right? And then put some cheese, and then the sandwich pickles, the ones that are long and flat.
Already flat. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, and eat that.
extra mayo, please.
I get extra mayo on my. When I used to eat burgers, I get extra mayo.
Yeah, they literally had to train him as part of his, you know, training for the mission. They trained him to eat mayo sandwiches, and he still he still couldn't do it.
I wonder where they came from. That black people don't eat mayo. Like, where did that come? It had to have started way before this movie. Anybody know when it started?
I don't know, but if they made a scene about it, it means that it had been around for a minute
Yeah.
as part of the black culture.
K Free Will said, "Take my black card, but the hot sauce can go to hell. It smells like feet." Wait, did y'all see that video of the man crying because his wife threw his chitlins away?
Oh man.
I would have cried too. Back when I ate pork, I fucked some chitlins up. Like I would drive to this soul food restaurant that was about 25, almost 20, 25 minutes away from where I live, just to get them because they only sold them on Sundays. And like if I had, and I never learned how to cook them, but if I had he spent $80 on 4 buckets, cleaned them and cooked them, and she threw them away. He
That's
was
fucking
That was
crazy.
crying.
dead ass wrong.
You
Yeah,
That's
that
wrong as
was
crazy.
not
fuck.
right.
That's a lot of money to throw away.
Yeah. And she's like, I don't care. Them things
Yeah,
stink. That's gross. You eating dookie. Like she
she
did not
hates
care.
she hates him.
Shit. I mean, granted, I don't eat chicken. Matter of fact, my nana called me on my birthday, while Pressure and I were at the national park or whatever, and I said, what you doing?" I got on the birthday present for you.
I can't
She was
hear
like,
you,
"Oh,
Oso.
Also, real low. Also,
um,
you're real low.
is that better?"
A lot better.
Cool beans. Yeah, my grandma called me while while I was at the lake or whatever, at the national park, and I was asking her what she was doing, and she said, "Well, I'm cleaning out and getting ready to cook these chitlins for the family dinner," and I was just like, "Oh, nice." She's like, "Don't worry, I know you don't want none." It's like, who does though? Like, is it just for you? I know you fuck with them, but how many family members I gotta be like, I gotta look at you different now? I, I can't do it. She tricked me into eating them joints one time. I was like, yo, I never knew that I never knew my nana could hate me so much. I'm like, you out here making me eat pig ass? What the fuck?
Chitlins was good. I think it's more of a mind thing. I mean, because like y'all literally eating pig feet.
Is it ass though?
It's not ass,
I
no.
I ate it
It's
before I knew what
intestines.
it was. I didn't know what it was, and then my aunt was like, "Bro, you know you eating like pig ass," and I was just like, "What? That's why this tastes and smell like this?"
It's their intestines. I mean, eventually, what you're cleaning off gets to said ass, but it's not their actual ass. It's no
I
better though. I'm with
mean,
you, Oso. I'm not eating that shit.
sometimes you get the anus attack. No, I'm good, man. You right.
They actually taste pretty good. Like I miss eating chitlins. It's been
I
6 years.
I used to eat them growing up just 'cause, family. But once I found out what they were and then observed like the cleaning process, yeah, I'm like, nah. Pop one of those buckets. Like, no.
I mean, every animal that we eat kind of goes through that, right? The fish, they get the guts out, All these animals, they have to, get the guts, and sometimes there's a little mess. They wash it off with water. That's it.
Yeah, but I think
What happens y'all eating
psychologically,
when y'all eat burgers?
not intestines.
How do you know?
You don't, honestly, because it's all ground up. Like, valid
Hmm.
point, you don't. But if it is
Especially
being
sausage.
advertised, yeah, like folks don't want to know how that shit is made ever. But if it's
Sausage
being
definitely got.
advertised and you're
Sorry.
telling me it's the intestines, then I'm a hard pass on that one. Like, I don't
Yeah.
eat what is the fish that could kill you? Is it the puffer fish? If you don't cook it right, it'll kill you. Like, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
opt
I
out
don't
of that.
know.
I'm gonna
Hmm.
stick with catfish because that shit is not deadly as far as I know.
Ain't the
Yeah, cause,
catfish
'cause
the dirtiest fish in the sea though?
Oh, I'll just use it as an
It eats
example.
all
I
the
don't even.
trash, right?
It is. I don't even
he
eat
just
catfish because I don't like the texture of it. So maybe I should have said I don't know trout, but I'm just not gonna eat
catfish is
anything that
just
could
in the mud.
potentially
It's not
poison
that
me.
dirty. They just like mud. They're not that dirty. They eat just like any other fish, but they just like to sleep in mud, stay in mud. I don't know why.
I don't know. I
They're
was told
feeding
that
at the
it was
bottom, right?
the dirtiest one. Yeah, that's what I was told. But I'm with you, Fee. Like the catfish, I don't like the texture of it. But
Yeah.
Melba's in Harlem, that's the only catfish I would eat.
The only
Melba's and
exception. Oh my bad. Go ahead. You said
no,
Melba's.
I'm just gonna Melba's in Harlem. Oh my fucking gosh,
The only exception I
hands down.
found was This Is It in Georgia. They had these, and they're not good anymore. Their quality has gone now, but they had these catfish
Way
nuggets.
down.
Yeah, right. And it's something about the smaller bites that kind of mask the texture. But if it's like a piece of catfish, I can't do it. It's something about the texture that bothers me.
Soft.
They went down when they got rid of their turkey chops.
Mm.
Oh, Melba's.
No, This Is It
No,
in
this
Atlanta.
is it.
Oh,
It's a Melba's in Georgia too, right? In the city.
is it?
Atlanta? I thought so. I
Mhm.
could be wrong. Y'all know I've been gone
I
for
think there
25
is.
years now, but I thought it
What,
was.
Melba Moores?
Mm-hmm.
I had made a video of me trying catfish for the first time while I was there, and I'm talking about like the heat was still in the fish when I took a bite, and but the seasonings, like she seasons the hell out of her fish, and it was so good, and they reposted it and got a lot of customers from it too, but that I can't even explain the taste. It's so I've never in my life thought that I would eat catfish or even crave it. I've craved Melba's catfish, and I don't live nowhere near New York.
You know, I actually started that restaurant. I can get you the recipe.
Mm, kudos, good.
You're no fun.
Beats. Did you have anything else?
Have y'all ever had scorpion?
Beats.
Iguana.
Huh? No, hell no. No.
I wonder what like straight up lizards taste like because I ate well the crocodile came in family, right? I just don't know what lizards taste like.
Friend, do you want to eat everything?
Let me
You
tell
eat
you, I'm
frogs?
African. I'm African. I eat anything.
You eat frog legs and stuff?
Have I tried frogs? No, I haven't, but I wouldn't mind. I do want to try it. I'd try the
Nope.
whole frog. It doesn't have to be the leg.
Hell no. Like y'all ever like watch those movies where the people be in the wilderness and they'll kill a squirrel and cook it over fire and then just bite in that shit?
Yeah, no seasoning. That stuff crazy.
And ain't no, I be wondering
Gotta
like what's the
season it.
fuck that shit would like taste like in their mouth? Ain't no way.
Honestly, though,
If they don't season it right, it's
I mean, all you
gamey.
really need is
They
salt and
have to.
pepper.
Yeah,
Yeah, but they don't be
it's
putting
Squirrel
gamey.
anything
is
It's
on it.
not.
good? What? Hell
It
no.
Yeah,
is. Squirrel's
yeah.
really good. My grandma
Hell
used to
no.
hunt squirrel,
Nope.
and I didn't know what it
Squirrels,
was.
rabbits. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, rabbit is delicious.
I ain't eat no
Yeah,
damn
I will
rabbit
eat
out
the
here.
heck
rabbit
out of
is good.
thumper.
Rabbit is good.
Nope. Nope. I barely
Very,
want to
very
eat
unique.
chicken, but I haven't found any good non-chicken substitutes. But no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, I had a
No way in
pet
hell.
rabbit, and then I had rabbit for lunch. So my sisters were tripping. I was like,
Did you scare
man.
it to death?
No, we had a good run. We had a good run, and then eventually
Oh,
my dad was
okay.
like, all right, it's time.
Oh wow. Yeah, ours passed because it was afraid.
My
A
sister couldn't
dog
do it.
scared it.
They were emotionally attached to this nice ass piece of meat. I'm like, man, give me this.
What? No. Yeah. So you would eat a gerbil?
What is that?
Heck no.
I mean, when in
Gerbil.
South America, you got to try it, right? You got
South
to
America?
try
What
it.
do you
It's a
mean?
local delicacy. Why not?
Where?
You say
In
gerbil?
South
Is that a
America,
bird?
A
like
gerbil,
hamsters.
like a Yeah, like a mouse,
Yeah,
like a
Yeah,
rabbit.
like a hamster.
yeah,
Oh
they eat
no.
hamsters in South America, like Ecuador, places around that area.
Look, my thing is I eat mammals. I don't have a problem eating mammals.
Mm. All mammals ain't the same.
Yeah,
I don't even
I'm not
eat like I
thinking
don't
about it.
eat beef or pork anymore. I don't eat any of
If you
that.
if you cook a mammal right, I'm eating it. No problem.
Her platypus tastes like turducken.
Who eats
Forest beef.
platypus now?
What is forest beef?
Rabbits and squirrels.
Oh, that's what they say. Somebody was talking about the octopus. So octopus is good. Baby octopus is different. It feels bad eating a baby octopus. Like the if you season if you season it well, like it's good. It's okay. But because the baby octopus has the head on it when you eat it, it feels so wrong to eat baby octopus. I ate it one time, fucked it up, but every bite I felt bad.
Mm.
I felt bad.
You seen those
Yeah, I can't
people
do
in
it.
like I think it's Thailand where they take the squid and they put it in a cup of hot sauce and the squid's like reaction to escape sucks up all the hot sauce into its body and then they just kind of like bite the body off the head and eat
What?
that. Have you seen that? It's
No, I have
crazy. You
not.
can see
Bro,
the like color of
what?
it change because it's like invisible or not invisible, but it's like a very translucent layer of skin, and you can see it absorbing all this hot sauce as it's trying to like swim away from the person holding it. But
Damn.
it's all it's doing is sucking that hot sauce into it, and then they just straight up bite the body off the head. They're holding it by its head, put it in the cup, pull it out. I That's one line I will not cross.
Yeah, it gotta be
Scaring
dead.
that motherfucker to death and then eating it. Nah, that's
Yeah,
crazy to me.
no.
I can't do that.
Mm-mm.
I will eat it dead though. I'll try it.
Gotta be dead.
I don't eat squid. I can't stand that shit. The texture, calamari, I can't stand that shit. I don't like that.
Interesting. Yeah, I did eat
But I will eat
a
crawfish.
baby scorpion one time.
I think calamari tastes like fishy rubber bands. It's something about the texture
Yeah,
that
It
I can't get
does.
past.
yeah.
Yeah.
I can't fuck with
If
it.
it's
Mm-mm.
overcooked though, you don't want to cook this stuff too much. It
Yeah,
turns
you got
into
to fry it
rubber.
right.
It's just rubber.
No, somebody said people are eating horse dicks. Who's doing that?
That's
Who's
some
eating horse
Oh,
stupid like
dicks?
tradition stuff.
It's
I hate
terrible.
when they do that. When people do that because they believe it's gonna do something. That's when I don't have time for that.
What do they
people in the
believe it's gonna
Midwest do
do?
some weird stuff.
It's like me back home, people used to eat like the gorilla's hand because they thought it would give you the power to slap or punch like a gorilla. Just eat the meat, bro. It's some stupid stories.
Wow.
Yeah, people used to think, give the boys the gorilla hand, the gorilla hand. The boys have to eat the gorilla hand. Give you the strength. Can be a manly man.
That is so interesting. What did they give the girls?
Yeah. I don't know. I
That's
don't
so
know.
interesting. Wow. Uh, so men are eating horse dicks and gorilla hands.
Hmm.
Interesting.
That's sad and sick all at the same time.
Bull testicles are like a delicacy in the Midwest. They do that for pretty much the same reason. They are
I think it
obsessed
just
with it.
speaks to the misogyny and the patriarchal ideals in society because what's important is the size of a man's penis and his strength.
Yeah.
Gain virility from the back of another creature.
And they look at women like, oh, you good already. You don't need anything else. We don't need to boost you.
Which I think, like when they say that men were jealous of the woman's body, I think it just shit. Like even the foods that they eat kind of points to that. Like the fact that they didn't think that the females in their communities needed any extra because they had everything that they needed. That's interesting.
That's why I think it's like I don't know, like I want to call it hyper masculinity because it's like it's beyond the fact that you just enjoy the fact that you're a dude, but like you worship dudeness. You know what I mean? Like those door knockers and things that you showed us. Like it's just like you guys really, really love dick. And you know what I mean? Like that, I don't know. There's even a hyper masculinity than that.
Yeah, that's why they say shit like Adam was the purest man ever made.
Right.
Somebody came in here and said that tonight. That he was the purest.
No woman necessary.
Yep. It's the worship of the man. And they don't realize that. While being homophobic.
Right.
They're homophobic, but at the same time, they worship the male physique, the men. This is just it's weird. All right, Beats. Did you have anything else? I saw somebody in the guest box. I don't know if they're still in
Nah, I'm just at work now.
there. All right. Well, thank you for coming. It was an interesting conversation. Have a
Yep.
good rest of the day, my male buddy.
And somebody make Thinker a T-shirt that says "Mayo Maniac."
And I would wear it. I'm not ashamed that I eat mayo.
I'm not telling you to be anything other than yourself.
Okay, cool. Then I expect to see that T-shirt as a Christmas gift. Then
Bet.
I'll wear it just as much as I would wear an atheist T-shirt. Almighty mayo is crazy. All right, y'all. Are y'all ready to get back to the topics? If you are a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. This is 9:04. Today is Wednesday. I guess Zena goes live here in just a few seconds.
Look, guys, I eat mayo too, but making mayo a main ingredient for any dish, making a mayonnaise sandwich, that's maniacal.
Is Mayo Nico? I tried. I
So I
tried to OJ
tried.
that shit. Yeah.
No, that works. That works. That might have to be the back of the T-shirt.
You said Bash is going live. What time?
Oh, let me write that down. See if you can make like the number
He's
zero
live now.
look like the outline of an age.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. Are you writing that down for real? All right, y'all. Bash is live. It looks like we're done. Nobody else is coming up, huh?
That's a hard idea.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Bash is live. I'll see y'all. Nina, Blake, are you in the box on purpose or is this an accident? Did you see Luke begging for the drama in the comments, PT? They come here to fight. They don't like whenever we have conversations where we're helping each other, through situations or, pouring into each other by sharing our experiences, they don't like it. And I don't know if they don't like it because they expect us to be you know, filled with trauma or like I don't know. They don't like it. But yeah, I saw that. I saw them begging for drama in the comments. They expect us to be lonely and miserable. Yeah, and I think it makes them uncomfortable that they don't see what they've been told that we're supposed to be without their God. But yep. Bash is live. If you're not following, Pink Beard is his username. I will see y'all. Those of you that are on the Discord, I'll see y'all at 6 p.m. Central so we can watch the first part of the family documentary. And then I'll see the rest of y'all tomorrow night at 11 p.m. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all for the likes, the shares, and the comments. Let me just say, I forgot. Emir did send 2 super chats, and I want to make sure that his money does not go to waste. Why can't I get to the super chat? It won't let me. Oh damn! Wait, I think y'all been over there having all kind of conversations on YouTube. It's making me go through pages and pages of comments to even get to the top of the super chat thing, which is weird that I have to do that. And Brian just took me back down to the bottom. Brian, I was almost at the top. Brian commented, and then y'all stop. I'm fucking Emir. Emir, thank you for the super chats. I didn't get to read them off, but for some reason I can't get to the top, so I could change it so I could see the super chats. But I appreciate y'all so much. Discord is only for super nerds, in their second month and up. If you are a super nerd and you are in your second month and up and you have not gotten the link to the Discord, reach out to a mod so that they can send that to you, or send me a DM so that I can send it to you. Same for YouTube. If you are a nerd and you subscribe on YouTube and you need access to the Discord, send me a message on Discord so I can add you to the nerd Discord. Appreciate y'all. It's okay, Brian. Love you so much. I appreciate y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow night.
Love
Bye,
y'all.
y'all.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Love you guys.
Love y'all. Bye.
Bye. I got you right now, Sapien.
Today, you guess. Just this one? Yes, literally. I was so happy, Queen. So happy. Let me show you. On Monday when I was working, I said, I'm not gonna work.
That meant that I had to